Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first extend my thanks to Chairman Shelby and to Ranking Member Mikulski for putting together a truly bipartisan bill. I'm honored to be a member of the Appropriations Committee and was very honored to support this bipartisan compromise. This is a difficult bill to put together, but they did very good work in the subcommittee to make this a product that both sides could support. And so I thank them for allowing me to be a part of that process. Second, let me acknowledge the remarks of Senator Mikulski, who noted that, in many ways, the world and the country has changed since this bill was scheduled to come to the floor. Our heart breaks collectively in this country for the citizens of Orlando, and as I'll speak in a moment, in particular in Connecticut, our heart breaks for the people of Orlando because we know in a very real way the pain that exists there today, but we also know how that pain is really never ending, how the ripples of that pain are unceasing and unrelenting, and they span generations, they span neighborhoods, and they span years. Newtown is still putting itself back together, probably will be for a long time, and Orlando the same. And so our heart breaks for what that community is going through. But this is a different moment today than it was at the end of last week. There is a newfound imperative for this body to find a way to come together and take action, to try to do our part to stem this epidemic of gun violence, and in particular this epidemic of mass shootings that plagues this nation and no other industrialized nation in the world. There is something fundamentally different happening in the United States that causes us to have these catastrophic level mass shootings on almost a monthly basis, caused us in 2015 to have 372 mass shootings. Definition of that would be 4 more people being shot at any one time. And of course, every day results in 80 or more people on average being killed by guns, by suicides, through domestic violence, through accidental shootings, and through homicides. And it won't surprise you to know that for those of us who represent Connecticut, the failure of this body to do anything at all in the face of that continued slaughter isn't just painful to us, it's unconscionable. I can't tell you how hard it is to look into the eyes of the families of those little boys and girls who were killed in Sandy Hook and tell them that almost 4 years later, we've done nothing at all to reduce the likelihood that that will happen again to another family. And I shudder to think what it's going to be like for Senator Nelson 4 years from now to talk to the parents of those that were killed this weekend in Orlando and tell them that 4 years after Orlando, 8 years after Newtown, Congress has been utterly silent. Now, Mr. President, I've stood on this floor dozens of times talking about this subject. How often I come down to tell the story of the voices of the victims of these gun homicides, of these mass shootings, just to make sure that everybody here knows who these people are. They're real people with families. And so this isn't new to me, but I'm at my wit's end. I've had enough. I've had enough of the ongoing slaughter of innocents, and I've had enough of inaction in this body. Every shooting is different. There's a different set of facts around every single shooting. The story in Newtown was of a deeply mentally ill individual who had been isolated in school and in his neighborhood, There's a story of a young man who had a fascination with violent content and violent video games. It was a story of a young man who had access to a very powerful weapon that was able to shoot 20 kids and kill all 20. And this shooting in Orlando has a different set of facts as well. There's clearly a terrorist connection here. There is a story of radicalization. It's also a story about a very ill, very confused young man. There's a story of access, again, to a very powerful weapon. There's a story here of interaction with the FBI, of holes in a network of surveillance and checks that we need to discuss. Every set of facts is different. But what unites all of these shootings, from Littleton to Aurora to Newtown to Blacksburg to Orlando, is that the weapon of choice in every case is a gun, often a very powerful gun, an AR-15 or AR-15 style gun that was designed for the military, for law enforcement, to kill as many people as quickly as possible. What unites all of these incidents is our failure to do anything about it. Now, no one law can guarantee that a shooting won't occur. No set of laws can allow us to say with certainty that there won't still be killings in Chicago and New Haven and Los Angeles. There's no legislative guarantee that there won't be another Omar Mateen. But the idea that we don't even try, the idea that we don't even proffer ideas on this floor, debate them, it's offensive to those of us that have lived through these. And so I have great respect for the product that Chairman Shelby and Ranking Member Mikulski have put on the floor. And I know this isn't going to make me popular with many of my colleagues or with the leadership of this body. But I don't think that we should proceed with debate on amendments to this bill until we have figured out a way to come together on, at the very least, two simple ideas that enjoy the support of 80 to 90% of Americans. Two ideas, two pieces of legislation that would have been potentially dispositive, impactful, with respect to the case in Orlando. That is, one, a piece of legislation that Senator Feinstein has introduced that would simply say that if you are on a terror watch list, that you shouldn't be able to buy a weapon. And I heard one of my colleagues talk about reservations. I am certain that there is a way to bridge any divide that we have on how to administer that protection in a way that could bring Republicans and Democrats together. Second, in order to make that protection meaningful, you also need to make sure that wherever a would-be shooter buys a gun, he goes through a background check. If you put terrorists or suspected terrorists on a list of those who are prohibited to buy guns, it doesn't do you much good when around half of all gun purchases today are made outside of the background check system. Let's say that the Orlando shooter was on a list that prohibited him from buying a weapon, and he went to a store and was denied that AR-15 style weapon because he was on that list. Well, all he would have to do is go to a weekend gun show or go online, and he'd be able to get that weapon without a background check. So if you really want to prevent terrorists or would-be terrorists or suspected terrorists from obtaining weapons, you have to pass legislation that puts those on the terrorist watch list on the list of those who are prohibited to buy guns. Give them an ability to get off that list if they're on there without reason, but put them on that list as a default. And second, you have to expand the sales that are subject to background checks to make sure that you're creating a web that catches that potential terrorist when he tries to buy that weapon. And so, Mr. President, I'm prepared to stand on this floor and talk about the need for this body to come together on keeping terrorists away from getting guns through those two measures for, frankly, as long as I can, because I know that we can come together on this issue. And I know that there's other really important business to be done here. I know other people have amendments that they'd like to call up. I know that there are other issues that senators would like to raise. But having come through the experience of Newtown, I've had enough. It's been 4 years, and nothing has been done, despite the fact that 90% of the American public wants us to act. The vast majority of gun owners want us to expand the reach of background checks. Polls suggest that 80% of Americans believe that people on the terrorist watch list shouldn't be able to buy guns. There's no controversy out there about these two provisions. We can work it out. We can work it out today. We got a majority of the Senate to support Manchin-Toomey. That legislation still exists. Senator Schumer has introduced other legislation. Senator Feinstein has introduced a bill to keep terrorists from getting guns. I'm certain there are ways that it can be made better. But as someone who represents the community of Sandy Hook, which is still grieving today, I'm going to stand on this floor and talk about our experience in Sandy Hook, Orlando's experience, the need to come together on this issue of making sure that dangerous people who have designs on mass murder don't get dangerous weapons, as long as I can, so that we can give time to try to figure out a path forward to bring this body together on the issue of changing our gun laws so that they reflect the will of 90% of the American people. I know this is extreme, what I'm suggesting here, but we've had enough of inaction in Connecticut. And I just don't want the senator from Florida who just spoke 4 years from now to say to those families that he couldn't do anything either. Let me tell you what I mean about how this affects Sandy Hook in an ongoing way. Why I couldn't help myself but to come down and take this stand today. The families that are dealing with this grief in Orlando are spread out all over the country and all over the greater Orlando area. It's awful. You just can't imagine, I certainly can't imagine what it's like to lose a child. These are young men and women who died in that nightclub. But it's something different to lose a 6 or 7-year-old. And it's something different when 4 or 5 of those kids lived on one road in Newtown. All of a sudden, overnight, 4 or 5 kids disappear. They're gone. It's something different when all the other kids in that school heard those gunshots. They had to flee, stepping over the bodies of their administrators and their teachers. That pain stays with you for a long time as a community, such that in the months and months after what happened in Sandy Hook occurred, you could be in a classroom and hear a young child scream out a word that seemed like a non sequitur. In one particular class, the word was monkey. And every so often, you'd have a student stand up and yell monkey. And what that was a safe word. The teachers had worked out that if a conversation started in class about the shooting, about maybe what one kid had saw, and the other student didn't want to be part of that conversation, because remember, there were survivors from these classrooms as well as kids in the classroom next door. If one kid didn't want to be in that conversation, then that child would stand up and say, monkey, at the top of their lungs. And a teacher would come over and break up that conversation. I don't know why, but I think about that a lot, about little kids standing up and screaming monkey in the middle of these classrooms, just as a reminder of how the trauma of these events doesn't end. They say in cities across America, when one person is shot, there are 20 people surrounding them, friends, family members, aunts, uncles, children, who experience post-traumatic stress after that event. That's what studies suggest, that there's 20 people that experience levels of trauma. Often in our cities, that leads to a cycle of violence. The anger that comes from a loved one being killed often leads to someone else getting killed as well. It's part of the reason why over Memorial Day weekend in Chicago, there were over 60 people who were shot. And so this grief is never-ending for communities like Newtown, which is why I am as passionate today as I was in the days and weeks following. And why, for me, Orlando was a breaking point. I just looked at myself in the mirror, and I think, as you will hear from some of my colleagues who will interject with questions, they reached a breaking point as well, that we couldn't proceed with business as usual in the Senate this week. That we couldn't do what we have largely done after mass shooting after mass shooting. We couldn't go on and debate other issues and ignore the fact that the vast majority of Americans, 80 to 90%, want us to take this action, and that it would be impactful. Now, again, you can say what I'm proposing today wouldn't have changed the result in Sandy Hook, because this individual in Sandy Hook, he did buy the weapon with a background check through a legal means. His mother did. And I understand that. There's no one change in law that's going to apply to every situation. But it potentially would have been impactful in Orlando. As I'm sure Senator Feinstein will explain later today, there is a possibility that if her bill had been in effect, the FBI could have put this individual on a list that would have prohibited him from buying a weapon. And had we expanded background checks to make sure that it applied to internet sales and gun show sales, then he might have been stopped in his ability to get this weapon. We can't know that for sure, but we certainly can say that it would have been less likely that he would have been able to get that weapon and carry out this crime had those laws, again supported by the vast majority of American public, been in effect. And by acting, by coming together and finding a way to act on these two non-controversial measures, I think we also send an important signal to the American public and to would-be murderers that we're serious about stemming this epidemic. I think that people notice when we remain silent. I know it's unintentional, but it almost seems to some people as if we don't care about what happens when we don't try to do anything about it. And I understand that we have deep disagreements here about how to proceed. But with the exception of 1 week in 2013, we have not brought a debate to this floor in which we try to hash out our differences. Republican leadership didn't announce in the wake of Orlando that we were going to spend this week working on trying to enact measures to make sure that another mass shooting doesn't happen. And there's a fundamental disconnect with the American people when these tragedies continue to occur and we just move forward with business as usual. And so I'm going to remain on this floor until we get some signal, some sign that we can come together on these two measures, that we can get a path forward on addressing this epidemic in a meaningful, bipartisan way. Orlando is the worst mass shooting in American history. A gunman shot and killed 49 people and shot and injured at least 53 others outside of Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, at about 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. a gunman opened fire inside Pulse, large gay nightclub in downtown Orlando. It opened in 2004. The owners started it to, frankly, promote awareness of the area's lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, and they host monthly LGBT-related education events. There was one ununiformed Orlando police officer working security at the nightclub, along with a number of other private security officers. The police officer working security exchanged fire with the gunman. After this incident began, the gunman proceeded to retreat back into the nightclub and take the remaining clubgoers hostage, where he held them for 3 hours. And at 5 a.m., a SWAT team comprised of true heroes stormed the club with stun grenades and an armored vehicle. The gunman was killed in the resulting firefight. One officer was injured. Law enforcement rescued approximately 30 hostages. In a press conference at about 10:30 that morning, we all remember this, police indicated that 50 people were killed and 53 more were injured. The shooter was identified as Omar Siddiqui Mateen, 29, a U.S. citizen from St. Lucie County, Florida. We now know that this shooter became a person of interest to law enforcement in 2013 when the FBI learned that he had made comments to coworkers alleging possible terrorist ties. And again in 2014. The FBI did open an investigation into the shooter, but it was subsequently closed when they didn't think that it warranted any further investigation. Mateen was armed with a Sig Sauer AR-15 style assault rifle and a Glock handgun. He did obtain licenses to buy both of these guns legally, a handgun and a long gun. He bought them about a week or two before the incident, so it's pretty clear he was buying these weapons with an intent to kill civilians. Prior to the shooting, Mateen called 911 and pledged allegiance to ISIS. He mentioned the Boston bombers. It's a complicated storyline here. And you know some of the other storylines about this shooting as well, whether he had been frequenting that club prior to entering it as the shooter. It's a complicated storyline here. But at the root of it is someone who had been flagged for the FBI. At the root of it is someone who had access to a weapon that was not designed for civilians. AR-15 style weapons weren't legal in the United States until 2004, after being banned for 10 years. It's not coincidental that there was a massive increase in mass shootings in this country after 2004. We're still gathering information on the exact nature of the motive. But what we know is that this incident is the deadliest mass shooting and the highest casualty mass shooting in American history. But it's not the first. And if we don't do something, it won't be the last. In 2009 in Fort Hood, Texas, a gunman shot and killed 13 people and shot and injured 30 others at the Fort Hood military post. In August of 2012 in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, a gunman shot and killed 6 people and shot and injured 3 others at a Sikh temple at Oak Creek. In June of 2015 in Charleston, and we are sitting on the 1-year anniversary of this mass shooting, a gunman shot and killed 9 people at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church, one of the oldest and largest black congregations in the South. About a month later, in July, a gunman shot and killed 5 people, including 2 U.S. Marines and a naval officer, and shot and injured 2 others. And in San Bernardino, at the beginning of December of 2015, 2 gunmen killed 14 people and injured 21 others at the Inland Regional Center. I mention these particular shootings because these are the shootings that were investigated as an act of terrorism. These are the shootings that have involved connections to radical groups or the intention to commit an act of terrorism against a minority group. And so I think it's right that we drill down today on this issue of stopping would-be terrorists from getting guns, because just since 2009, this would be the 6th American mass shooting to be investigated by the FBI as an act of terrorism. We think of terrorists as using bombs or improvised explosive device as their weapon of choice. In fact, the reality is that over the course of the last 12 months, it's been the military-style assault weapon that has been the weapon of choice of would-be terrorists. The San Bernardino shooter and the Orlando shooter chose a gun, not a bomb, in order to carry out their attacks. Why? Because it's frankly a lot easier to get a powerful rifle that was designed for the military than it is to obtain or construct a military capacity bomb or explosive device. And so we have to admit that there is this trend line heading in the direction of powerful firearms that used to be banned in this country, and by the way, through bipartisan legislation, to carry out this destruction. And you don't have to listen to me, you have to listen to terrorist organizations themselves. ISIS today relies on lone wolf attackers in order to perpetuate its mythology of increasing strength. Why is that? Well, it's because we've actually had success in reversing their territorial gains in Iraq and Syria. ISIS is on the run inside the Middle East. They are far from being defeated. And we need to take strong steps to continue to support the Syrians, the rebel forces, to support the Iraqi army to push ISIS back. But they had two narratives that they had proffered in order to recruit people into their ranks. One, that the caliphate was inevitable and growing. And for a long time it was. That so-called caliphate, their geographical territory of control, was growing. Second, that the East is at war with the West, that this is a fight between the Muslim faith and the Christian faith. Well, that first narrative is not as available to them as it used to be, because in fact, for people that are thinking of signing up for ISIS, they don't have to read too deep in the news to know that the supposed caliphate, the so-called caliphate, is shrinking, not growing. It doesn't look so inevitable that ISIS is going to control big portions of the Middle East for the long term. It looks like the gig might be up for them. So they are now, more than ever, relying on the second narrative, that this is a much broader global war between the East and the West. And so lone wolf attackers in places like Paris or Brussels or Orlando or San Bernardino become much more important to their continued international growth. And so it is not without coincidence that terrorist groups have made it very clear to potential converts in the United States that a firearm works just as well as a suicide bomb. They took credit very quickly for this attack, and they are going to be hoping that there are others that will go to a store, buy a powerful assault weapon, and turn it on Americans. And it's our duty to do everything possible to make sure that that doesn't happen. And it isn't an either-or proposition. It's not fight them there or fight them here. It's not focus on terrorism or focus on guns. It's both. It's to continue to support the momentum that exists on the ground in the Middle East to defeat ISIS and defeat them for good, and to harden our defenses here in the United States to make sure that these potential lone wolf attackers can't get access to an assault weapon. Think about this statistic today. We know who's on the list of those that are being watched as potential terrorists. And we can match that up against who's gone and requested to buy a weapon. And the statistics, Mr. President, are pretty stunning. individuals on the consolidated terrorist watch list cleared a background check when seeking to obtain a gun 1% of the attempted transactions. And this is between 2004 and 2014. That's a total of 2,043 successful transactions out of 2,233. There are 2,000 people over the course of 10 years who were on the terrorist watch list who walked into a gun store and bought a weapon. Now, those are only the ones we know about, because 40% of gun sales happen outside of gun stores. And so there's likely another 1,000 to 2,000 people on the terrorist watch list who got guns through other mechanisms. And so if we're serious about taking on terrorism, then we've got to beat these guys where they live in the Middle East, and we've got to support the administration's efforts to do that and supplement them. But we've also got to make sure that these potential mass shooters don't get their hands on powerful weapons, especially when we know that they have connections to terrorist sources. And in order to do that, you got to do both. You got to put those people that are on the terrorist watch list on the list of those that are prohibited from buying weapons. And then you also have to make sure that wherever that person is going to buy a weapon, that they are checked to make sure that they aren't a terrorist. Mr. President, I don't know how long I'll last here, but I hope that I will be able to give time to our leadership to come together to try to find a path forward on legislation that will make this country safer and that will acknowledge that our gun laws are part of the story, not the whole story, but part of the story as to why this mass slaughter continues in this country. I live every single day with the memory of Sandy Hook, and I know this is inconvenient for the leadership and for colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I get that. I am most of the time around here a team player. But I've had enough. I've had enough, and I just couldn't bring myself to come back to the Senate this week and pretend like this is just business as usual. We've got to do something different. We've got to find a way to come together. Now, I don't know how long this will take, but I'm going to stand here and continue to hold the floor while we give time for our colleagues to try to figure out a path forward to recognize that without changes in this nation's gun laws, supported by the vast majority of Americans, that this slaughter will continue. I see my colleague from Connecticut rising. Mr. President, I would yield to my colleague from Connecticut for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question which I will preface with the context for that question. First, to thank him for his leadership. We have worked together as a team on this issue of gun violence prevention and the fight against terrorism abroad and at home. And I want to thank our other colleagues who will be part of this effort. It is very much a team effort that we bring to the floor today, involving our friend and distinguished colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker, Senator Feinstein, who has worked so hard on this legislation before we arrived here, our colleague Senator Durbin, who's with us now, Senator Schumer, so many of us who feel so deeply. And I think for Senator Murphy and myself, the deeply emotional experience of Orlando evoked the images and sounds and sights of Newtown on that tragic day when both of us were there and witnessed the aftermath of 20 beautiful children and sixth-grade educators gunned down senselessly, needlessly, in an act of unimaginable and unspeakable horror. This effort is more than about just words. This chamber is filled with words. Rhetoric is the business of the floor of the chamber. We're here today to seek action. And action has been too long delayed on preventing gun violence. And the kinds of acts of hatred and terror that happened in Orlando. Actions speak louder than words, and the nation deserves action. 90% of the American people want sensible, common sense measures like background checks to be adopted by the Senate. There is no question that we are learning more in shock and horror about the details of Orlando. It seems to have involved potentially insidious bigotry and hatred, a pernicious extremist ideology, perhaps inspired by ISIS and others abroad, as well as very likely mental illness of some kind. But we know it was an act of terror and hatred that can be prevented by the kinds of measures that we are seeking today. Specific measures preventing anybody who's too dangerous to fly in a plane commercially to buy a gun. No fly, no gun. Someone who is deemed to be a terrorist or deserving to be on the terrorist watch list should also be deemed too dangerous to purchase the kinds of weapons that this individual was able to purchase. And to strengthen the FBI, because its investigative authority, in effect, perhaps not legally, but in effect, would have been strengthened by this kind of measure, enabling anybody too dangerous to fly to also be stopped from buying a gun. And this individual could have been stopped. Not with any certainty can we say it here, but at least that possibility realistically is there, and its investigations might have been continued and pursued had that law been in effect. And of course, background checks are a means to enforce existing laws and prevent categories of people already deemed too dangerous to buy guns. Convicted felons, or drug addicts, or others in those categories adopted literally years, decades ago, with full support of the opponents of background checks who may be in opposition now. These measures complement each other. And we know that we must fight terrorism abroad. We are at war against ISIS. We must pursue that war effectively and aggressively and relentlessly. And we must fight the homegrown terrorists who are either inspired or supported by ISIS, the lookalikes and soundalikes that claim allegiance to ISIS, whether they are supported or inspired, and for whom ISIS may claim responsibility. And the defenses must be hardened at home. That is part of what we are seeking to do here, just as we fight abroad against terrorism that would reach our shores and threaten our security. Those measures must involve some military action, and that military action will include intercepting intelligence and finances, air superiority and air aid for our allies on the ground without committing massive numbers of U.S. troops to that effort. That war must be pursued even as we pursue the war against terror and hatred here at home. But hardening our defenses requires this kind of action. And so we must commit as a body to stop the terrorist gap from continuing to threaten our security at home, as well as implementing universal background checks that will keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. We owe it not only to the memory of the children and educators at Sandy Hook and the countless innocent people who have perished since in the mass shootings that so preoccupy our attention, but also the daily shootings, 30,000 of them every year, in downtown Hartford and around Connecticut. No place is immune. No one is safe so long as there is this threat. These measures are modest, and they should be followed by others, such as a repeal of PLACA, protection against domestic violence victims in the kind of measure I've offered, the Lori Jackson Act, the repeal of PLACA, which my colleague from Connecticut and I have championed, would repeal the immunity that is unique to the gun industry, a ban on illegal trafficking and straw purchases, mental health initiative, school safety steps. These kinds of measures must be pursued as part of a strategy to combat gun violence and terrorism, whether it is inspired by ISIS or an organization abroad or homegrown here. These measures are complementary, and they must be pursued together. We have lived too long, and I have worked literally for decades since I first supported a ban on assault weapons in Connecticut in the early 1990s, and then defended it in court after it was adopted. These measures of protection will require steps against those kinds of assault weapons that are truly weapons of destruction, designed to kill and maim human beings as quickly as possible, as many people as possible. Those assault weapons, whether they were involved in Orlando or not, or any of those other examples, such as Aurora and Virginia Tech and Sandy Hook, clearly presented threats and implements of destruction there, and we must take action. We must come together. We must unify as a nation to recognize the common threat rather than divide ourselves with the kind of demagoguery that has been all too common in the wake of these tragedies. And so I asked my colleague a question, and I look forward to continuing to ask questions and working with him as part of this team today to continue the pressure that we feel must be brought to bear at this moment of national crisis, when a conscience of the nation can be evoked, when we all owe it to ourselves to search our consciences and conviction and look ourselves in the mirror and look the nation in the eye and say, we must act. We cannot allow this moment in our history to pass without action. I asked my good friend and colleague, Senator Murphy, if he can understand why this body has so long refused to recognize the will of the nation, why for so long the Senate has been, in effect, complicit by its inaction in these kinds of killings, 30,000 a year. What about the influence of the gun lobby has made it so powerful in exerting this hold over the United States Congress and many of our state legislators? And what can we do to address this public health crisis? It is more than just an epidemic. It is a public health crisis, a scourge of gun violence that we must counter. If 30,000 people died as a result of Ebola or Zika or some other disease the nation would be rightly outraged. There would be drastic immediate action. Why not for this public health crisis and this epidemic that is not only threatening but deadly to our nation?
I thank my colleague for the question, and I want to reiterate the nature of our partnership that he underscored. He and I were there together in Newtown in that firehouse hours after that shooting, and we've spent probably hundreds of hours with the families since then. We've probably spent hundreds of hours together on this floor arguing as a team for changes in our laws. And so I'm so grateful to Senator Blumenthal, my friend, for being part of this effort today. And he is right in stating that long before I was, shall we say, a convert on this issue myself, in the days and weeks following Sandy Hook, it was Senator Blumenthal as our Attorney General and then as our Senator who has been fighting this fight for years. And Connecticut has some of the strongest laws keeping guns out of the hands of criminals in the nation. And it's not, again, without coincidence that our gun homicide rate is one of the lowest. I will just say this about, to answer the gentleman's question, and I know my colleague from New Jersey is rising for a question as well. The United States is unique. We have written into our Constitution language about the intersection of private individuals and firearms. And so we have to take seriously the words that are in that Second Amendment. But even in the controversial Supreme Court case, which overturned decades of precedent and held that there was indeed in the Constitution an individual right to own a firearm, the author of that decision, Justice Scalia, said definitively that it is not an absolute right. That yes, the majority of that court was holding that there's an individual right to a firearm, but there's not an individual right to any firearm under any conditions at any time that you want it. And so I think part of the problem, to my colleague from Connecticut, is that the gun lobby has, I think, managed to convince many members of the public that that Second Amendment right is unconditional, when it is not. It allows for reasonable limitations on the right to own a weapon. And what we know is that in states that have imposed those reasonable limitations, there are less gun crimes, there are less homicides. There's no truth to this mythology that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is to have a good guy with a gun. There's no truth to the mythology that if there's more guns in a community, there's less gun homicide. It's the exact opposite. And so I think the gun lobby has been able to convince not just colleagues, but many of our fellow Americans that the Second Amendment is absolute in its terms. It isn't. And I think they have also been successful in perpetuating this mythology that good guys with guns stop bad guys with guns, when in fact, most of the time when you have a gun in your home, it's going to be used to kill you, not to be used to kill an intruder. So I don't know if the gentleman has another question, but if he does, I'll yield to the gentleman for a question without losing my right to the floor.
With an additional question, and then our colleague from New Jersey is here to ask a question. But on the issue of Second Amendment rights, which Senator Murphy has just pointed out so well, is the law of the land. There is a Second Amendment right for law-abiding people to buy and possess firearms. But is it not true that in these measures, we are talking about people who are dangerous and are recognized to be dangerous? That's why they're on this list. And there is also a right on their part to remove their names from that list if there is an error, a mistake of fact, that has caused them to be on that list without good reason. And so these measures that bring us to the floor today acknowledge and recognize the importance of that Second Amendment right and the potential impact of our opponents in their arguments against it, saying there's a lack of due process, people will be denied that Second Amendment right, is really mistaken. Is that not correct?
That is correct, and I thank the Senator for making that patently clear. What we are suggesting here is that the way that we can come together in this body is around the simple premise that individuals with serious criminal records, individuals that have been deemed mentally incompetent or incapable, and people on the terrorist watch list shouldn't be able to buy firearms. That's it. That's what we're talking about here today. And to build out that system in an effective way that is as foolproof as possible. That has nothing to do with the limitation on an individual's Second Amendment right. Someone wants to go buy a firearm and they're not a suspected terrorist and they don't have a serious criminal record and they have not been judged to be mentally incapable of making their own decisions, then there's nothing in what we're proposing that this body come together that would restrict that. I would, at this point, yield to my friend Senator Booker from New Jersey for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I want to thank the senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy, and the senior senator from Connecticut as well. I do want to echo his really spirit in the deference he gave to Senator Barbara Mikulski and Senator Shelby. Both of these two senators are people I respect a tremendous amount. In fact, I would go beyond that with Senator Shelby and Senator Mikulski because I have a deep affection for them both. They are great, strong legislators, and they have produced legislation that is important to this country. I have a reverence for their work, the attention to detail and the focus they have done preparing legislation to move forward. And I ask for indulgence from them to understand why I stand on the floor today preparing to ask a question to Senator Murphy. Senator Murphy and I last night talked about the tragedy that happened in Florida. It was painful to both of us because we knew that this was not in any way an anomaly, that this was something happening with terrible, savage routine. That in this nation we are seeing mass killing after mass killing after mass killing after mass killing. And we both understood that our nation right now, as with other of our colleagues, stands at a point of vulnerability to those who seek to do us harm, those who seek to inflict terror, those who seek to inflict grievous bodily harm, those who seek to kill Americans, that they have the ability to exploit loopholes in order to have access to weapons. And so I stand here today in preparation to ask a question to Senator Murphy, wanting to say that the motivation for his presence on the floor right now is that we just can't go on with business as usual in this body at a time where there is such continued grievous threat and vulnerability to our country, where you see again and again mass shooting after mass shooting. There's a saying that the only thing necessary for evil to be triumphant is for good people to do nothing. I'm grateful to Senator Murphy for his conviction in our conversations yesterday and into the night that we could not just go along with business as usual. We had had enough. That we had to push this body to come to some consensus on that which the overwhelming majority of Americans, indeed the overwhelming majority of gun owners in this country, indeed the overwhelming majority of NRA members in this country believe we should put forth common sense safety measures to protect against terrorists obtaining firearms to inflict the kind of carnage we have seen too often in this country and in others. And please understand, while many people imagine that when terrorists act, they act with bombs, more and more across the globe, across the United States, they are acting with assault weapons and firearms. And so we are here today to say enough. I've cleared my entire day. This will not be business as usual. I cleared my evening events so that I could stay on this floor and support Senator Murphy as he pushes this body to come to some consensus in the way that the country has already done, that there are common sense, practical ways that we can protect this nation from terrorism. And please understand, the Constitution of this country begins with this understanding that the primary responsibility of this nation is about the common defense. It says in our preamble that we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America, written there in plain English. The Constitution which laid out our very form of government in which this body stands, put in its clear English at the beginning that we are to focus on domestic tranquility, the common defense, the general welfare. And so we cannot go on with business as usual in this body. We must stand because this violence in our country will continue unless we take measures, common sense measures, to restrict these firearms going to known or suspected terrorists. I believe that this is a day that should not be business as usual. I believe that this should be a day that this body comes together like it has before to put forth common sense safety measures to prevent terrorism. Paraphrase on one of our great leaders. Martin Luther King said, "What we will have to repent for in this day and age is not just the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, but the appalling silence and inaction of the good people." That's why I stand now to ask a question to the senator. That's why I will stay on this floor with my colleague from Connecticut, support him in this effort to move this body to put forth the common sense steps we should take to prevent weapons from getting into the hands of our enemy, to getting in the hands of terrorists, to getting in the hands of people who seek to wreak the kind of carnage that our nation tragically witnessed this past weekend. The senator from Connecticut, my colleague and friend, went through the unforgettable lists of mass shootings in Newtown, 20 school children and 6 employees killed. Santa Monica, 5 Americans killed. In Washington, D.C., here at the Naval Yard, 12 people killed. In Fort Hood, 3 people killed. Isla Vista, California, 6 people killed. Marysville, Washington, 4 people killed in a high school cafeteria. Charleston, South Carolina, 9 people at a church killed. Chattanooga, Tennessee, at a military recruiting office, 4 Marines and a naval petty officer killed. Roseburg, Oregon, 10 people killed at a local community college. Colorado Springs, Colorado, 3 people killed at a Planned Parenthood clinic. In San Bernardino, in an act of terrorism, 14 people killed. In Orlando, this past weekend, this Saturday night, 49 innocent people murdered, killed. And so I rise to ask Senator Murphy a question, because there is a question on the hearts and minds of the majority of the people of our nation. They're asking the question, how long will this go on? They're asking the question, how can we be a nation so mighty and great, yet hold this distinction on the planet Earth where these kind of mass killings go on at a rate, at a level nowhere else seen on the planet Earth? It is here in this country, founded on the idea that we form this government for our common defense, that we form this government to ensure domestic tranquility, that we form this government based on the idea that we can make for a safer, stronger, and more prosperous land. That question is being asked from coast to coast, from north to south. And Senator Murphy and I talked yesterday about coming to the floor today and not letting business as usual happen. So we talked with our other colleagues who will come to this floor today, who all have in their hearts that word enough, enough, enough. What we are seeking is not radical. What we're seeking is not something that is partisan. What we're seeking is common sense that is supported by the overwhelming majority of this nation. Study after study, poll after poll, survey after survey of gun owners, of people who have weapons, who take to heart their Second Amendment rights. When you ask them, what should we do? Do you support closing the terrorist loophole, creating practical, common sense bars for people that are suspected of terrorism from buying a gun? 82% of gun owners say, yes, we should do that. They say enough.
President, humbly, raise a point of order about whether there's a question. I'd like to ask a question.
The senator from Connecticut may yield for a question only without losing his rights.
But I think that I can have a preamble to my question to set the context of the question.
Ask the question.
Ask the question.
That's
Okay.
the discretion of the chair.
The question I'd like to ask is, given the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans support common sense gun legislation, given the fact that 82% of gun owners support closing the terrorist loophole, given the fact that 75% of NRA members support closing the terrorist loophole, my question for the senator of Connecticut is, why does he feel that this body is not moving on common sense legislation that will protect our nation, that will defend us against terrorists, that will prevent tragedies like in Orlando happening? I direct my question to the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for the question. I think this is a question that people throughout this country are asking today. Why are these measures that we're asking for consensus on today so controversial here in the United States Senate when they are not controversial in the American public? And you talked about the statistics, Senator Booker. It's not just that 90% of the American public supports expanded background checks to make sure that people aren't criminals when buying guns. It's that the majority of gun owners support expanded background checks. It's Democrats that support it. It's Republicans that support it. And similarly, on the issue at hand today, which is making sure that potential terrorists don't obtain weapons, a similar majority of the American public supports that as well. Less polling on that question, but suggestions are 75, 80% of Americans support the idea that if you're on the terrorist watch list, if you're on the consolidated list, that you shouldn't be able to obtain a weapon. And so your question, Senator Booker, is why can we not get consensus here? And I guess it's at some level tough for me to answer that because it seems so clear to me that I'm willing to vote for those measures. I'm willing to co-sponsor them. I'm willing to come down to the floor and speak in support of them. It's in many ways a question for those that are blocking these measures from coming forward. As I said before, I think some of it is rooted in what I believe to be a misunderstanding over the nature of the Second Amendment. It's not an absolute right. It comes with responsibilities and conditions. I think a lot of it is a misunderstanding about the data that suggests, state by state, community by community, that if you have tougher gun laws that keep guns out of the hands of criminals or prevent these powerful military-style assault weapons from flowing through your streets, you're going to have less level of gun homicide. And so part of our effort here is to come down to the floor today, and part of my belief is that we need to continually reinforce what the real story is about the nature of the underlying right and about what the data tells us, but also, Senator Booker, about what we know to be the threat to this country. Research shows that on U.S. soil, people who are seeking to commit acts of terror rely almost exclusively on guns. And when guns are used in potential acts of terror, they are vastly more likely to result in casualties when guns are used. And this isn't me talking. This is an analysis of domestic terror attacks in the United States by Professor Louis Claveris of the University of Massachusetts. He showed that since September 11th, 2001, 95% of the associated deaths connected with terrorist attacks, with terrorism, were committed with guns. And according to a project run by the Department of Homeland Security Center for Excellence at the University of Maryland, something called the Global Terrorism Database. This is a government database run by the Department of Homeland Security. Terrorism attacks in the United States are 10 times more likely to result in fatalities when they involve guns than when they do not. Between 1970 and 2014, non-firearm terrorist attacks resulted in deaths 4% of the time, whereas 40% of the attacks involving firearms resulted in deaths. And if you really want to get down to the chilling bone here, Mr. President, listen to the words of one of the most notorious al-Qaeda operatives, actually an American, who's now deceased. His name was Adam Gaddan. He released a video in 2011, and in it he said, "In the West, you've got a lot at your disposal. Let's take America, for example. America is absolutely awash with easily obtainable firearms. You can go down to a gun show at the local convention center and come away with a fully automatic assault rifle with a background check and most likely without having to show an identification card. So what are you waiting for?" Even if his facts weren't 100% correct, whether or not you can get a fully automatic weapon or not at a gun show, this is clearly a message being sent by some of the most notorious operatives and recruiters within the al-Qaeda and ISIS network. Go get a gun. They're easily obtainable. Do as much damage as possible. And so I guess to answer your question, Senator Booker, I guess I don't want to sit here and impute malevolent motives or intentions or the interference of interest groups on my colleagues. I just have to believe that we have the facts wrong and that we're maybe misreading our constituents. I know that people who listen to the NRA are very vocal, and I know that they call into all of our offices frequently and express their opinions very strongly. And I'll admit that the majority of Americans, and this majority exists in every single state that supports expanded background checks, supports keeping terrorists off of the watch list, they are maybe not as passionate in their views. So it may also be that there's a misread coming on where the American public exists on this question. I think there's more and more Americans who are rising up and choosing to make this a priority when they come to the polling places and when they talk to us. Senator Booker, I think that this is just about trying to do our best to correct the record. And as you said, doing our best to explain that what we're asking for is not revolutionary. It is not radical. It is simply common sense. And if you lay it out in plain fact to most of the people we represent, they would expect that we would have already taken care of this. If you told them that we have not yet put individuals who are on the terrorist watch list on those that are prohibited from buying guns, I think they would be very surprised. If you told them that, perhaps close to the majority of background checks, majority of gun sales happen without background checks, I think they'd probably be surprised by that. I think they expect us to act on this. So I know the senator from Nebraska is looking to ask a question. I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from Nebraska for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, and I'm happy to defer to the Assistant Democratic Leader if you had a question first. Okay. To the junior senator from Connecticut, thank you for helping lead us into an important discussion. I do have a genuine question. In your colloquy with the senior senator from Connecticut, I think the question was asked that there is due process for, I think, what you've been calling the terrorist watch list. I would just like to ask if you can explain to me what the terrorist watch list is. I'm familiar with the terrorist screening database. There are a series of lists that fall from the database, but I don't think there's any such thing as the terrorist watch list, and I certainly don't understand what due process rights would apply to this list. So if you could help clarify that, that would help me. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Nebraska for his question. There is something called the consolidated, watch list, which is an amalgam of a number of different databases. As the gentleman understands, one of them, for instance, is the no-fly list. The legislation that Senator Feinstein has propounded and will propound would refer to those consolidated lists and then provide for an ability for an individual to contest their placement on those lists, to be able to be notified why they were prohibited from buying a gun and to be able to contest that with either the agency that put them on that list or with the NICS database itself. And so I take seriously this issue of due process because there, as we know, are certainly people who are on that list that should not be, as frankly, there are people today on the list of those prohibited from buying guns who should not be. There are mistakes made on the NICS list today, names that get put on there that shouldn't have been put on, people that may have been wrongfully convicted. And so I would agree with the gentleman that this is important, that the legislation that we come to agreement on specifically refer to the set of lists, which I would suggest mirror the consolidated database that's maintained by federal law enforcement and have a very explicit right to get off that list. I don't think that that's impossible, that we can come together on that in very short order.
Thank you.
Yield to the gentleman from Illinois for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Senator from Connecticut will yield for a question. First, let me say at the outset, I thank him for his leadership. I'm happy to join with this willful band who feel as he does, that this is an issue long overdue, that the American people have asked us over and over again, when is Congress going to do something about these mass shootings and the carnage which is taking place? I would like to ask a specific question, though, about an element here. We have talked about terrorism, those who may be on a terrorism watch list or some version of it, which Senator Feinstein will address in her amendment. But there is a second part to this which is equally, if not more important from my perspective. We define mass murder as those which involve more than 4 victims. But many of us are living and representing communities where there is massive murder taking place over long periods of time. Maybe not so many deaths in one particular incident, but over a long period of time. Yesterday, our colleague from New Jersey eloquently explained to us in our private caucus luncheon about the carnage in his hometown that has taken place in New Jersey for a long, long period of time. My question to the senator from Connecticut really goes to a city which I'm honored to represent, the city of Chicago. There were 488 homicides in Chicago in 2015. The vast majority of those were shootings. Chicago's 488 murders were the highest total number of any United States city last year. In New York, there were only 339 in comparison, and in Los Angeles, 280. Cities much larger than Chicago, with much smaller numbers of homicides. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has gone to the areas of Chicago where we have the most intense gunfire and killings taking place on a regular basis. Here's what they found. 40% of the crime guns that were confiscated after these homicides and killings came from gun shows in northern Indiana, just across the border from Chicago. The reason I raise this question is that I believe the second part of this suggested approach, terrorist loophole, closing that once and for all, and secondly, closing the loopholes when it comes to background checks, would include and envision putting an end to what we see happening in Chicago, where 40% of these crime guns are crammed into the trunks of cars at gun shows in northern Indiana with no background checks, and then the people who buy them head for the city to the streets of Chicago to sell them, usually to teenagers, who then spray their bullets at night in gang warfare and other activity. So my question to the senator from Connecticut, there are so many other aspects that we need to address. Straw purchasing is one, assault weapons another. But what you are trying to focus on here is not just the horrible tragedy that occurred in Orlando, but to really expand our reach in terms of addressing new legislation when it comes to closing the loopholes in the law, loopholes which allow gun show sales without background checks and sales over the internet without background checks. I would ask the senator from Connecticut the rationale behind including that provision.
I think the gentleman and senator from Illinois, like Senator Blumenthal, has been, a leader and a hero on this issue far before I got to the Senate, and he's exactly right. The stain on this nation is not just this repeated storyline of mass shooting after mass shooting. It's the fact that even on days when there aren't a mass shooting, there's the equivalent of a mass shooting happening in cities like Chicago or Baltimore or New Orleans every single day. Those numbers over Memorial Day weekend in Chicago are absolutely chilling. Think about living in a city in which over the course of what should be a celebratory weekend, there are 60 some odd incidences of gunfire, and that's just gunfire that hits people. So it's critical that we acknowledge that this epidemic that we are often focused on because of these mass shootings is an epidemic that exists every single day in this country. And you are right, Senator Durbin, that part of the reason why we are asking that background checks, expanded background checks, be part of this agreement that we come to over the course of today is because while we are on the bill that funds the Justice Department, while we are debating the bill that funds in part the background checks system, let's make sure it works. And the data, as you know, Senator Durbin, is clear. In jurisdictions that have near universal background checks, there are less gun deaths. Period, stop. In jurisdictions that decide that they are going to apply background checks to as many sales as they can, and let's be honest, you often can't get every sale, but you can certainly say if you're selling guns online through advertisement or you're selling guns at a gun show, which is organized and marketed, that those sales should be subject to a background check. In states that do that, they have lower rates of gun crimes. But as you know, so painfully, because Chicago sits right at the intersection of other jurisdictions, states can't do this by themselves. Even if a state decides to expand out the forums in which a gun sale is subject to a background check, if the other state next door, let's say Indiana, has a lower standard, then your law is virtually meaningless. And of course, that is the storyline in Chicago. The storyline in Chicago is a handful of gun dealers, irresponsible gun dealers across the state line, selling guns to individuals that then take them into Chicago. And so this is certainly a debate that's brought on by another mass shooting. And we certainly have an obligation to make sure that terrorists don't obtain guns. But the senator is right that this ultimately has to be an issue of doing something about urban gun violence as well.
Would the senator yield?
I'd yield to the gentleman from Connecticut for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you to the senator for yielding for a question only. And I want to ask more specifically about a point that he made so well at the very beginning of this conversation, that the fight against gun violence and extremism abroad and at home is not an either or, that we need to fight the violent extremism abroad, whether it's called jihadism or radical Islam or violent extremists, whatever label we give it. This fight is about that battle and about enlisting our allies abroad in supporting us in that battle and combating the homegrown terrorists, the extremists who are supported or inspired by ISIS or others abroad. We do not have an either-or situation here, as he said so well. They are really complementary. And so my question to my colleague from Connecticut is whether these kinds of measures that we are seeking to advance on the floor today also empower and enable stronger alliances with our allies abroad who are joining us in this fight. And I ask that question of him because he is a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, as I am a member of the Armed Services Committee, aware of the importance of acting with our allies abroad. These measures, do they not enable us to form and enlist and advance those alliances?
I thank the gentleman for the question. Of course, this is a global fight against terrorism. This is not a battle that can be waged by one country and one country alone. And he is right that we are right now calling on our allies in Europe to take steps that would better protect all of us from these terrorist plotters. We, for instance, have real concerns about the degree to which European nations are sharing data about potential terrorist plotters. Right now, law enforcement and terrorism surveillance in Europe is largely done on a country-by-country basis. Even within some countries, it's heavily siloed. In Brussels itself, I think by last count, there were 6 different police departments that didn't often even communicate with each other. And so there is a big problem in Europe about agencies not being able to talk to each other. And we are pressing Europe and Europeans to get more serious about both tracking terrorists throughout that continent, but then sharing information with us. Now, how is that relevant to the senator's question? Well, it's very hard for us to preach to the Europeans that they should get more serious about tracking terrorists if we have big holes in our databases as well. And we do today. What we know in Orlando from the information that's out there is that this individual was on a watch list. He came off of it. And because of the way in which the network of lists and notifications work today, the FBI was not notified when he went to go buy a gun. Now, we can have a debate as to whether he should have been prohibited from buying a gun if he was no longer on those lists, but it probably makes sense that the FBI should at least be notified so that they can perhaps do some follow-up. So long as we have these gaps in our laws related to access to firearms for potential terrorists, then I think it's hard for us to tell the Europeans to do better. And as the gentleman knows, we also want to be able to connect what they know with what we know. There are American citizens that travel to other countries, and they may be radicalized in part with connection with those visits. We want to be able to get that information to the extent that a foreign country knows about the activities of an American citizen when they travel abroad, so that it is incorporated into our databases, incorporated into the list of people that we're concerned about getting access to a weapon. I'd yield to the gentleman from New Jersey for the question without losing my right to the floor.
I'm really grateful, Senator Murphy, for you yielding for a question. And I think I want to drill deeper down on that point, because I'm not sure if Americans understand that there is a lot of bipartisanship when it comes to CVE efforts, countering violent extremism. I'm very proud, serving on Homeland Security, who have worked with members on the other side of the aisle to do a lot of common sense things to try to counter violent extremism here at home. And those involve efforts of coordination, like Senator Murphy was talking about, investing resources, frankly, in trying to counter violent extremist efforts here at home. There is a tremendous bipartisan effort that has gone on really in this country since 9/11 in trying to take down silos of information, sharing, cooperating, coordinating, investing resources in many ways to keep us safer as a nation. We should all be very proud of that. But it is clear, especially from the what should be stunning to people who didn't know this information you read, that the very enemies we are talking about, terrorist organizations that now have become common knowledge in this country. People know Al-Qaeda, they know ISIS. Folks are focused on that. That our very enemies that we are fighting against, they are aware of the big loophole that exists in this nation. That someone who is a suspected terrorist, who has a terroristic intent, who is even known by the FBI, can come to our nation, or can be a citizen of our nation, and go to a gun show and buy weapons. And I want to just clarify what I said, and that was not an accident. This could be someone who is in our nation as a citizen, or it could be someone who has come to our nation through a visa waiver program and could still exploit this loophole of buying weapons without a background check. And so we have actually enough sharing of information to go on that we actually can stop an individual from getting on a plane. Think about this. We can take an action to stop someone from flying, but we do not have the ability in this country right now to stop that known individual from getting on in a car and driving down 95 from New Jersey, say, and going to a gun show and buying weapons. And so what I really want to ask is, the data you showed, Senator Murphy, that the GAO has found that between February of 2004 and December 2014, that there were at least 2,333 cases where a known suspected terrorist tried to buy a firearm or even obtain it. If we know there's that many people trying to do this, and that we have the ability to stop those folks, my question is given the context of all the areas which we're cooperating to stop terrorism, this one black hole where now the information isn't being shared, where actions to stop folks from getting these weapons that can do such carnage, isn't this a glaring gap in our overall security procedures, policies, and structures in our country?
Gentlemen, and it is a glaring loophole, and it's unclear why it has persisted. This idea of closing the loophole, it's been backed by both Democratic and Republican administrations, and I think the gentleman talked about how this has been a bipartisan commitment. The George W. Bush Department of Justice supported the exact same bill that we're talking about today in 2007. Attorney General Holder, in response to a question from Senator Feinstein at a 2009 Judiciary Committee hearing, said, "I think that legislation was initially proposed by the Bush administration, and it was well conceived, and we'll continue to support that." And so, not so long ago, this was an issue that was, in fact, conceived by a Republican administration. It didn't seem to become controversial until gun lobbying organizations decided that it should be. And, we should remember that about all the things that we're discussing here. Because, we live in a world today in which we think that the issue of gun laws is the third rail of American politics. But in fact, all of the legislation that we're talking about could not have passed if it wasn't for Republicans and Democrats coming together, whether it be to support the existing background check system, to support the existing ban on assault weapons. Plenty of Republicans voted for that, or to conceive of this idea of terrorists being kept off the list. Here's how it plays out in real time. Elton Simpson is the name of the individual who opened fire on a Texas community center that was hosting an event displaying cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad. And, I think we all agree that that was an act of terrorism that was perhaps a result of radicalization of this individual. He was reportedly on the U.S. no-fly list. One of the Boston Marathon, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, was reportedly placed on 2 terrorist watch lists in 2011. Now, he committed that act with an explosive device, but he also killed a police officer with a handgun. And so we do know that there are individuals, and of course Orlando is the latest example of crimes being committed by those that were in and around this database. The gentleman from Nebraska asked the question earlier, well, how do we make sure that people aren't on there by mistake? Well, I think we'll only support, both parties, legislation that gives a practical means for individuals to grieve the fact that they are prohibited from buying a gun when indeed they should not be. And I think at some level we should accept that in virtually every federal database that exists of people that are ineligible to buy a gun or people that are eligible to receive Medicare reimbursement, there are occasionally mistakes. But that doesn't stop us from trying to engage in collective action as a community to better protect our nation. Let's get that list right. Let's give people the ability to get off it if they are on it wrongly. But let's accept that what we know is that in 90% of the cases over that 10-year period where people tried to buy a gun and were on the terrorist watch list, they were able to buy it. Listen, let's be honest, this is only one element of what needs to be a broader strategy to combat either the potential radicalization leading to violence of American citizens or this broader question of combating gun violence writ large that Senator Durbin brought up. But it's an important glaring hole that needs to be corrected. And I yield to my friend from Connecticut for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from Connecticut for yielding for a question and his holding the floor. And I want to follow a question that was asked by our colleague from New Jersey. And in fact, I've heard him speak so eloquently about the people in his city of Newark, in fact, children dying in his arms as victims of gun violence. Those kinds of acts of violence are unpredictable. The FBI was investigating the killer in the Orlando tragedy, knew of his potential dangerousness, but there are countless individuals who commit these acts of murder. 30,000 deaths every year occur as a result of gun violence, many of them unpredictable and perhaps unpreventable under current law, but which could be prevented with stronger laws. And so my question to my colleague from Connecticut is whether this measure will enhance the fact-finding and investigative powers of the FBI in seeking to stop gun violence where we know it may occur. And in fact, as much as I respect, and I deeply respect, the diligence and dedication of the FBI, whether additional resources combined with this kind of measure will enhance their ability to stop these acts of hatred and terror, such as we saw so tragically in Orlando.
So thank you, Senator Blumenthal, and I want to thank you for your work on the Judiciary Committee leading this fight to try to make sure that law enforcement has what it needs to protect this country. Again, I spoke to this broader conversation about how you protect this country from domestic terrorist attacks. And I think there are a lot of people who want to drill it down to only one silo of conversation. And as I remarked at the beginning, some people want to make this just about the fight in the Middle East. Some people want to make this just about surveillance. Other people want to make this just about gun laws. And it's not any of those things. It's about a combination of efforts. And so we have to admit that this fight against ISIS and against al-Qaeda in the areas in which they have large amounts of control, that is an ongoing fight. And that is not going to be concluded tomorrow or next week or the month after. We think we're making dramatic progress, but it's going to take us a while. And as I remarked at the outset, it also means that there is an inverse proportionality between our success in taking the fight to al-Qaeda and ISIS inside theaters of war and their importance in attacking us here at home, in the sense that they are going to need to take the fight to us here if they are having less success in repelling our efforts to push them back inside the Middle East. And so that's where law enforcement comes in, Senator Blumenthal, and you're exactly right. Let's make it a priority to defeat ISIS, but let's admit that for the time being, they are going to try to launch lone wolf attacks here. What we know is that they generally don't go through the trouble of trying to coordinate these attacks ahead of time. So it makes it much more difficult to stop. They are trying to find someone who is on the fringes of society, who may be mentally ill or prone to radicalization, and weaponize them. It makes it sometimes difficult for law enforcement to find that needle in a haystack. But what we know is that in this case, they had found that needle in a haystack. They had found him twice. And perhaps because his inclusion permanently on one of these lists wouldn't have done much good because it wouldn't have prevented him from getting a firearm, there wasn't as much due diligence done as should. So this clearly is an important tool of law enforcement. We need to give it to them. And then I hope, and I think Senator Mikulski talked about this in her opening comments, we can also talk about giving the broader resources to the FBI and to law enforcement to do the job they need to do. We ask them to do more and more, but we don't give them the resources that are necessary. So if we're going to give them additional responsibilities, keeping a better monitored, consolidated database, having a process for individuals to grieve their inclusion on it, then we have to make sure that they have the resources necessary. The gentleman from New Jersey, I'd yield for a question without losing my rights to the floor.
So I appreciate, again, this point I want to keep coming back to, which is that we are in, both Republicans and Democrats talk about us being at a war with a determination to defeat our enemy. And yet our enemy has spoken very clearly about exploiting the loopholes that exist in the way for those who are seeking to do terror to buy weapons. In other words, someone who is even suspected already by the FBI, suspected by the American government, to have designs on the kind of terroristic act that could take many Americans, like we saw this past weekend. If we know already who that person is, our enemy has basically said publicly, our enemy has advertised the facts, well, that doesn't matter. If you are already suspected by the FBI, if you've been interviewed by them last year, 5 years ago, hey, they've said explicitly, don't worry about that, because America, singling us out from European countries and others that are terrorist targets, they said America in particular has this loophole that we can exploit. that you, even though you've been suspected of terrorism, even though you may have been interviewed by the FBI, you can still find ways to obtain weapons easily by taking these measures, going to a gun show, ordering online. And I wonder, as this body, which is so focused, we just passed a defense authorization bill, billions and billions of dollars for our national defense. I'm not sure, and I don't mean to be in any way over the top, but if our past enemies in past wars specifically told us what our vulnerability was, and specifically told us that they were going to exploit this vulnerability, and literally had ISIS-inspired individuals who have carried out actions, who have been interviewed by the FBI, as we saw this past weekend, are using this loophole, it seems to be common sense when you're at war with folks who are inspiring people to take so much human life. It seems to be such common sense that we would close that loophole. But I guess the question I want to ask to my friend from Connecticut is that when we talk about this context of closing the terrorist loophole, we need to be very articulate, because if that is done in a way that just has to do with people as it stands now going through the NICS system, the system which you can potentially check to see if a person is on one of those aggregated watch lists, I want to ask the senator from Connecticut, doesn't it make sense, though, that we have universal background checks in this context? And that's really what I'd like to get at, is that if you have steps to stop terrorists from exploiting this loophole, but it's not a universal stop, we're not solving this problem. We're not really arresting it in the way that we should.
I thank the gentleman for that question, and that's why these two are so important to be linked together. This idea that if you really want to protect this country from terrorist attack by firearm, and again, as I stated before, that is the weapon of choice on behalf of those who would try to do harm to this country for political reasons, then you have to both make sure that those individuals are on the list of those prohibited from buying weapons, and you have to make sure that when you go and buy a weapon, you intersect with that list. And this has been a long trend line, as both of my friends know. It used to be that almost everybody that bought a gun went into their local gun store to purchase that weapon. And over the course of time, for a variety of reasons, the means by which you bought a firearm has diversified significantly. So you now have lots of sales occurring online, as you do with almost every other commercial good. And you have this build-out of gun shows, which are places in which both licensed dealers and non-licensed dealers come to sell their guns in a very organized, controlled fashion. And we have story upon story of individuals who have gone to buy guns in those gun stores in mass quantities, knowing that they would not have to go through a background check, and then selling them on the black market. So someone that knows that they're prohibited from buying a gun decides not to go and buy a gun in a gun store. They go buy a number of weapons at a gun show, which is unregulated, in which sellers who are not licensed gun dealers are able to sell their weapons without background checks, and they get as many as they want. And that's not a secret. I mean, you don't have to scratch the surface of American gun law or debate on this subject very hard to find out that there are easy ways to get guns without getting a background check. Or you just go online. You go onto Arms List, and you very easily can buy a weapon on Arms List without going through a background check. And so you cannot adequately protect this country from terrorist attack by firearm unless you do both. And that's why those two are linked together. But as the gentleman also knows, let's not shy away from the fact that the reason that we are on the floor today is also because this slaughter happens outside of the realm of terrorist attacks. And in fact, the majority, 95+% of Americans that have been killed by guns are not killed in terrorist attacks. But many of them are killed by guns that were sold outside of the background check system. So here's a 2-for-1. If you pass some version of the bipartisan Manchin-Toomey bill, and if there are objections on the Republican side to provisions of it, I hope that over the course of this afternoon and this evening we can come together on those. If you pass some version of that legislation that is supported by 90% of the American public, that's supported by the vast majority of gun owners, then you do that in conjunction with putting terrorists or would-be terrorists or suspected terrorists on that same list, then you protect our country from terrorist attack, but you also address this epidemic that we all live with on a regular basis, whether it be in Newark, in Bridgeport, or as Senator Durbin talked about in Chicago. The regularity of gun crime that often is associated with weapons that were purchased outside of the background check system is not an inevitability that we have to accept. We can do something about it by coming together today, and I think that that's what the gentleman is getting at. This is about linking two pieces of policy together that have to be interdependent in order to protect ourselves from terrorist attack, but it is also about this broader issue of taking on crimes in our city, and I yield to the gentleman for another question without losing my right to the floor. With the gentleman from Connecticut, I yield to the gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, and I want to draw out the point that he was just making by another question, that there is no one-size-fits-all fix to the problem of hatred and terrorist attacks in this country that involve gun violence. The kind of attack that we saw in Orlando may have been motivated by an insidious bigotry that involves deep-seated hatred, or pernicious extremist ideology inspired by ISIS or some enemy abroad, or mental illness. And the facts are developing. We'll know more, as the gentleman from Connecticut knows. But the point is that the laws now enable our enemies to weaponize the people in this country who may be prone to use these kinds of weapons to kill people, use the assault weapons that are designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. This idea of weaponizing our enemies or homegrown terrorists or people who can be inspired by the twisted, insidious ideology that ISIS spawns should really bring us to recognize that it is not only a security threat abroad, but one at home. And so I would ask my colleague from Connecticut whether people who are too dangerous to be permitted to board a plane should be in some way stopped from buying one of these guns that can be used, whatever their motive, to do the kind of destruction that we saw with such unspeakable horror in Orlando and in Virginia Tech and Aurora and Columbine and our own town of Newtown. Having known these families and met more of them from other towns and cities and heard their cries beseeching us to act, is there more that we can do?
Thank you, gentlemen, and let me put it to the body this way through the chair. This is also about sending a message to everyone in this country that we're serious about taking on this epidemic of gun violence, whether it come by terrorist attack or by an attack of someone who's deeply mentally ill, like the attack in Newtown, or the ordinary everyday violence that is just as epidemic in our cities. I think it's incredibly important for us to send a message that we're serious about this and frankly, not worry about whether we have addressed every aspect of this debate, whether we have solved every problem at once, not allowing the perfect to be the enemy of the good. And I say that for two reasons, through the chair to my colleague from Connecticut. I say that for two reasons. One is this notion I talked about earlier, in which I really do worry that there is a quiet, unintentional message of endorsement that's sent when we do nothing, or when all we do is talk. I think when there is not a collective condemnation with policy change from what is supposedly the world's greatest deliberative body, that there are very quiet cues that are picked up by people who are contemplating the unthinkable in their mind. This isn't intentional. I'm not accusing anybody of being intentional in their endorsement, but I think that when we don't act, there is a quiet signal that is sent to people whose minds are becoming unhinged, who are thinking about doing something truly awful and horrific. And they, in 4 years since we've been talking about this, since Sandy Hook, haven't heard anything that would suggest that the highest levels of government condemn it with real policy change. Second, and this is more deeply personal, and I know that both of the colleagues on the floor today share this. Almost every one of us has had a conversation with a family member who lost a son or a daughter to gun violence, and too many of us have had that collective conversation with a large number of families who lost their loved ones in an episode of mass atrocity. Just speaking personally, Mr. President, I need to be able to tell them something. They need to be able to hear something that helps in their healing. I mean, the fact of the matter is, every day there are 80 sets of families who begin a process of grief surrounding the taking of a life through a firearm. And their process of healing, for many of them, is encumbered by the fact that their leaders are not doing anything to stop it. And so if we are just simply compassionate as a body, forget the broader systemic impact of passing laws that will actually reduce the levels of violence in this country. If we are just a compassionate body that want to be able to help in the healing of the families in Orlando or the families in Sandy Hook, and I know my colleagues met with those Sandy Hook families when they came here to plead for change, then we should pass legislation that's easy, given the fact that it unites broad numbers of the American public. So this is, I think the gentleman's question is right. What are the other things that we can do? And we can go through the list, whether it be efforts of the senator from Connecticut to make sure that individuals who have been, have a restraining order against them by a spouse or a partner aren't able to buy a weapon, whether it's efforts to ban military-style assault weapons or whether it's efforts to provide more resources to law enforcement. There's a variety of other things that we can do here, but here's an easy place to start. Here's an easy place to start where we know there's no real disagreement among the American public. 80–90% approval. We know that there's Republicans and Democrats, at least, who can start negotiating this afternoon and this evening. Here's an easy place to start, and I don't know, maybe it's a muscle. Maybe it's a muscle. Maybe once you start to exercise that muscle, once you start to get in the habit of coming together to try to find ways to address gun violence, it makes it easier to take the next step. And also, maybe people see that the sky doesn't fall. Maybe people see that if you do expand background checks that, you know, hunters don't lose their right to go practice their sport, that people who want to shoot for sport don't all of a sudden lose access to that pastime. So maybe we will also see that, you know, as we've seen in Connecticut, that the sky doesn't fall when you pass these common sense laws, that people still enjoy a fulsome right to own a firearm so long as they can prove that they're not a criminal, that they're not on the terrorist watch list, that they haven't been adjudicated as mentally ill. So I yield to the gentleman for an additional question.
And we need to be realistic, don't we, Senator Murphy? As the president has said, we're not going to prevent every death from gun violence. And I think we owe the president a great debt of thanks for his leadership and his courage and strength in advancing the debate on gun violence and seeking specific constructive steps that will help to stop it. But we know that we're not going to be successful in preventing every single death as a result of gun violence. This kind of set of measures is a start. My colleague from Connecticut has said it's an easy start. It is easy to understand, and it's easy to see the effect and the tangible difference that it can make. But obviously, if it were easy to achieve, it would have been done long ago. And unfortunately, as he and I have said all too often, and as we have had to say to those families from Connecticut and around the country who have come to us at the vigils and the town halls and public meetings and in our offices, that there is no one single solution, and Congress has been complicit by inaction on any solution to this problem. And so we're not going to completely prevent all 30,000 deaths or every act of potential terror and hatred like Orlando. But we can make a start, can't we?
Senator Blumenthal, through the chair, that's exactly right. Let's make a start. I guess what's so offensive to the people that Senator Blumenthal and I represent, especially in and around Newtown, is that we've done absolutely nothing. That in the face of mass slaughter after mass slaughter, this body has taken absolutely no action. And I know that times are tough here. I know that we're often at each other's throats, but that in and of itself is unacceptable. Let's find some limited common ground on issues that the broad American electorate support, and let's move forward on it. And maybe we, wait to litigate some of the more controversial pieces until later on. But as Senator Blumenthal said earlier, this level of death would be absolutely unacceptable if it came by way of disease or it came by way of infection. No one would contemplate standing pat and doing nothing if a mosquito-borne illness were killing 80 people a day in this country or wiped out 50 in one evening. No one would accept Congress doing nothing and just moving on to the next piece of legislation after the next wave of people die. That is just not something that people would accept. But for some reason in this country, you've come to accept that gun violence is inevitable and that there's nothing we can do or should do about it. I'm going to sort of make this argument with greater specificity later in the afternoon. But it's important for us to look at the data on gun deaths in America versus gun deaths versus almost every other industrialized nation. It doesn't happen other places like it happens here. And it's not because America has more people who are mentally ill. It's not because America spends less money on law enforcement. It's not because America has a less well-funded system of mental health. We got a terrible system of mental health that we should fix, but the reason why we have epidemic levels of gun violence is not because we are different from other countries in all of these other ways. It's got to be explained in part because we have allowed for so many people who shouldn't have guns to have them. There's a reason why we're different, and thus we shouldn't accept it. We shouldn't accept it. I yield to the gentleman from Florida for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may, if the gentleman would yield for a question.
I yield to the gentleman.
Senator is yielded to you for a question.
Okay, Mr. President, I want to ask the senator about the weapon that was used in. My home is in Orlando. I was there right after the shooting. Of course, as I speculated at the time that this was going to be a combination of ISIS-inspired a hate crime, anti-gay, and very likely anti-Hispanic, because 44 of the 49 had Hispanic surnames. So I want to ask the senator if he is aware of the difference of the lethal killing machine that was used between the AR-15, which is a military weapon used by the military, it's called an M16, and the Sig Sauer MCX. They can use the same bullets, but this one, in fact, can use an even larger, more lethal bullet, traveling at 2,000 miles per hour. I wanted the senator to see this, and is he aware that down in Orlando, this killer used this rifle?
Thank you for the question. So from the layman's perspective, those don't seem like terribly different weapons. They are both incredibly powerful weapons. They are both derivatives of weapons that were intended to kill as many people as quickly as possible. I yield for an additional question.
And the senator, no doubt, is not only understands, but unfortunately grieves along with the rest of us about what happened in Orlando, that these are not weapons for hunting. These are weapons for killing. And this particular weapon has a collapsible stock. Would the senator be surprised? This is how he got it in. You take out the magazine, you collapse the stock. He probably had a blousy outer garment. It's near 2 o'clock closing time. People are leaving. Security is lessening. And he walks in with this. How did he get it? He didn't have to have a long rifle. He had a collapsible stock. What would the senator think about that?
Well, it's not surprising to me, I guess would be my answer. And I think, as the senator knows, the marketing techniques of the companies that sell these guns are very disturbing. They often are marketing these guns in a way that would suggest that their intended use by the manufacturer is, in fact, to kill as many people as possible. They advertise the fact that you can conceal them easily, right? So they don't shy away from the fact that those collapsible elements make them easily concealable. Now, they're not suggesting, the manufacturers, that they're used for mass slaughter, but they certainly are selling them in a way that speaks to an audience that's contemplating what they were contemplating.
And Mr.
Yield to the
President,
gentleman for an additional question.
thank you. And those of us that are listening to us, if they are concerned about this stilted parliamentary language that we're using, it's the Senate's rules that I am requesting through the President of the Senate permission to ask a question. So I will ask this in the form of a question. Would the senator believe that these are the shoes of one of the trauma surgeons? It just so happened that 2 blocks from the nightclub is the trauma center in Orlando Regional Medical Center, #1 trauma center with trained trauma surgeons. They called them all in the middle of the night. And would the senator like me to read what the doctor who owns these shoes said?
First of all, let me say it doesn't surprise me because we know the level of carnage that entered that emergency room, but I think it should pain everyone to look at that pair of shoes, look at the blood splattered on it, think of the amount of blood that was lost by those who died and lived, and to think that we are not going to do anything about it. I'd yield for an additional question. I know the senator from New York is waiting as well.
And since the senator would like to know what Dr. Joshua Corsa, medical doctor who owns these shoes, said as he wrote in one of the Orlando publications, "These are my work shoes from Saturday night. They are brand new, not even a week old. I came to work this morning and saw these in the corner of the call room next to the pile of dirty scrubs. I had forgotten about them until now. On these shoes, soaked between the fibers, is the blood of 54 innocent human beings. I don't know which were straight, which were gay, which were black, or which were Hispanic. What I do know is that they came to us in wave after wave of suffering, screaming, and death. And somehow, in that chaos, doctors, nurses, technicians, police, paramedics, and others performed superhuman feats of compassion and care. This blood, which poured out of these patients and soaked through my scrubs and my shoes, will stain me forever. In these Rorschach patterns of red, I will forever see their faces and the faces of those that gave everything they had in those dark hours. There's still an enormous amount of work to be done. Some of the work will never end. And while I work, I will continue to wear these shoes. And when the last patient leaves our hospital, I will take them off. I will keep them in my office. I want to see them in front of me every time I go to work. For on June 12, after the worst of humanity reared its evil head, I saw the best of humanity come fighting right back. I never want to forget that night. Dr. Joshua Corsa, Orlando Regional Medical Center. I thank the senator for yielding.
Mr. President. I'd yield to the gentleman from New York for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Yeah, will the senator yield for a question?
I will yield for a question.
First, I want to thank my colleague from Florida for that amazing presentation. I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut and New Jersey for the amazing job that they have done in making sure, doing everything they can, using the procedures of this body, that we get votes on this important legislation. I also want to thank my friend from Connecticut who has held the floor for some time today. Both senators from Connecticut have done an amazing job, and I know we'll all be looking forward to hearing from our friend from West Virginia for his work. So to all of the senators on the floor, I want to thank you because this is so important. Senator from Connecticut said, it's been nearly 4 years since Sandy Hook and this body has done nothing. He's right. This body is shameful. This body is shameful in its obeisance to the hard right of the gun lobby, in not even doing the most reasonable things that almost all Americans support, that don't affect the rights of legitimate gun owners, that will simply make our country safer. And I would say, and as I ask my question to the senator from Connecticut, we're in a new world. We're in a world where lone wolves can get hold of guns and do huge damage, as we saw, as our friend from Florida eloquently talked about in his home state. We have to change and adapt to that world. Maybe in the old days, people would say, well, terrorism, it's not going to happen here. It has. It has. And we need to make sure
that we do everything we can to prevent terrorists from getting guns. And I want to ask my colleague this question. My colleagues have talked about two pieces of legislation. One, making sure that if you are a person who the authorities suspect might do terrorism, and they are planning a terrorist attack, and they also know that a gun that you purchase, that person purchases, could be used in that attack, they would stop them from getting a gun. And second, legislation so that we have universal background checks, because you need both. My question to my colleague is along these lines. If we close the terror loophole, we still could have a terrorist go to a gun show or go online and buy a gun. And if we just deal with making sure there are universal background checks, we haven't permitted terrorists from getting guns, whether it be at a gun show, online, or at a gun shop, as we saw. And as the author of the Brady Law, there was no online then, so we didn't ban online purchases. The NRA at the last minute to get the votes, it only passed by one vote on the House floor, said let gun shows get in. In those days, gun shows were just, you know, they were what they used to be. Not a massive place where people go buy guns, but people who needed to sell the one gun they had would. And what's evolved is that the people who want to get around the law use gun shows methodically and regularly to avoid the background check. So I would simply ask my colleague this. Isn't it true that these two pieces of legislation go hand in hand? Isn't it true that if we did one, either one, but not the other, that terrorists could still get their hands on guns, suspected terrorists? And isn't it true that both pieces of legislation have the overwhelming support of a huge number of Americans?
I thank the senator for his lifelong leadership on this question. I feel like I'm, in a caucus of giants here, whereby people coming down to the floor from Senator Durbin to Senator Blumenthal and Senator Schumer have been working on this issue and trying to protect Americans from gun violence far longer than I have. And of course, as one of the authors of the original bill, you know better than anyone that had you known that you were building a bill that would only cover 60% of gun sales, you would have never designed it, nor probably even voted for it on the terms that exist today. What has happened is, over time, gun sales have migrated to other places. And so what we are simply trying to do is to reinforce the existing intention of the law. We're actually not trying to change the law at all. For everybody that voted for that bill initially to make sure that criminals aren't allowed to buy guns, they did so because they believed that they were going to cover the majority of sales that were done in a commercial atmosphere. Well, now commerce happens in gun shows, online, and we need for the system to migrate to it. You're also right that protecting America from terrorist attack is ineffective unless we do both, make sure that people on the terrorist watch list can't buy guns, and that the forums in which that list reaches is both gun stores, gun shows, but also those internet sales. And of course, you are also right that this is the only place where this issue is controversial. Right? This is the only place in which there is a 50-50 argument over this question. You find any other forum of 100 random people around the country, and it's 90-10. It's 90-10 on this issue, which I think is why my friend from West Virginia has led on this, because he knows that in all of our states, this is something that brings Republicans and Democrats and gun owners and non-gun owners together. Maybe other things don't, but this issue does. And I yield to the gentleman from New York.
I have one more question, if I might, Mr. President.
Yield for an
ask
additional
that
question
to the senator from Connecticut, and then we all want to hear what Senator from West Virginia has said. He's been such a courageous leader on this issue. So there's some talk on both issues of, quote, a compromise. And I just want to, I know I've talked to the senator from Connecticut and all of my colleagues here, that on our side of the aisle, we are willing to compromise. We don't have to, doesn't have to be one way to do it. But I would just ask the senator the question, isn't it true that we don't want to compromise so we can say we did something and not really close both of these loopholes? That a compromise that says, for instance, that's built around what the senator from Texas has said, which is you have to go to court to prove that the person might be a terrorist, and after 3 days you can get a gun and no court proceeding can take that long, would be a meaningless compromise, a Pyrrhic victory, and it's the kind of thing that at least the vast majority, I think just about all of us on our side of the aisle, could not accept.
I think that's a very important point, and I thank the senator for making it. I think we can find common ground here, but let's be honest, the American people support the proposal that is in the underlying Feinstein legislation. The American people support the underlying legislation that is incumbent in Manchin-Toomey. So yes, we want to be able to find common ground, but that common ground can't result in loopholes that are big enough to drive a truck through, allowing people on the terrorist watch list to get guns. And this idea that you can give law enforcement 72 hours to go to court to stop somebody from obtaining a gun is ridiculous. A, there aren't enough resources in our system of law enforcement, in our judicial system, to track every single terrorist who are buying guns and bring every single one of those sales to court. And second, the legislation that I've seen would only give you 72 hours to do that, which would let thousands of these sales go through without prohibition. And so, no, we can find common ground here, but let's remember, the American public, by big numbers, already support the proposals that have been put before this body and who have failed previously.
Thank my colleague and agree with him completely and look forward to the questions from the senator from West Virginia.
I yield to the senator from West Virginia for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Let me first of all thank all of our colleagues and all of our senators for being here today and speaking about this most important issue for the welfare of our citizens in each one of our respective states. My question is going to be to the senator from Connecticut, is on gun culture. I don't think there's another state, if there is, I don't know, that has more of a gun culture than West Virginia. We take that extremely serious, the Second Amendment rights. But I want to make sure that we're on the same page here, because some people come from states that don't have much of a gun culture or weren't exposed to guns as a young person growing up. I can tell you in West Virginia, I would ask, the question will be to my colleague in Connecticut. At a very young age, we're taught, first of all, how to handle guns safely. We're taught, basically, you never sell your gun to a stranger. You never sell your gun to someone who has a criminal background. You never sell your gun to someone who's mentally unstable. You don't even give your gun to a family member or a friend if you don't think they're responsible. This is how we're taught in a gun culture. And I'm sure Connecticut has the same gun cultures that we have. So how this all came about with the amendment 3 years ago after the horrible, horrific tragedy in Newtown was that if we respect a law-abiding gun owner who doesn't own a gun or didn't buy the gun because they want to do something wrong or they're a criminal or assumed to be a criminal just because they own it, then you have to assume that they're law-abiding and they're going to do the right thing. If they're going to do the right thing is we don't sell to strangers. We don't sell to criminals. We don't sell to mentally unstable people. So doesn't it make sense? Doesn't it make sense if, and same as in Connecticut, if you go to a gun show that would allow somebody not to go through that, but go to a table where there's not a licensed dealer selling it and doesn't require by law to have a background check, that's saying, whoa, wait a minute. You can't do that. This is a commercial transaction, and as a law-abiding gun owner, I don't do that. I got to know who you are. I don't know you. You want to buy my gun, or I want to sell you my gun. I'm not going to do it till I know you're capable and able of having that gun and respectful of it and understand how to operate it. That's what we said, but we did so much more. So I would say to my good friend in Connecticut, senator from Connecticut, is the gun culture the same? I mean, you come from a state that has a gun culture. And even those wonderful, wonderful families who tragic loss of their children, they weren't trying to ban anything. They wanted a common sense. So is the gun culture similar to ours? We treat people as law-abiding gun owners. They'll do the right thing. And the right thing is to find out who wants to buy your gun. And don't let them go to a gun show or on the internet and be able to skew around that.
I think that, and I'd be interested on the senator's reaction to this. Let me answer his question and then allow him to ask another question with follow-up. But you know, people are going to say that Connecticut and West Virginia are very different states, and they are, right? I mean, there's a lot of differences between Connecticut and West Virginia. But you know, I've found that you know, gun owners aren't that different in the sense that they're serious about their guns. They're serious about being a collector. They're serious about having the right to protect themselves. Or they're serious about the right to be able to hunt. But they also recognize that it's a responsibility, and you can lose that responsibility if you've committed crimes. And so almost every single gun owner that I talk to says, yes, absolutely, criminals should be able to buy guns. And every gun owner in Connecticut says to me that I ask this question to, what? Terrorists, people on the watch list are allowed to buy guns? So I think that as different as our states are, I think gun owners are largely the same in that they come to this issue with the sentiment of, I don't want the government taking away my ability to own a firearm, and I want a diversity of products available to me. I want to make sure that I'm able to collect or I'm able to be able to hunt, but I also don't want a criminal, somebody convicted of domestic violence or murder or assault or battery, to be able to get their hands on a weapon. I think that's where both of our gun communities are, and I'll yield to the gentleman
Senator,
for another question if he wants to correct me.
Yeah, my question would be follow-up on that. Did you in Connecticut, after we mentioned to me amendment, what we tried to do, and tried to put common sense as law-abiding gun owners, how we operate every day, did you have anybody come and say to you, well, that mentioned to me amendment, that took away my gun rights. I can't keep my gun. I can't own a gun. I can't buy a gun. In fact, if those who took time to read it, we protected the Second Amendment greater than it's ever been protected. We protected a law-abiding gun owner from being able to do what Second Amendment gives them a right to do. We never banned anything because we know that law-abiding gun owners will do the right thing. And I think in West Virginia, and I would say Connecticut, 70 to 80% of the real ardent collectors, shooters, sportsmen said, that makes sense. I had to get a background check. And why we hit a roadblock, I don't know. Did you have anybody come to you in your state saying, oh, Senator Murphy, please don't vote for that because they're going to take my rights away?
No, there's no one in Connecticut thought that this was taking their rights away. And of course, as the senator knows, we have a pretty strict background check system in Connecticut already. So in Connecticut, we had already subjected most of these sales to the background check system. And my impression is that our hunters, our sports shooters, our collectors have never felt that they were on the precipice of being able to lose their right to enjoy their sport or their pastime, to be able to build on their collection. Now, there's definitely, as you mentioned, there's definitely disputes when you get into the area of talking about banning this kind of weapon or that kind of weapon, but that's not what this is about. This has nothing to do with this bill. This bill is just about saying that if you are a criminal, that you can't buy a weapon. So yielding for another question to my friend, in Connecticut, this is pretty non-controversial. There might be other things that are controversial. This one is non-controversial. And you've told me, Senator Manchin, that it's not controversial in West Virginia either when you lay it out as to what it really is.
When you take time to go
yielding
home,
for a question.
whether it be, if I can ask my good friend from Connecticut another question, is when you take time to go home, you explain it. They understand it, they read it. And if anything, if we're protecting them more to do the thing they do every day, the way they were trained, and they believe that we are correct, but what happens is start saying, did you get this question to you? Yeah, but if you do that, then they'll just expand it further and they'll take more of our rights away. And I says, this is a constitutional amendment. It can't be by an executive order. It has to have the action of Congress. So don't worry about someone expanding it or some office or law or saying, well, we're just going to expand the rule, expand the interpretation of it. Or the executive, the governor, is basically going to have an executive ruling that takes more of my rights away. I said, you can't do that with a constitutional amendment. We have to do what we're doing right now. So can't we do the logical thing and passing something that is a building block for us to make sure those who are unstable, that have been criminals, that want to do harm to all of us, should not be able to conveniently go anywhere they want to in a gun show in America or on the internet, which we never know, and buy that. Did you have any feedback on that to you?
No, and I did, and we hear it constantly, which is this belief that there's a secret agenda, that this is really about a slippery slope to gun confiscation. And as you stated very eloquently in your remarks, there is a Second Amendment, right, and an interpretation by the Supreme Court of that Second Amendment that guarantees the individual's right to a firearm, that we cannot broach, that we cannot breach as a legislative body. And so that is unquestioned. The question of whether there's a secret agenda is one that we have to confront. But the reality here is that when we passed the initial background checks law, I'm sure people at the time said, this is just the camel's nose under the tent. Sure. And it was not. It was not. That system worked for a very long time until, as we stated, all of these gun sales migrated out of the system. But we have plenty of examples in which we have passed sensible, common sense gun laws that didn't lead to all of the worst case scenarios that many people often proffer to us.
Well, sir, my other question would be, I'm understanding that yourself and most of my colleagues would like to do 2 amendments here. We have 2 amendments proposed. And they're basically common sense building blocks to basically protect the citizens of this great country in each one of our respective states. The one on terrorists, if you're on a terrorist watch list, I've heard my colleagues on both sides here and on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, well, there's no due process. And basically, we're taking people's rights away, which is the foundation and the cornerstone of this great democracy of ours. And I said, you know, there's not another nation on earth that has a target on its back the way the United States of America. And I would say, Senator, with that, understanding that if a person's been called in, and let's take the shooter in Orlando, and our hearts and prayers go out to the families of those who've lost loved ones and those who are still suffering. With that being said, this gentleman was called in a couple of times, I think. He was suspected as terrorist or being of terrorist mindset. And they're thinking, well, how was he able to still legally go and buy the firearms that he did? Legally, he didn't go illegally. So they said, you mean you can't even stop that from happening? And then they said, well, due process. I know one of my colleagues went 72 hours, which we know is not even reasonable or practical. But on that, I think both sides, Democrats and Republicans, both want to keep terrorists from getting firearms. And the question has been, I'm sure, and your people are asking you from Connecticut, how do you go further? How do we get this to the point to where, okay, if you've been questioned by and suspected, then you should be at least on a watch for 5 years you can't buy, on a NICS, no buy list. And the easy lift, they keep asking me, and I don't know if you're asked the same question, Senator in Connecticut, but my goodness, if a person is thought to be of a terrorist mindset, and we have flagged them not to fly on an airline, a commercial airline in the United States of America, don't you think we ought to have the same concerns about them being able to buy a weapon legally?
Well, and through the chair to my friend, it's important to remember that there is consensus in this body that those individuals shouldn't fly. There's nobody that's come down to the floor of the Senate and proposed a law that we should take all of the individuals who are on these watch lists and give them back the ability to fly, right? Nobody would propose that on the floor of the Senate because they would get tarred and feathered by their constituents. If you came in and said, everybody that's been investigated by the FBI that's on the terrorist watch list, we think that you're depriving them of their right to travel, and so let them fly. No one would propose that. And so if it's not controversial that individuals that have had intersections with law enforcement over terrorism are not permitted to fly, why is it so controversial that they should be stopped from buying a firearm? At least until they grieve the process and make it clear that they had no reason to be feared.
Senator, do you have anybody in the state of Connecticut that's coming to you and saying, you know, I have a friend who was suspected of being a terrorist, and their rights have been taken away. They're an American citizen, and for some reason they were on the internet and they were checked out, and the FBI has come to their home and suspected them and question them. And should that person still be on the no-buy list, if you will, because they're a suspected terrorist?
I think people are shocked in my state that this isn't already the law. I mean, I think at some level people don't understand why this hasn't been baked into the background system as is. And as you know, this is just simply not a controversial issue anywhere but in this chamber. And
we've broached the amendments to the Bill of Rights, that we've taken people's rights away from.
Nobody believes that, no.
I've not had that in West Virginia at all. I mean, if anything, they say, please err on the side of caution, keep me and my children safe. That's what they're saying. And we're not taking any people's rights. But we have to have a process if that person, basically over a period of time, has shown that they haven't really engaged and haven't been involved, to come back. And I think we've all said that makes sense to us. We can do that. And I think that Senator Feinstein has a 5-year provision in there for that, which is reasonable, which is really reasonable. And I can't go back home this weekend and explain to the people in West Virginia why we haven't moved forward on this. And there could be another Orlando in, God forbid, one of our states.
I thank the gentleman for joining us on the floor today. And I think that's really what this is about. It's about not being able in our heart of hearts to go back to our states, especially those that have been touched by these crimes, and tell them that we wasted another week, that we sat here and we ignored the problem for yet another week. And the reason that I'm down on the floor, the reason that Senator Blumenthal and Senator Booker are joining me, is that we've just had enough. We've had enough of these shootings, enough of this talk. We think it's time for action, and time for action now.
I want to thank the Senator for answering the questions that we've had, and thank all of you for being informative in the questions that we have to furthermore ask.
Gentleman from, I know the gentleman from Maryland is on the floor, but I yield to the gentleman from Connecticut for a question.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. I want to just pursue some of the questions, the excellent inquiries that have been posed by our colleague from West Virginia, and just say that some folks out in America who may be listening or watching or may hear afterward about this debate may say to themselves, somebody who's been put on that watch list erroneously, someone who is precluded from boarding a plane or traveling in the United States, regardless of whether they can buy a gun or not, aren't they entitled to the due process right to correct that list? And the answer, in my view, is very simply yes, as a matter of constitutional right and due process, as a matter of equal protection, as a matter of the right to travel freely in the United States of America. If someone is on that list erroneously, he or she deserves the right to have that record corrected. And I'm going to pose that question to my colleague from Connecticut now, but also a second question, also probably on the minds of a number of our Connecticut constituents who are watching or listening or may hear about it afterward. Don't we have some of the strongest gun violence protection laws in the United States of America? And isn't that enough? Why are we worried about this terrorist watch list? Why are we worried about background checks for the nation as a whole when Connecticut has helped to lead the nation? When Illinois, as a matter of fact, has strong gun laws, perhaps in theory? When California or other states pass their own laws? Why are we here on the floor of the United States Senate seeking action, saying enough is enough? Why are we so outraged and passionate about achieving gun violence protection, barring people on the terrorist watch list from buying guns, making sure that we have universal background checks and a ban on straw trafficking and illegal importation across state borders? And I think the answer is these measures are necessary because even the strongest state laws are basically ineffective, at least to to protect many people as long as stolen guns, lost guns can be transported across state boundaries. Guns have no respect for state boundaries. And we in Connecticut are vulnerable because of the weaker laws in other states. And so this national protection is vitally important. Is that not the case, Senator Murphy?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Blumenthal, for that. I think that's critically important here. And I guess I'd answer it in two ways. First is to underscore your point. Our nation's set of state-based firearms regulations are only as strong as the weakest link. And so we can have the strongest laws in Connecticut, but guns and terrorists and would-be criminals don't observe state boundaries. And if you are intent on committing a heinous crime, you probably also have the means to figure out how to get around one state's tough gun laws. Senator Durbin was down here earlier talking about the fact that a large number of the weapons that are used in Chicago to commit murders, 60 some odd shootings over Memorial Day weekend alone, come from outside of the state of Illinois. Illinois has some pretty tough gun laws, but Indiana doesn't. And so you can get to Indiana in a heartbeat from Chicago, and you can pick up a firearm online or at a gun show, or you can go to a pretty miserably regulated gun dealer and bring what effectively are illegal weapons back into Chicago. So yes, we're talking about a federal law because this can't be a state-based solution. That being said, as you know, Senator Blumenthal, through the chair, state laws do have an effect. And what that is helpful in is showing this body, that we are not powerless. That if we pass these laws and apply them on a national basis, it will have an effect. In Connecticut, we have seen a 40% reduction in gun crimes since these laws went into effect. And that is a preview to this body that if we were to adopt that standard, yielding to my friend for another question, if we were to adopt that standard, then we could potentially bear the same reward in humans' lives saved on a national basis. I yield to the gentleman for another question. I know Senator Cardin's here as well.
And I would be happy to yield to other colleagues for their questions. But let me just ask you one more quick question. You know, again, somebody unfamiliar with this topic might be wondering, convicted felons under federal law are barred from buying firearms. So someone who has been to prison, paid the price, done probation, been out of prison for years and years, and done nothing to repeat that criminal episode, whatever it was, is still barred from buying a gun. And yet someone who is deemed dangerous enough to be on a watch list or a no-fly list, the consolidated list that the senator from Connecticut referred to earlier, is free to walk into any gun store or any gun show, and in 7 minutes, as a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer, I believe, was able to do, 7 minutes, simply present the money and walk out with an AR-15, assault weapon, a firearm designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible, designed for combat, and largely manufactured and used around the world to kill people. Not predominantly for hunting or recreation, designed to kill people. Isn't there an irony to this kind of inconsistency, or irony is probably a euphemism for, isn't that an outrage that the terrorist watch list people can buy an AR-15, no questions asked, in 7 minutes, or less or slightly more. And a convicted felon, having committed a serious crime, having paid his dues to society, having paid a fine, having served time in prison, done and out, and we talk a lot now about second chance society, about their being able to live normal lives and work and so forth. But that person is barred, even though that person may be far less dangerous, far less a threat to innocent people in Orlando or Virginia Tech or Newtown, Connecticut, or to the 30,000 people every year who either are killed or kill themselves because of this easy availability of guns to people who are dangerous. And the terrorist watch list, again, not a panacea, not a single solution. Barring those people from buying guns will not fix this problem alone. But it is a start, and it sends a message, and it will provide hope to those families who have looked in our eyes, the families of Newtown, families across the country who've lost loved ones, and say, why can't Congress act? And that's why we're here saying enough is enough, if I'm correct.
Senator Blumenthal, I don't think there's anything more I can offer in an answer. You are both correct that it is both ironic and outrageous. I yield to the senator from Maryland for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, through the chair, I would like to inquire to my friend from Connecticut. The relationship here between the tragedies we've seen far too often in this country, most recently in Orlando, but as Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal know all too well, in Newtown and Virginia Tech, and the list goes on and on, the work that we've done in order to protect our homeland from radicalization. I would like to ask you that you've been one of the leaders on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Murphy, and you've worked very hard to make sure that we have the very best intelligence information to keep our country safe, to support law enforcement against terrorists, so that we do everything we can to make sure we identify those who could commit terrorist actions and take law enforcement action against those individuals. And Senator Murphy, the Orlando episode, we don't know all about it yet. We're still learning information about the perpetrator. But we know that the LGBT community feels particularly threatened by what happened. They were victimized at this particular spot. And Senator Murphy and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, Senator Markey are on the floor, have all worked very hard to deal with the root causes of hate in our society, which is another factor concerning the safety in our communities. And I would like to get the connection here on the gun issues, but I think it's important to point out that we have worked very hard to support the LGBT community, to make it clear that all people in this country's rights are going to be protected. We have celebrated the Supreme Court decision that recognized marriage. We have celebrated some actions within our military to open up full participation by the LGBT community. We were particularly pleased with the recent confirmation that we saw taking place in our military with Eric Fannery. We have seen some progress in America, and globally we've seen some progress in regards to the LGBT community. We've seen in several countries, and I know I mentioned this specifically in asking the question to Senator Murphy because of your work on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, but in Malta, Ireland, Thailand, Bolivia, Vietnam, laws have been passed to protect the transgender. That's all work we've done to try to keep all of our communities safe. Ukraine passed a law that repealed one of the workforce discrimination laws against the LGBT community. These are all important steps that we have taken to try to keep not only our community, but the global community safe from these types of hate acts. So we've taken some positive steps in trying to isolate terrorists and trying to make sure law enforcement has all the tools that they have. And we've done a lot of work to protect vulnerable communities to make sure that we stand for all rights for all people. So I applaud you and your colleagues and our colleagues for being here on the floor to talk about the relationship here, and this is what I want to ask you about, of why in the week following Orlando, you're on the floor talking about gun safety. I noticed that in the Orlando tragedy, one of the weapons that was used was an assault weapon, a military-style weapon. I must tell you that in my observations in Maryland, I don't know too many people who need to have that type of weapon in order to do hunting in my state or to keep themselves safe. It seems to be a weapon of choice by those who want to commit crimes. You've already talked at great length about terrorists, those on the terrorist watch list, and that loophole that exists. Or we could talk about what happened in your state with a high-volume ammunition clip that certainly added to the numbers of victims before law enforcement could deal with the perpetrator. So my question to you is, as we're looking at ways to keep Americans safe, how do you see these issues coming together? How can we have a coordinated strategy? And why haven't we acted?
I thank the gentleman for the question. I want to thank you for the work you've done as our leader on the Foreign Relations Committee to make LGBT rights not just a domestic priority, but an international priority for this country. And, you know, I started this out about 3 hours ago talking about how complicated this attack was in Orlando and how many different competing influencers there were on the just incomprehensible decision that this individual made. But clearly he had a hatred in his heart for people in the LGBT community. And it's a reinforcement for us to pay attention to the words that we use, the things that we do, and the legislation that we contemplate or pass. That if we are building inclusive societies in this country and promoting, as you are, Senator Cardin, through the chair, inclusive societies abroad, then we give less room for individuals who might be contemplating these hateful actions against individuals that are a member of a minority group, LGBT, Hispanic, what it may be. And so I think our obligation here is multifold. We need to pass stronger gun laws. We need to take the fight to ISIS, but we need to double down on inclusive societies. We need to double down on fighting discrimination against our LGBT brothers and sisters, because to the extent that we make discrimination, we make hatred, we make malevolent thought much more of an outlier in our society, then we cut down on the potential for this to happen in the future. And I thank the gentleman for also bringing together all of these other things, all of these other potential steps forward on our gun laws. Of course, assault weapons should not be legal in this country. When they were prohibited for 10 years, we saw a diminution in the number of mass murders committed. Of course, these mega clips, the 30-round and 100-round clips, have no place in a civilized society. And I guess our hope is that if we start exercising this muscle of getting consensus on gun laws, if we start with background checks and the terror gap, which we know the American public is together on, and we know that we can find agreement in this body, then that will give us the platform with which to get agreement on some of these other issues. If we start finding common ground today, this afternoon, tonight, then we have the room to find more common ground in the future. But the gentleman is right. We have to link these efforts together. We have to understand how complicated the motivations were for this shooter, but we also have to understand that we are not powerless in confronting it. Yielding to the gentleman for a question.
And through the chair, just one additional question, if I might ask at this time, and that is, You pointed out, rightly so, that there is no one problem that we have to deal with, that there are multiple issues involved here. And I've heard some of my colleagues say, well, the problem's not the weapons that they use, or the problem's not the social issues, the problem's not this or that. But I would ask my friend from Connecticut, it seems to me that the one option that should be off the table, and that is doing nothing. It just seems to me that the American people are demanding, and rightly so, that we take action now to make our communities safer. And they, quite frankly, don't understand the inaction of this body. And quite frankly, I don't understand the inaction of this body. Would my colleague agree that the only option we should take off the table in trying to deal with this, or an option we should take off is doing nothing?
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Through the chair, to the president, to Senator Cardin. And I think that's why we're here. I think that's why we're here, that this was just backbreaking. The idea of this body moving on as if it's just business as usual after the worst mass shooting in the history of this nation, coming on the heels of the second and the third and the fourth worst mass shooting in the history of this country, was unacceptable. And I think the reason that I'm here with Senator Blumenthal and Senator Booker and Senator Durbin, why you are here, why Senator Markey has now joined us, why Senator Manchin was here, why Senator Schumer was here, why there will be others coming to ask questions of me later today, is because there is no option other than action. And the idea that we wouldn't even try, the idea that the leadership of this body wouldn't even schedule a debate this week to try to find common ground, instead just moving on as if it didn't happen, that's the only thing that's truly unacceptable. I thank the gentleman, and I yield to the senator from Massachusetts for a question without losing my right to the floor.
And I thank the senator from Connecticut, and I thank him for his leadership on this issue. It's the issue that we should be debating this week, next week in the United States Senate. I thank him and Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut, Senator Durbin, Senator Booker, Senator Cardin, everyone whose voice is down here saying the same thing. We've learned a lot about this problem, but we still don't know all of the answers. But the answers that we do know, we should be voting on this week. We should be putting those protections on the books. And so there is a common sense knowledge that we each know that the FBI should have the authority to block gun sales to potential terrorists. How hard is that? No gun sales to potential terrorists in the United States. The NRA says no. The NRA said no last year. The NRA said no the year before. The NRA controls the agenda of the United States Senate. They control this body. They're the ones who decide whether or not guns can be sold to terrorists in the United States of America, the NRA. Now, the American people say NRA should stand for not relevant anymore in American politics. But it's not so. The NRA controls whether or not we're going to be able to vote on banning terrorists from being able to purchase guns. So a terrorist can be on a no-fly list, can't get on a plane, don't want a terrorist in the passenger cabin of a plane in the United States, so they're banned from getting on that plane. But they can just walk across the street into a gun shop and buy an assault weapon that they can then use to kill people in the United States who they hate. Does that really make any sense? Of course not. Why don't we have the vote? Because the NRA does not want a vote here on the floor of the United States Senate. They don't want a debate on this issue. And so we're going to continue to stand up and fight for this vote, for this issue, to be considered here on the floor for as long as it takes. Because if the FBI believes there's a reasonable chance that someone is going to use a gun in a terrorist attack on our people, it should have the ability to block the sale of a gun to that person. That's only common sense. That's what the police chiefs want. It's what the FBI wants. Why are we being denied a vote here on the floor of the Senate on that issue? So this goes all the way back to the incredible power of the NRA historically. From 2004 until 2014, people on the terrorist watch list legally purchased guns, listen to this, more than 2,000 times because the FBI had no authority to block those sales. Can you believe that? Over a 10-year period, 2,000 times, the FBI could not stop a terrorist, a potential terrorist, from buying a gun in the United States because the National Rifle Association does not want potential terrorists to be denied purchasing guns in the United States. Now, what kind of crazy position is that for the NRA to take? That potential terrorists should be allowed to buy guns in the United States. Well, back in 1994, we were having a debate over the ban of assault weapons in our country, but it came to my attention that China was actually selling 1 million semi-automatic assault weapons per year for $80 a piece inside of the United States. 1 million guns a year. And we were negotiating a treaty with China at the same time. So I organized about 130 members of the House on a letter to President Clinton saying, no support for any deal with China until China agrees that they will not be selling assault weapons for $80 a year in our country. That was 22 years ago. 1 million assault weapons a year being sold by China. That would be 22 million additional assault weapons in our country coming in from China. That's banned. However, the domestic ban here expired a couple of years ago. Now here we have another case of a terrorist saying that he was inspired by ISIS, inspired by this so-called caliphate outside of our borders to buy a weapon to kill Americans. Like China, are we just going to allow the NRA to say, no, it's all part of free commerce? No, we don't have any rights to limit the sale of these weapons? Or are we going to say there has to be commerce with a conscience, that not everything can be sold to anyone in our country, that some people and some things are too dangerous to be allowed to be purchased within our country? So I support very strongly the bill which Senator Feinstein has introduced to give the Attorney General the discretion to prevent someone from buying a firearm or explosives or obtaining firearms dealer license if the Attorney General determines that the individual is a known or suspected terrorist and has a reasonable belief that the individual may use the weapon in connection with terrorism. Can it happen again? You know that it can happen again. This terrorist is citing the two terrorists in Boston, the Tsarnaev brothers, as an inspiration to him. There's an online brainwashing, recruitment, which is going on all across our country. So that idea is out there. The question is, how easy are we going to make it for them to be able to gain access to the instrumentality of their devastating acts against our society? Are we just going to allow them to walk into any gun store once they've been so radicalized that they're about to act on these dangerous activities? Well, Senate Republicans oppose that common sense legislation. Senate Republicans aren't allowing us to have a vote or a debate on this issue out on the Senate floor. One day after the tragic terrorist attack in San Bernardino last December, Senate Republicans voted against Senator Feinstein's legislation to close the terrorist gap in terms of their ability to be able to buy these assault weapons. 6 months later, Omar Mateen, a terrorist investigated by the FBI, targeted the LGBTQ community and murdered 49 innocent people at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. Yet the Republicans continue to willingly follow the NRA and oppose this bill from becoming law in our country. The NRA has repeatedly opposed and worked to block that legislation, and apparently they think it's okay for someone like Omar Mateen to be able to buy an assault weapon with impunity in our country. Mark Twain once remarked that common sense is very uncommon. He was surely talking about the Senate Republican caucus when it comes to having a terrorist be prohibited from buying an assault weapon in the United States of America. This mass shooting in Orlando has exposed the Senate Republicans and their common suffering of a common sense deficit disorder. Today, I call on them to stop their opposition. I call on them to have the courage to stand up for what's right for the American people, for the people of Orlando, because I truly believe that a vote on that bill, if you hold hands with the NRA, the Americans will hold you accountable. I hope our Republican colleagues understand that and fear that, because Americans are tired of living in fear that their community will be the next Orlando. And I ask another question. Wouldn't it be easier to develop effective solutions to gun violence in America if our nation's top researchers could actually do research on gun violence? We are facing an epidemic of gun violence. More than 33,000 people are dying in our country each year from gun violence. It is a public health emergency, and we must treat it that way. So shouldn't we ask ourselves, why is it happening? And what can we do to stop it? When disease and illness bring widespread death, doctors, scientists, and public health researchers study the causes so that they can find solutions. And the federal government invests in those efforts. For diabetes, which kills almost 76,000 people in the United States each year, the Centers for Disease Control receives $170 million. For planning and preparedness against the flu, which leads to 57,000 deaths each year, the CDC's budget is more than $187 million. For asthma, 3,600 people, CDC receives $29 million. For gun violence, which kills more than 33,000 Americans a year, the CDC's budget is $0. Yes, $0. And that's because beginning more than 20 years ago, an appropriations rider has prevented the Centers for Disease Control from advocating or promoting gun control. Many interpreted this provision as a ban, and it has chilled any research into the causes of gun violence and how to prevent it. But in 2013, President Obama directed the CDC to conduct critical public health research. And the principal congressional author of the rider, former Republican Congressman Jay Dickey of Arkansas, has now disavowed it, recognizing it was a mistake and calling for federal gun violence prevention research to move forward. And just yesterday, the American Medical Association, the nation's largest association of physicians, voted for the first time in support of ending the so-called ban on CDC gun violence research. As AMA President Stephen Stack said yesterday, with about 30,000 people dying each year at the barrel of a gun, an epidemiological analysis of gun violence is, in fact, necessary. And so that's the question which I ask out here of Senator Murphy. That's the question which I ask of Senator Durbin. That's the question which I ask the Senate President. Why can't we find a way to at least fund the research on the causes of gun violence. Why can't we find a way of just putting $10 million a year in that research? Why can't we do that? I asked Senator Murphy the question, but he knows the answer. The answer is that the NRA does not want a single nickel to be spent on that issue. And the NRA controls the agenda on the Senate floor with a vise-like grip. And it will not let it go. But we have reached a defining moment. The American people have seen in this one incident how tightly the NRA controls the agenda of the Republican Party in our country. We should already have voted on this ban. We should already have moved on to other gun control issues. But no. Whether it be the terror watch list or it even be research at the CDC on gun violence, no action. So we can study how to prevent children from operating pill bottles, from suffering from head injuries on bicycles, on how to use a cigarette lighter so they don't hurt themselves, but shouldn't we study how to stop kids from firing guns that can hurt them? So let's give the medical, scientific, and public health community the resources which they need. Let's ensure that if someone's going to buy a gun, that they have to get a background check completed before they're allowed to do it. Let's make sure that we put in place all of the protections which are going to be needed to protect ordinary Americans from this action. And so I say to Senator Murphy, I say to Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut, what you suffered in Newtown in Connecticut is sadly just a preview of coming attractions, unless we change the laws in our country, unless we put the preventative measures on the books so we can avoid the worst, most catastrophic consequences of this out-of-control gun epidemic in our country. And so what you're doing here today, along with Senator Booker, is forcing America to understand the cause of their problems and understanding why we cannot put a ban on a terrorist from buying a gun in the United States. All issues go through three phases: political education, political activation, political implementation. What the senators are doing here today is forcing this political education, forcing people to understand that this is not bipartisan. This is not, the whole institution doesn't work. This is a deliberate decision made by the Republicans to only abide by what it is that the NRA, an outside party, wants to permit being debated here on the Senate floor. But at 33,000 deaths a year, with terrorist activity after terrorist activity now occurring on our own shores, in Boston alone, we've had Mohammed Atta and 9 others who hijacked 2 planes. We've had the Tsarnaev brothers who detonated explosives on Patriots' Day at the Boston Marathon. It's time for us to just stop here. It's time for us to start to do the right thing so we can make it harder for these acts to take place. And so I don't think we should stop this discussion until that happens. And that's why I thank you, Senator Murphy, for taking this time. Senator Booker, Senator Blumenthal, everyone who has participated. And I'm going to be with you every step of the way until we get the votes which the American people expect from their elected senators. And I thank you for yielding for a question.
Thank you very much, Senator Markey. And I think you've gotten to the root of why we're here. There's a lot of very important things in this underlying bill. And as I said at the outset, this is uncomfortable for those of us who began here at the beginning of this time to postpone amendments and to put off debate on the underlying bill, very important bill, the CJS bill. we just feel like enough is enough, that this is the moment when this body has to come together and find a path forward to try to address this epidemic of gun violence and admit that it's within our power to make the next attack less likely. And so this doesn't come easily, but at this point, many of us think that it's our only hope to really force action. Before yielding, I know Senator Booker has a question. Before yielding to Senator Booker for a question, I just want to thank Senator Markey for his incredible leadership on this issue of promoting research into gun violence. You know, unfortunately, science has become politicized, and Senator Markey's on the front lines of trying to address climate change. But there is no reason why this Congress should be deciding what researchers at the CDC pursue by means of lines of inquiry and what they do not pursue. That should be left up to scientists. That should be left up to people who are professionals in the field of deciding what is worthy of research and what is not. We are politicians, and I, don't cower from that term. I'm proud of the fact that I and we have chosen to try to make this country better through the political process, but we aren't scientists. We don't have medical backgrounds. And so when we get into the field of deciding what's worthy of research and what is not, bad things happen routinely, whether it's on the question of climate change or whether it's on the question of gun violence research. And the private sector simply cannot pick up the slack here. Why? Because when the federal government bans private research on a subject like gun violence research, it chills private dollars from going into those research proposals as well. There's a fear on behalf of the private sector that if they get intermingled with public funds, there could be a problem. Now, that hasn't stopped some people in the private sector from pursuing this research because they know that it's critical. Aviel Richmond was one of the little boys and girls who was killed in Sandy Hook. Aviel was a beautiful, beautiful young girl. And as has been the case with many of the parents following that tragedy, her parents have decided to set up a foundation in her name. And maybe over the course of the afternoon, we'll be able to talk about some of the other good work that's been done by these foundations, because we think that as devastating as the tragedy was, Newtown and Sandy Hook are defined by the response. The Richmond Foundation is all about research. The Richmond Foundation is all about research trying to discover the linkages between mental illness and a predilection towards gun violence or towards violence in general. We know that's not an inherent connection. We know that people who are mentally ill are much more likely to be the victims of gun violence than they are the perpetrators of gun violence, but we know there's an intersection. But the only money that's going into that intersection right now is private dollars that are being raised by two parents of a girl who perished in Sandy Hook. They are not professional fundraisers. They have other jobs. They're trying to scrape together what they can to perform this research, but they know it's worthy. They know it's worthwhile. But because of that ban that Senator Markey is trying so hard to overturn, the public sector can't do research into that connection. Or it becomes very hard for the public sector to justify it because they fear violating that law. So I thank Senator Markey for being so persistent on this question of research dollars. There's so many different angles of this problem. There's so many different ways to attack it. This is another example of a way in which we could come together. I think this is one of the ways in which Democrats and Republicans could come together. I yield for a question to the Senator from Illinois.
Connecticut yield for a question.
I would.
I'd like to thank the Senator from Connecticut, Senator Murphy. You've been on the floor for a little over 3 hours in the process of raising an important issue about gun violence in America. I think it's important for us from time to time to remind those who might just be joining this conversation why we're here. You are certainly a leader in this, as is Senator Blumenthal, Senator Booker, and so many others, because we've each, in our own ways, been touched by gun violence. The terrible tragedy that occurred at Sandy Hook in Connecticut, the tragedies that we see every weekend, every day in the city of Chicago, in Newark, all across the United States. And I thank the Senator for bringing this to our attention. Certainly it's Orlando that has focused our attention these days. And as I understood your earlier statement, you came to the floor because there was no indication from the Republican leadership that we would have a debate on the issue of guns, terrorists, and keeping America safe. And Senator Murphy came to the floor saying that he would hold the floor in the hopes that we could move this to the point where there's an actual debate in the United States Senate. That would be historic. A real debate in the United States Senate about an issue that really means something. And we found in Orlando what really means something, with these grieving families of 49 victims and 50 more who were seriously injured. So I asked the senator, I want to make sure there's clarity as to what we are trying to seek with this group gathering in terms of the two proposals, the two amendments which we are seeking. I asked the senator to clarify. One relates to whether or not someone who is suspected of being a terrorist can buy a weapon, such as an assault weapon, which literally killed 49 people in that nightclub in Orlando and could have killed many more than 50 left injured. So if we suspect that a person is a terrorist and a threat to the United States, can we slow them down or stop them from purchasing a military-style weapon? I think the senator from Connecticut was very prescient in noting that we think of terrorists and bombs, terrorists and airplanes. Now with automatic weapons and semi-automatic weapons, these terrorists have the capacity to kill dozens of people, if not more. So the first question is, what can we do to stop those suspected of terrorism from buying assault weapons and threatening us? Second question, if we cannot stop them through the ordinary process of going to a gun store, how are we going to stop them if they decide to buy a gun on the internet or to buy a gun at a gun show where there's no background check? And I understand the senator from Connecticut has suggested we need to close the loopholes so that the roughly 40% of firearms sold without a background check in the United States, that number is reduced dramatically. So we know who's buying a gun, and we can keep guns out of the hands of those who would misuse them. So if the senator would state with clarity what our goal and objective is in this now 3.5-hour debate, I credit him with leading it, but I ask him to state with clarity, question from me, what is our purpose, what is our goal in the reason we've taken the floor?
Thank you, reclaiming my time. I thank the gentleman for asking that question because I think it's important for us to be clear about why we're here. We are here not to hold the floor for holding the floor's sake, but because we've had enough of condolences and thoughts and prayers without action from this body. And we think we've identified two common sense measures that are supported by the vast majority of the American public. Making sure that people who are suspected as being terrorists cannot purchase weapons, and making sure that the background check system applies to all of the commercial venues in which guns are sold. We think it's time for us to have a debate on those two measures on the floor of the Senate, to be able to get a vote, something that this body used to do a lot of, on those two measures. And we have selected measures that are not controversial in the American public. They are supported by 80 to 90% of Americans. And so we are holding the floor, and we are standing on the floor today in anticipation of Republican and Democratic leadership coming to us and saying, we're ready to talk about how we can make this country safer by keeping guns away from suspected terrorists. And if we can get an agreement to have a vote on expanding background checks and including people on the terrorist watch list on the list of those who are prohibited from having guns, then this debate that we're having can stop and we can move forward to a vote. Yielding for a question.
If the gentleman will yield for a question without yielding the floor. I know the answer to this, but I want to make this question for the record. We have had votes on both of those measures. After San Bernardino, Senator Dianne Feinstein of California came forward and asked the Senate to vote on the simple proposition that if someone's name appears on a terrorist watch list, they would not be able to buy firearms, and her effort failed. Similarly, a bipartisan measure by Senators Manchin and Toomey to close the loopholes so there will be background checks failed as well. I'd asked the senator from Connecticut, and I know his response, why would we revisit two issues that have already been voted on in the Senate?
Because these are measures that can save lives. And facts have changed, Senator Durbin, through the chair. Right? We have seen over and over again the carnage that comes by allowing for these loopholes to persist. Yes, we've taken debates on this floor. We've had debates and we've taken votes on this floor before. But our hope is that our colleagues' eyes have been opened to the epidemic that persists in the absence of legislative action. Our job is not to send condolence tweets. Our job is to actually debate legislation. And my hope, through the chair to Senator Durbin, is that there are discussions happening right now on ways to bring the two parties together around moving these two issues forward. Our job is to debate and to vote, to go on the record, to show our constituents where we stand on these issues, and to find ways to achieve common ground. Our hope is that by holding up consideration of the CJS bill, we will prompt both sides to come together and find a path forward on these issues.
Senator, yield further. One more question.
Yield for a question.
The CJS bill, incidentally, is a bill that includes the Department of Justice appropriation. So we are raising this issue on a bill which has real relevance to the question of our national security and law enforcement and keeping America safe. And I would ask the senator from Connecticut, we think of the tragedy that occurred in your state with those 20 beautiful children who were killed in their classroom at Sandy Hook. We think of what happened in San Bernardino, what has happened across America, and now most recently in Orlando. But the point I tried to make earlier was those are mass murders, more than 4 or more people killed in each instance. But for many of us, the urban violence every day, every weekend, that is claiming even more lives should also be our concern. And I mentioned to the senator earlier, when the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms took a look at the crime guns that were confiscated in the worst, deadliest sections of Chicago, 40% of them came from gun shows in northern Indiana, where people did not submit themselves to a background check, just went in and bought guns in volume to come and sell them to gangbangers and thugs on the streets of Chicago. So I asked the senator, our attention is focused clearly on mass murder, but even more so on gun violence in America to protect innocent people who are losing their lives to those who would abuse the use of firearms and those who would turn to these assault weapons which have no purpose for the legitimate hunter or sportsman. I have said if you need an AK-47, AR-47 to hunt a deer, you ought to stick to fishing, because that is not the weapon of choice of real sportsmen in my state or those that I know. So I asked the senator, when it comes to this general issue of gun violence, even though we speak of terrorists as part of this, how will closing the loopholes have value to the overall issue of gun violence?
Illinois and Connecticut, thank you for the question, Senator Durbin, have amongst the toughest background check laws in the nation, but our laws are no good if the state next door to us has amongst the weakest laws in the nation. Our nation's system of state-based background checks laws are only as strong as the weakest link. And so if we don't have a national commitment to assure that individuals who are criminals or who are potential terrorists don't buy guns, then it really doesn't matter what each state does. And that's why this background checks proposal, which is a bipartisan proposal, which is supported by 90% of Americans, 85% of gun owners, why this is such a win-win is because it speaks to the very real fear that Americans have of continued terror attacks, but also addresses this catastrophe of regular, everyday urban gun violence. By the time we're done today, Senator Durbin, 80 people, probably somewhere in that neighborhood, will be killed by guns today, many of them in the cities throughout this country. And this is a means to both get at the question of terrorist violence and at the question of urban gun violence. I thank the gentleman for joining us on the floor. I yield to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee for a question.
Without losing your right to the floor, I thank my distinguished neighbor in New England. And I asked the senator if he's aware that on the Senate Judiciary Committee, we pushed for years to close the glaring loopholes in the background check system, try to prevent criminals from buying guns. Is the senator aware that today you could have 3 murder warrants out for you a conviction for armed robbery and walk to a gun show and buy any kind of weapon you wanted without having to go through any background check or have a license?
Through the chair, I am yielding to the gentleman for another question.
And I'd ask Mr. President, the senator would yield for another question without losing the right to the floor. Mr. President, when the senator knows that 3 years ago, the Judiciary Committee reported out these common sense measures. We actually had broad support for measures to stop illegal gun trafficking, to provide for universal background checks, to provide grants to schools to improve their security, and to ban assault weapons. And Senate Republicans filibuster our efforts to make really common sense reforms. These would make our country safer. The majority of Americans supported them. Since then, I don't even want to think about how many Americans, although I do every day, have been killed. And I believe I speak for most Americans who are tired of the status quo. Congress has to act to keep guns out of the hands of criminals and terrorists. And so my question to the distinguished senator from Connecticut is, in order for background checks to keep guns out of the hands of criminals and terrorists, do we need to give law enforcement new tools? In other words, the tools we have now are not enough, or should we give law enforcement new tools to stop a suspected terrorist or somebody who's recently been under investigation for terrorism from buying a gun?
Thank the gentleman for the question. We have given law enforcement new tools to find people who are contemplating political violence against American citizens, and yet there is this gap now in which law enforcement has information about an individual's potential or real ties to terrorist groups, and yet we are not able to prevent them from buying a weapon. Of course, they're prevented from flying, but they're not prevented from buying a weapon. And so it is an absolute necessity to give them those new tools, but then also to expand the reach of our background check system to make sure that that protection exists no matter where that individual goes to buy a gun, whether they walk into a gun store or into a gun show. As you noted earlier, they will be prevented from buying that weapon. It is a large loophole in the tools that we give today, yielding to the gentleman for a question without losing my right to the floor.
And Mr. President, the senator would yield further without losing his right to the floor. We know that a person can go to a gun show, or they can go online, they can buy a gun without being subject to a background check or even an identification check. One of our local newspapers had an article about a reporter going into a parking lot for somebody he met online. He didn't know, they didn't know him, went to buy an assault weapon for cash, and the person insisted on cash. Asked the buyer if he had identification. The buyer said, "I'd prefer not to give you," and he said, "Oh, okay, you look old enough," and sold it for $500. Sold this out of the trunk of his car. Now, if we made universal background checks mandatory and made it illegal to sell guns without a universal background check, might that make a difference?
Of course, it would make a difference. Through the chair to the chairman of to the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee. What the Manchin-Toomey bill has always contemplated is that sales that were advertised would be covered by background checks. There would be limitations on relative-to-relative transactions, but if you were engaged in any sort of business of selling a firearm, whether it be at a gun show, at a gun store, or out of your trunk, if you were engaged in any kind of commercial business with advertisement, that you would have to go through a background check before you sold that weapon.
And Mr. President, the senator yield further without
yield for a question.
Losing his right to the floor. You know, I consider myself a responsible gun owner, but I think it's common sense that if we have assault weapons that are designed for the battlefield, they really have no place on our streets, in our schools, in our churches, in our communities. And I moved and supported an assault weapon ban for the simple reason that these are not something we don't even allow them for hunting in Vermont. Would the senator agree with me on that?
I would agree with you. We are both members of New England states. We're both members of of states where people enjoy to hunt. I've run into very few hunters who believe that they need an AR-15 style weapon in order to enjoy their pastime.
Well, in fact, if the senator yield further,
Yielding for a question.
I know my final question. I know for one thing in Vermont, where we have very few gun laws, we do at least restrict the number of rounds that one can put in their semi-automatic during deer season. I'd like to see as much restriction and protection for children walking our streets, or people in our churches or our synagogues, or people gathering for social reasons, as we do to protect deer herd. So my final question is one that I get from Vermonters all the time. And these are Vermonters, many are gun owners, many are not. All are repulsed and saddened, not just by what they saw this past weekend in Florida, but what they see with a numbing consistency on our news, day after day after day, of people being gunned down in the streets of America. Of America. And they asked me, what is Congress doing? They asked me why Congress is not responding by giving law enforcement the tools they need. Certainly law enforcement wants to stop this. And I suspect the questions I get asked in Vermont on that are similar to my friend from Connecticut gets. How do we respond to these Americans, thousands in Vermont, millions throughout this country, who say, what in heaven's name are you doing in Washington to make life safer for us?
I thank the gentleman. I thank Senator Leahy for being such an amazing champion, for being the author of many of the underlying protections that we're talking about expanding and making more effective today, an absolute giant on the issue of protecting Americans from gun violence. I think that you don't have to dig pretty deep to understand why this body has an approval rating that rivals venereal disease, right? And it's because A, they think we just spend all of our time fighting, and B, they see big, big problems in this nation, and this Congress doing nothing to even attempt to solve it. And this is a paramount example.
Would the senator yield without yielding the floor?
I would. I'd yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and then I know. Actually, would the senator from Pennsylvania wait? The senator from
my only
reason
on the floor for asking is that I have to be in the chair at 3 o'clock, at which point I will no longer be able to participate. So I would just ask that indulgence. If I
yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I will be without losing the right to the floor.
I'll be very, very brief. And I know and fully respect the passion that both senators from Connecticut, as well as many others, have about this issue. I'm of the view that it's time to get something done here. We've been doing a lot of talking. We've got two alternatives to this issue of what to do about people that we have very good reason to believe are terrorists, what to do when they attempt to buy a gun. We had a vote on a version that I think was badly flawed. It was badly flawed because it provided no meaningful process for someone who's on the list wrongly. Errors happen. They happen all the time, actually. And for one thing for sure is that innocent people, law-abiding citizens, will eventually be on a terrorist watch list. So what I think we need to do here is do everything we can to make sure that terrorists are not able to buy guns, at least not legally. But we also need to have a meaningful mechanism for people to challenge their status of being on that list. And that's what we haven't put together here. I think the Feinstein approach doesn't provide any meaningful opportunity to appeal one's being put on this list erroneously. And frankly, the Cornyn approach, I think, probably doesn't give the AG the opportunity that an AG needs to make the case against someone who actually is a terrorist. So there's an obvious opportunity here, guys, to work together and find a solution. I've been speaking with some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I think there's an interest in doing this. What I'm suggesting is let's get to work here. Let's sit down together and let's figure out how we achieve this, because I think everybody ought to be in agreement in principle. We don't want terrorists to be able to walk in to a gun store and buy a gun, and we don't want an innocent law-abiding citizen to be denied his Second Amendment rights because he's wrongly on the list with a bunch of terrorists. This is not rocket science to figure this out, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'm going to take my turn in the chair, but I would love to continue to have this conversation as I have begun it with several of our colleagues, and I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for giving me this moment.
I thank the gentleman reclaiming the floor for his comments. We are here for the explicit purpose of trying to bring this body together in a way that can advance both of these issues, stopping terrorists from being able to buy guns and then making sure that the law covers as many forms as possible to make sure that that prohibition is effective. The frustration for us is that we have had 6 months since we last debated that provision. And so if there were ways to come together, then we've had 6 months to find that common ground. And our hope, and I take the gentleman's offer very sincerely, our hope is that by holding the floor today, by saying that we will not move on the CJS bill until we resolve these issues, will provide the impetus for our sides to come together and find that common ground. So I thank the gentleman for his participation and for his question, and I would yield the floor to the senator from Minnesota for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, and I want to thank the senator from Connecticut for everything he's doing today on the floor. My question for the senator is whether he is aware of a GAO report requested by Senator Feinstein that was released yesterday and provides updated data on background checks involving terrorist watch list records.
I am familiar with that report, yielding back to the senator for a question.
Well, allow me to share very briefly some of the key data points from this and then pose another question. The report provides that during the calendar year of 2015, the FBI's data demonstrate that individuals on the terrorist watch list were involved in firearm-related background checks 244 times. The report further provides that of those 244 times, 233 of the transactions were allowed to proceed and only 21 were denied. GAO points out that this means that potential terrorists were permitted to buy guns 91% of the time in 2015. Further, GAO provides that since the FBI began checking background checks against terrorist watch lists in 2004, individuals on such watch lists were permitted to purchase weapons 2,265 times out of 2,477 requests, or again, 91% of the time. So I would ask my friend from Connecticut, if we are allowing over 90% of people on the terrorist watch list to purchase deadly weapons here at home, does that not suggest that we aren't coming close to doing everything in our power to combat terrorism and address gun violence?
I thank the gentleman for the question and for specifically referring to this report. Let me just underscore that again. I want to say it again. As Senator Franken said, this report suggests that over a 10-year period of time, there were 244 times where, well, excuse me, let's just use this statistic. Over 10 years, 91% of people who were on the terrorist watch list who tried to buy a gun were successful in buying that gun. 9 out of 10 times. And the reason why this is such an important issue that the senator brings up is because, as he knows, people who are trying to commit political crimes against Americans, people who are trying to commit acts of terror against Americans, are increasingly turning to the firearm, to the assault weapon, rather than to the IED or the explosive in order to perpetuate their terror attack. And so, as studies have shown us, studies that I referred to earlier today, the weapon of choice in homegrown domestic terror attacks is the firearm. And why wouldn't we do everything in our power to take that weapon of choice away from those individuals? We are making this country less safe every day that we allow for 9 out of 10 individuals who are on the terrorist watch list who seek to buy guns to buy them. And by the way, as you know, that 1 out of 10 isn't denied a gun because he's on the terrorist watch list. That 1 out of 10 is denied a gun because he's on another list, because that individual has committed a crime that has caused him to be prohibited from buying a weapon. Yielding the floor for a question.
Thank you. My last question for Senator Murphy concerning Senator Feinstein's legislation. Senator Murphy, as has been discussed, Senator Feinstein's terror gap legislation would give the Attorney General the discretion necessary to deny known or suspected terrorists from purchasing firearms or explosives, so long as there is a reasonable belief that such a purchase would be used in terrorist-related activities. I am a strong supporter of this legislation as a common-sense measure to keep guns out of the hands of potential terrorists and to take a significant step towards keeping our communities safer. So my last question is whether the senator believes that this legislation would be likely to make a real and significant difference in preventing those on the terrorist watch list from getting guns that they could use in acts of mass violence.
I thank my friend for coming to the floor and asking these questions and making these important points. Yes, this would make a difference. It would make a difference because we know every month there are people on the terrorist watch list who are trying to buy weapons. Not all of them are buying weapons for malevolent purposes, but we know that individuals from the Boston bombers to the Orlando shooter were in the network of those that were being watched, monitored by the FBI, and they were able to buy weapons despite that. This would make a difference. And if we were able to pair it, as we are requesting, with an expansion of background checks, that will also make a difference for the thousands of people every month who are dying on the streets of America due to our inability to stop illegal weapons from flowing into our communities. So I thank the gentleman for his questions.
I thank the senator from
I
Connecticut.
yield the floor to the gentleman from Connecticut, who's been with me since the very beginning. Yield to him for a question.
And proudly so, along with my colleague, our colleague from New Jersey, to stand with you as a team here, joined by so many colleagues, thanking the senator from Minnesota. And I see that Senator Murray of Washington State has joined us. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask a quick question, and then I have other questions that I'm going to ask afterward. But I want to pursue a point that our distinguished colleague from Vermont raised about the perception of Americans that we can't get things done here. And there are many, many issues and problems beyond our control. There are many issues and problems that we cannot affect. The state of the economy, perhaps we can impact. World problems seem intractable a lot of the time. But here are common sense, straightforward measures where the Senate of the United States and our Congress can get the job done, at least save lives. It's really that important. We can save lives if we do the right thing. And the Senate has been complicit by its inaction in the loss of those lives, 30,000 every year. Some of them at least can be saved by saying and putting in the law the very simple proposition, if somebody's too dangerous to fly, if that person's on a watch list under investigation, then they should be deemed too dangerous to buy a gun. They are at least as dangerous as a convicted felon who is now barred from buying a gun. So I want to ask my colleague from Connecticut, and the two of us have spoken to so many people across the country, some of them survivors of gun violence, families who have lost loved ones to gun violence, and others who are simply citizens who watch this carnage, not only in Sandy Hook and Orlando, but on the streets of Hartford, moms and dads and brothers and sisters who have lost children. Isn't this issue of gun violence and terrorist attacks one of the signature issues of our time in showing the American people that our government can work? We've talked about the message here it sends to our allies. I asked a question about that point. We've talked about the message that it sends to law enforcement, such as the FBI. But to the American people, the failure to act not only makes the Senate complicit in a moral sense in those lives lost, but undermines the credibility and trust of the American people in their government to protect them, to achieve the most basic assignment that they give us, to make America safe and secure. Safe and secure from the madmen like Adam Lanza, who kill 20 innocent children and 6th grade educators, or the homegrown terrorist inspired or supported by ISIS or sent here by some foreign terrorist organization, or the twisted haters who are bigoted against LGBT or some other group. This signature issue is about keeping America safe and giving our law enforcement authorities and our protectors the powers they need to do their job. And so I asked my colleague from Connecticut, whom we have joined today in this effort, is there a message to the American people here that we are sending enough is enough, but also enough killing is enough inaction is enough. We've seen enough. The time for action is now.
I thank the gentleman. I think the question is simply, why are we here? Why did you ask for this job if you didn't want to confront the big questions and the big problems? Nobody denies that this is an epidemic of criminal proportions. Nobody denies that this is happening only in the United States and nowhere else in the industrialized world. Nobody denies the crippling, never-ending grief that comes with a loved one being lost. And yet we do nothing. Yet we just persist this week as if it's business as usual. Why'd you sign up for this job if you're not prepared to use it to try to solve big problems? I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania's hope that we can find common ground here, but we've had a long time to find common ground. We've had 4 years since those kids were slaughtered in Sandy Hook to find common ground, and we haven't, which is why we are here today, to demand that we are not going to go on as business as usual any longer before we come together on at least the 2 proposals that 90% of the American public supports. Let me, if I could, yield to the senator from Washington for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I will.
I appreciate that. First of all, I want to thank the senator for bringing attention to this really critical issue and for everything you are doing to fight for more than just thoughts and prayers, but actually for action. You know, few senators have better understanding of this issue, the impact it has on our families and our communities, and the urgent need to address it. And as we mourn for the victims and families that were impacted by the horrific violence and terror against LGBT and Latino Americans in Orlando last Sunday, we are reminded once again that nowhere is safe from the horrific epidemic of gun violence in our country, not even in our schools, which should be safe havens for our students. I know that the senator knows this all too well. My home state of Washington is no stranger to this as well. In 2014, a man walked into an academic hall at Seattle Pacific University in Seattle, shooting 3 students and taking the life of a freshman. Later that very same year, a 15-year-old boy shot 5 other students, killing 4 at Marysville-Pilchuck High School in Marysville with his dad's gun. Those shootings were devastating to parents and siblings and friends and teachers, to our entire communities. And those were just 2 examples in my home state. In Newtown and across the country, there are too many shootings in schools to even name anymore. According to a report from Everytown from 2013 through 2016, we had 188 shootings at schools across the country. Not all mass murders, some just a gun going off in the air. Others, students were wounded, others attempts at self-harm. But that is terrifying in a school when a shotgun goes off. That noise, what happens to the kids around us. And it is frightening to me that this is not letting up. It sickens me, actually, that in America today, parents have to wonder if their children will be safe when they send them off to school, or when they go to a movie theater, or a mall, or even in a street in their own neighborhood. Every time there is a new mass shooting, I hear the same questions from the people I represent in Washington State. What is Congress going to do to stop this? And it frustrates me that every time I come back with the same answer, we've been blocked from doing anything in response to my constituents and the people across the country. People who are asking and begging for us to do something, anything, to stop this scourge of gun violence that has once again now been splashed across the front pages of our newspapers and on our TV screens. So, Senator Murphy, I know that you are talking about a number of issues around gun violence today. We all so appreciate it, but I wanted to come here today and specifically ask you, can you talk a little bit, because you've seen it firsthand, how this impacts our students in particular?
Well, thank you, Senator Murray, and thank you for that question in particular. I think back to where I was, and I think we all can remember with specificity where we were when we first heard about Sandy Hook. We first heard that there were 20 dead children lying on the floor of their first grade classrooms. I was with my little kids. I was with my then 1-year-old and 4-year-old on a train platform in Bridgeport, Connecticut, getting ready to go down to New York to see the Christmas tree displays. And they were so excited about that to go down. And I remember having to tell them that I had to go to work. And I left them and my wife on that train platform as we told them that the trip was off. And I'm here today, as I think all of us are, because this is personal to us. My oldest, who was 4 years old then, is this week in his final week of first grade. First grade. Same year as those kids who were killed in Sandy Hook. And so I think in deeply personal terms about what Sandy Hook means to the kids who survived, in addition to the families who lost loved ones. Right? There is no recovery for that community. That is still a community in crisis. There are waves and ripples of trauma that never end. And I think about the reality of what it is to be a kid in school today, that you are increasingly in an environment that sometimes feels more like a prison than it does a place of learning, that you go through metal detectors, that you perform active shooter drills, that you have to live in a just perpetual state of fear that somebody is going to walk into your school with a gun, or there's going to be a gunfight that breaks out between students, that is no way to learn, and that is no way to live. And so I think almost all of us on this floor, Republicans and Democrats, we either parents or we're grandparents, and we know what a horrific reality it must be to live with that fear as a child, and how little solace we give parents when we do nothing. I mean, at least as a parent, if your Congress was acting to try to make the next mass shooting less likely, you know, you could maybe hold your head a little higher, your back a little straighter when you're telling your kids it's going to be all right. But there are a lot of parents who are so angry at us because they don't think that we're keeping their kids safe. And so, Senator Murray, I thank you for framing it through the eyes of kids, because sometimes we think about this in very clinical terms of stopping someone from committing a crime or how the background check system works. But in the end, when we specifically talk about these school shootings, this is really about those kids. Yielding to the senator.
I appreciate the senator's response, because to me, there are multiple layers, but certainly if we are not doing anything to provide that safety for our young kids in this country, we are not living up to our responsibility as adults today. And it is horrendous for a parent to get that text home saying there's been a school lockdown. It's even worse if the consequences are real. And it seems to me that the senator is right today to be out here discussing this and bringing our attention to it and doing more than just saying, let's do something, but really forcing us to really make sure we are doing something. And I thank the senator.
I thank the senator from Washington. Before yielding to the senator from Michigan for a question, let me just note that there's been a number of House members who have joined us on the floor today. I thank them for their support in our effort to force a debate and a discussion on the floor of the Senate today. I would note that of the House members that have joined, there's been a number from different states. Representative Langevin was just on the floor. I'm particularly proud that all 5 members from Connecticut have stopped by on the floor over the course of the proceedings, and I know we'll expect more with that. I would yield to Senator Peters for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Connecticut for yielding the floor for a question. And while I intend to ask my colleague from Connecticut shortly about the interaction between closing the terror gap for gun purchasers and expanding background checks, I would first like to take a moment to mourn the loss of the 49 people who were killed and recognize the dozens more who were wounded in the worst mass shooting that our nation has ever seen. And while my heart goes out to all of the family and friends of the victims, today I'd like to honor 2 Michigan men who lost their lives that night. Trevin Crosby and Christopher Andrew Lynon, who went by the name of Drew. Trevin was only 25. He was born in North Carolina, and he came to call Michigan home after finishing school and starting his own marketing business in Saginaw. Total Entrepreneurs Concept was the name of it. It was founded just last year, and his business already employed about 20 people and handles retail marketing for Fortune 500 companies. Tevin had recently visited family in North Carolina to watch several nieces and nephews graduate before traveling to Florida to see friends and colleagues. Drew was 32 and grew up in Metro Detroit before moving to Orlando with his mother. He became a civically minded activist early in life, starting a gay-straight alliance in high school before studying psychology and becoming a licensed mental health counselor. He recently won the Anne Frank Humanitarian Award for his work in the gay community. Drew was at Pulse with his partner, Juan Guerrero, who also lost his life that night. Now, instead of potentially helping them plan a wedding one day, their loving families are planning a joint funeral. They want their sons to be side by side as their friends and family pay their respects and bid them farewell. Orlando's events serve as a stark reminder that the fight for equality in this nation for LGBT Americans must not end with marriage equality. We still live in a nation where Americans can face discrimination and even be killed, simply because of who they love. We cannot tolerate violence that targets any individual based on their gender, sexuality, race, or religion. This horrific incident raises a number of questions. Was it a hate crime, an act of terrorism, an outgrowth of ease in which individuals in this country can purchase deadly weapons with high-capacity magazines, the heinous actions of a self-radicalized young man inspired by and swearing allegiance to ISIS? The answer to all these questions is yes. And I urge my colleagues and Americans across the country to resist painting this tragedy in simple, reductive terms. This attack was a hate crime. This attack was an act of terrorism. And yes, this attack speaks to the disturbing ease which dangerous firearms can be acquired in our nation. The problems that led to this tragedy are complex. But complexity is not an argument for inaction. We need to start somewhere. Thoughts and prayers can be meaningful and are certainly powerful, but we need to do more than just offer our thoughts and prayers. Now is the time for action. As senators, we have no higher duty than keeping the American people safe. This includes taking the fight to ISIS overseas with our allies and vigilant law enforcement here at home. My colleague from Connecticut has been discussing two simple, critical changes we can make to help prevent deaths from gun violence in our nation, including acts of terror like we have seen in Orlando. We need to keep guns away from those who shouldn't have them. This includes individuals convicted of domestic violence offenses, people with court order restraints related to stalking, and convicted felons. These groups are already barred under federal law from purchasing or otherwise possessing firearms, and this is enforced through background checks. It is also painfully clear that we need to keep guns out of the hands of terrorists. This is why we need to close the terror gap and prevent individuals on terrorist watch lists from purchasing firearms. Unfortunately, however, closing the terror gap and enforcing existing gun safety laws cannot be effective without universal background checks. It doesn't matter if we ban selling guns to people on the terror watch list if large percentages of purchasers avoid background check by buying a weapon at a gun show or over the internet. A story from our neighboring state, Wisconsin, haunts me as an example of violence that could have been stopped. Recently, a Wisconsin man subject to a restraining order from his estranged wife, a man who was barred under current law from purchasing a gun, was able to take advantage of the private seller loophole and purchase a weapon without a background check. He then confronted his wife at the spa where she worked. He killed her and 2 others, injured 4 more people before turning the gun on himself. Just like our current law bans of gun sales to those convicted of domestic violence or with restraining orders in place against them, closing the terror gap will only be fully effective if we have universal background checks. So my question to the senator from Connecticut is this. Senator, will closing the terror gap alone prevent the sale of weapons to potential terrorists here in the United States? Or will we need universal background checks to ensure that these individuals are not able to exploit the loopholes in the current law?
Thank you to the senator from Michigan for asking that question. It's really the crux of the debate here. It's our responsibility to do everything within our power to protect Americans from terrorist attack. The reality is that terrorist attack can come in many different forms, but recently it's been coming through one form, and that is firearms, and often very lethal military-style firearms. And so it is our duty to do everything possible to protect Americans from that new trend line in terrorist attack. And so you are very right. The answer to your question is that simply putting terrorists on putting suspected terrorists on the list of those who are prohibited from buying weapons is not enough. Why? Because 40% of gun sales today are not happening in places where background checks are conducted. You have to do both. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret that you can go online to Arms List and easily get a weapon within minutes without having to go through a background check. It is full of holes like Swiss cheese. So there's not no utility, but there's limited utility in passing a inclusion of people on the terrorist watch list onto the list of those prohibited from buying weapons unless you do the secondary bill that we are asking for. And as Senator Durbin and I have talked about a number of times this afternoon, it also has the double benefit, expanding background checks, of addressing this secondary epidemic, mass shootings, but then also this question of how you stop urban gun violence, which is often perpetrated by individuals who have illegal weapons. Law enforcement, police chiefs, guys on the front lines in our cities will tell you, if you force every gun sale through a background check, or virtually every commercial gun sale through a background check, we will have less illegal firearms on our streets, and there will be less carnage on the streets of Chicago and New Orleans and Baltimore. So the answer to your question is yes. You have to do both in order to protect Americans from terrorist attack, but you also have to do both in order to address this ongoing slaughter that often doesn't rise to the level of getting on the national news every night, but it is a reality for people living in our cities. And I yield the floor if the gentleman has any other questions.
I don't. I think that sums it up, and I hope that this body will come together and take up this important legislation, this amendment, and if these are separated as two potential votes, which we are hearing may happen, I hope we understand that you can't vote for one and not the other and think that we are really dealing with this issue. If you only block someone who is on a terrorist list and do not require universal background checks, it's basically, it's a vote that may sound good, but is simply not going to be effective in dealing with this horrible situation and dealing with the incident that I mentioned from Wisconsin. But as you mentioned, these stories happen every day. They may not capture the national media with a horrible, tragic event like we saw in Orlando. But the devastation to the families who have been impacted is every bit as real every single day. And it is the obligation of this body to step up. So I appreciate that answer. I appreciate my colleague from Connecticut for standing up on this issue, and I look forward to working closely with you to address this.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is on the floor, has just introduced an incredibly important and tragically on-point piece of legislation. I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Well, I want to thank the senator from Connecticut who's taken the floor today to take a stand for those who lost their lives in Orlando and so many other places. And I know he has lived through that horror, representing folks in Connecticut who went through the horror of 2012. I have a question about why we haven't taken action. I wanted to set forth a predicate first. The numbers here are just startling when you consider, in the context of just the last couple of days, 49 dead, and so many others grievously, and I hope not permanently injured, and all the devastation that means. But here's another number that we probably don't talk about enough. It's a much larger number. It's a number about 33,000. 33,000 Americans lose their lives to gun violence every year. That's hard to comprehend. We've lost numbers like that in wars that go over multiple years. So 33,000 is the number. We have to ask ourselves, why in the face of that, whether it's Orlando or Newtown or Aurora or Tucson, and go down the list of mass shootings. By the way, mass shootings were not part of American life when I was growing up in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. This is a rather new phenomenon, very recent vintage. But when a tragedy and a crime happens like this, and the scale of it is so immense, we have to ask ourselves, is there something we can do? Now, the answer by a lot of Democrats has been, yes, we can do a number of things. We can say finally that military-style weapons, that we can ban those so that we don't have them on our streets. We could take action instead of just debating and expressing solidarity and sympathy and mourning. In addition to doing that, that's appropriate. But in addition to that, we can take action. So we can take action on a military-style weapon. We can take action limiting the clips, the amount of bullets that one person can fire at any one time. I'm convinced for example, based upon the evidence that we saw in Newtown, Sandy Hook Elementary School, the senator from Connecticut talked about, the most horrific way those children died. I'm convinced, based upon the evidence, that the killer, if he had more time, would have killed hundreds of children. And that number would have gone far above the horrific number of 20. So we can take action on that and make sure that at least maybe that criminal, maybe that killer won't have a military-style weapon, won't have an unlimited supply of ammunition. We can also take action on background checks. We tried that. We got the most votes of any of the 3 votes we took in 2013. But we should certainly vote on that again and take action. That's a third way of taking action. We've had bipartisan consensus on that, but not enough, frankly, not enough Republican votes to pass background checks, which 90% of the American people support. Hard to comprehend why 90% support it and not enough members of the United States Senate. We can also take action on mental health reforms. That too has been bipartisan, but that hasn't happened, but that's another way to take action. What I'm trying to do is to focus on the other aspect, or at least the additional aspect of this tragedy in Orlando, which is, as the President said, as I said, and a lot of people said, this was an act of terrorism, but it was also an act of hate. And unless we begin to do something about the problem of hate in America which infuses the horrific actions that killers take, unless we take action against that in some fashion, we're not going to solve this problem. So one of the things we could do, and again, we've got to do a long list of things to deal with gun violence, to reduce that number of 33,000 Americans dying every year because we refuse, the Congress of the United States refuses to take any action at all. But here's what my bill would do. Very simple. It would say if you are convicted of a misdemeanor hate crime, and you would, in order to meet the requirements of this law, it's a 2-part test. It would have to be a misdemeanor hate crime that fit this 2-part test. Number 1, it would have to be either an act of violence that was part of the conviction, or an attempt to use violence, or thirdly, that there was an action directed at either the attempt, the use, or the actual use of force or violence. Second, in addition to that, the crime would have to be, and the conviction would have to be, a hate crime motivated by hate or bias against 8 groups of Americans in what we call in the law protected classes. First of all, if someone committed a hate crime against someone because of their race, and that is on the rise, we're told by the experts that there are over 890, the number they put is 892, 892 hate groups in the United States of America. Over 190 of them are Ku Klux Klan. All of that is part of this problem. The rise of hate crimes, the rise of hate groups directing violence in other actions against African Americans. That's on the rise. Hate groups that are targeting Muslims. That's on the rise. Hate groups that are targeting individuals with disabilities. That's on the rise. And of course, as we saw so horrifically in Orlando, hate crimes, and in this case, 49 people killed because of animosity against LGBT Americans. So if you're going to be engaged in hateful actions that rise to the level of the definition of this bill, and you're directing that at someone because of their race, their color, their religion, their national origin, their gender, their sexual orientation, and their gender identity or disability. So if you are directing hateful actions against those Americans in those classes, that would meet the definition of a misdemeanor hate crime. And the consequence of that, the consequence of conviction or the consequence of a sentence enhancement because of a hate crime would be you'd be denied a firearm. And that's one way, just one of many ways that we can make sure that someone's hate is checked at a much lower level. I don't want to wait till that hate manifests itself in a felony conviction, okay, where there's a much graver crime that's been perpetrated because of hate, because you're directing your hate through violence against individuals because of their race or because of whom they love or because of for some other reason. So this is one of several ways that I think we can act. The list gets longer. Obviously, we're at a point now where we might be able to vote, I hope, on finally taking action on the terrorist watch list. Why is it that if you're too dangerous to be on an airplane, you're not too dangerous to have a weapon or to have a high-powered weapon, a military-style weapon with unlimited ammunition to shoot at anyone you want? So there are a lot of things we can do, and that's why I posed a question to the senator from Connecticut about what is it that we can do and what is it that we should do. I wanted to make a point as well before I pose the exact question. We know that in Orlando, 3 of the victims were from Philadelphia, my home state. They were in that nightclub in Orlando when the gunman opened fire. 18-year-old Akira Murray's family took her and 2 friends. Patience Carter was one of the 2, and Tiara Parker. They were on vacation in Orlando from Philadelphia to celebrate Akira Murray's graduation from West Catholic High School. The presiding officer, my colleague from Pennsylvania, knows where that high school is as I do. She had a full basketball scholarship to Mercyhurst College, way at the other end of our state, up in northwestern Pennsylvania. She was 3rd in her class. She just happened to be in Orlando and happened to be in that club when her life was ended. They were there that night to dance and to laugh. She was 18 years old and not even a resident of that area. Both Parker and Carter were injured in the attack, but Akira Murray lost her life. So our heart breaks. Everyone in this chamber, I know. Our heart breaks for her family, and our prayers are with Patience Carter and Tiara Parker as they recover. Sadly, the LGBT community isn't alone in experiencing this hate that I spoke of a moment ago. A year ago this Friday marks the 1-year anniversary of the massacre at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. At this historically African-American church, the oldest AME church in the South, often referred to as Mother Emmanuel, a racist young man with hate in his heart opened fire and took 9 shots. We all know the very moving speech that the president gave that day or the days after. But he said, one of the things the president said was, we have to recognize the uncomfortable truth of that tragedy. And that truth is staring us in the face today. It still stares us in the face. So I think we must act. When you consider 33,000 killed every year by gun violence, 43,000 hate crimes with a firearm over the course of just 4 years. 43,000 hate crimes over 4 years with a firearm. When you consider those numbers, we have a long way to go. So I asked my colleague from Connecticut, I guess it's a 2-part question. Why is it that when these things happen, these horrific events happen, we have some people, and this is part of the debate, Some people who seem to, their answer when we say, we need to take action, or will you join us in taking action? The answer is, we just have to enforce existing laws, and that's as far as we can go. We can't do anything more than that. We just have to enforce existing laws. So I'd ask that part of the question. The second part is, if we believe the answer to that question is no, we can do more, what is it we should be doing? And I pose this because I have to only wonder and imagine, really imagine in horror, what if that was our answer? What if that was our answer on September the 12th, 2001, and the days after that? What if we said at the time, you know what, this is a horrific event, what happened on 9/11. 3,000 people were killed. The country was shaken to its core, but terrorism is a difficult problem to solve. We will always be dealing with it. We should just enforce existing laws. No, we didn't do that. We said, no, we're going to stop this from happening. We're going to say that we're going to take action so that planes won't be flying into buildings and killing thousands of people. We're going to take action to stop that. And guess what? People came together in this country from one end of the country to the other, and we solved that problem. Hasn't happened. Now we have had other terrorist attacks. We know that. We know we will continue to fight terrorism. But we solved part of the problem because we came together. We even opened up a new federal government agency, for goodness sake, the Department of Homeland Security, which has made our country safer. We have a long way to go on this issue. But I'm glad we answered that question with a determined effort and with a consensus across this city, this center of government and across the country, that no, we're not going to surrender to the terrorists. We're going to take action to stop them from getting on airplanes. Why is it that we're not taking the same approach to gun violence? It is complicated. It is difficult to solve this problem. But why not take a series of actions that in and of themselves will not solve the problem? But we can at least take action. So I asked the senator from Connecticut, why is it that the answer by so many people who serve in Congress is there's not much we can do except enforce the law? And if we can take these actions, which I believe we can, what is it that we could do?
I thank the senator for his question and for his passion and for his ability to articulate how complicated this issue is and the complicated nature of the motivations that led to the shooting in Orlando, which is why Senator's legislation that would elevate the treatment of hate crimes with respect to the prohibitions on gun sales is so critically important here, and I hope that we have time to debate that as well. It is an imperative that we act right now, and it is within our power to change the reality that exists every day on the streets of America and with respect to these mass shootings. What we have is loads and reams of data from state experiences to tell us that when you take these common sense steps, like applying background checks to a broader range of gun sales, you have a dramatic reduction in the number of gun homicides that are committed. You have a dramatic reduction in the number of people that are killed. And so there's no doubt that we have the ability to do something here. And you are right that there is a panoply of measures that we need to consider. We have suggested starting with the two that are the least controversial. Start with the two that have the broad support of the American public. Start with an expansion of background checks to gun shows and internet sales and the inclusion of people on the terrorist watch list of those that are prohibited to buy guns. Those are the two that there's no controversy outside of this body on, so it would be a nice start, and then we can get to working on all of those other measures that will truly end up in substantial change, a change in reality of the people who live with this epidemic every day. So I thank the gentleman for his questions and for his passion on this issue. I yield to the senator from Oregon for a question without yielding control of the floor.
I thank my colleague, and I want to thank him and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal for what they've done today. And here's the bottom line for me, Senator Murphy and colleagues. Mass shootings are now happening like clockwork in America. Thurston, Columbine, Blacksburg, Tucson, Newtown, Aurora, Charleston, Roseburg, and Orlando. Communities being torn apart by unspeakable gun violence, like clockwork. In this building, we come together now for moments of silence, honoring the victims of these shootings, like clockwork. And like clockwork, this Congress does nothing about it. When I was home last month, I visited at Umpqua Community College, just outside of Roseburg, which was the site of a horrendous shooting 8 months ago, one of the deadliest school shootings in our nation's history. What I saw at Umpqua Community College, what I heard from those at the school and the families at the community is, I'm sure, a lot like what my friend from Connecticut hears about how the suffering doesn't go away. The one-year anniversary of the shooting in Charleston, South Carolina is coming up soon. I'm quite sure it's the same way for people in South Carolina. The trauma, the process of mourning, rebuilding, and then trying to find a way somehow, some way, to just be able to move forward from the enveloping grief. It's a horrendous experience and a common experience now that so many of our communities share. And the reality is, the trauma doesn't just vanish into the vapor. The news cameras are eventually going to leave Orlando, just like they left Roseburg. The bullet holes in the nightclub get patched up. The families and the friends of the victims try to live their lives as best they can, and it's going to be such a difficult task for the LGBTQ community in Orlando. But the trauma isn't vanishing. So there's no perfect solution, but trauma ought to be followed up in a very concrete way with some specific, constructive steps that begin to lay out an answer. Just seems to me that the Senate and the Congress, the idea of following up with more moments of silence, with more inaction, just isn't enough. They're common steps, practical steps that the Congress can take now. Those who've argued that the only possible response to the shooting in Orlando can come in a war zone thousands of miles away are looking for excuses not to do something meaningful here at home. There are steps that can be taken now to curb this violence. It won't stop every crime. A number of the ideas have been discussed before. But the victims of the shooting are owed a response. First, I know my colleagues have mentioned this afternoon, Senator Feinstein has put forward a proposal to close the dangerous terrorist gun loophole. I've thought that was a sensible step. Common sense. People shouldn't look at that as a partisan, issue. Americans want to know why anybody would vote to allow individuals suspected of terrorist ties and motivations to purchase regulated firearms. Next, close the loopholes. Close the loopholes in the background checks. It is way past time to do that and stop allowing the purchase of a gun online or at a gun show without a background check. Certainly, the background checks themselves have to be substantially improved. There are holes that ought to be plugged, including those that keep guns in the hands of somebody who's been a convicted domestic abuser. We're not talking about a charge. We're not something that's speculative. We're talking about a convicted domestic abuser. And once and for all, the Congress ought to close the pipeline for illegal guns, straw purchases, gun trafficking. These ought to be federal crimes. The senator from Connecticut and I have also been strong advocates of beefing up the research into gun violence. There's been a prohibition on doing that. Say that one to yourself. A prohibition on doing research into gun violence just defies common sense. So it makes no sense at all to block the Centers for Disease Control from gathering information that can help our communities and our families be safe. And I'm just going to wrap up by getting personal for a moment. My late brother suffered from serious mental illness. Senator Murphy, not a day went by when I wasn't worried that my brother, who was a schizophrenic, would be out on the streets and he would either hurt himself or he'd hurt somebody else. And that was the case with my family. It is time to establish once and for all a system through which individuals who are found to be a potential threat to themselves or others can get the treatment they need. And I see my colleague from Michigan, here, who has championed this effort year after year after year. So I'm not going to recap the proposals. Some of them have been discussed at length here on the floor. But a majority of Americans find these kinds of common sense gun safety measures not to be ones that infringe on the rights of responsible gun owners or violate the Second Amendment or even come close to it. A majority of gun owners think that these proposals make sense. So what I would like to ask my colleague from Connecticut in terms of really an update, because my colleague from Connecticut has been a leader in this effort. Senator Feinstein's proposal, of course, is designed to prevent those on the watch list from buying a gun. Numbers have been thrown around repeatedly about the number of people this would actually impact. And I know that the General Accounting Office has looked into this. And can you tell me how many people on this watch list have been able to buy a gun?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Wyden, for the question. It's a really important one because the number is, in certain ways, shocking for how high it is and how low it is at the same time. Let's take 2015. In 2015, there were 244 individuals who were on the terrorist watch list who attempted to buy weapons. 223 of those were successful in buying the weapon. So in 90% of the occasions in which someone on the terrorist watch list attempted to buy a weapon, they walked out of that store with the weapon. Now, it gives you a sense of the scope of this. There's only 224 people over the course of the whole year that were on the terrorist watch list that attempted to buy a weapon. But what we know from this weekend is that it only takes one with malevolent intentions in order to create a path of death and destruction that is almost impossible to calculate. And it is just impossible for the American public to understand how that number persists, how we allow for 90% of the people on that watch list to walk into a store and to successfully buy a weapon. That's the number from 2015. 223 out of 244, they were successful at yielding the floor for a question.
I thank my colleague, and I'll just wrap up by way of saying that it seems to me that what has been learned here is that while the investigation goes on, there may have been a terrorist attack, there may have been an hate-inspired attack. My question is, aren't the steps that I've outlined here today common sense, practical steps, whether it is a hate-inspired attack, and we've seen the human toll that discrimination takes against those who are targeted on the basis of hate. We've seen what it means to families who've been struck by terror. But aren't the steps that have been outlined here by you and colleagues on the floor, Senator Casey's very valuable proposal, aren't these common sense legislative efforts that make sense whether this has been primarily a terror attack or a hate-inspired attack?
I thank the gentleman for the question. Of course, they are common sense measures, and importantly, they are measures that are supported by the broad cross-section of the American public. What you are proposing is only controversial here in the United States Senate. It is controversial nowhere else in this country.
I see colleagues waiting. I thank them for their courtesy.
I yield to the senator from Massachusetts through the chair for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. Last Saturday, I was in Boston for our annual Pride Parade. You know, Pride is an institution in Boston. This year marked our 46th annual march. I have gone to Pride for years, and when I go, I don't march, I dance. I dance with people, young people and old people, black people and white people, Asian people and Latino people, gay people and straight people, bisexual people, transgender people, queer people. The parade has everything. It has intricate floats, marching bands, elaborate costumes, tons of onlookers. One Boston reporter called our parade pure joy, and he is right. I love Boston's Pride Parade. I love it as much as anything I've done as a U.S. Senator. For me, this parade is the tangible demonstration of what happens when we turn away from darkness and division and turn toward our best selves, when we turn toward each other. It shows us what this nation looks like when we are at our best: inclusive, strong, united, optimistic, proud. It shows us what this nation looks like when we beat back hate and embrace each other. Early Sunday morning at around 2 a.m., someone tried to take that away from us. And it wasn't the first time. It was the most recent, and it was extreme and horrible and shocking. Dozens of lives lost, dozens more injured. All across our country, we grieve for those lost and for their families and for their loved ones. And this is especially true in Massachusetts. 3 years ago, the people of Boston came face to face with terror at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. The cowardly attack and its aftermath took lives, injured people, and forever changed a beloved tradition. This week, 2 people with Massachusetts roots were killed in Orlando, and at least 2 more were wounded. 37-year-old Kimberly K.J. Morris, who was working the door at Pulse, had lived in Northampton, Massachusetts for more than a decade, performing in nightclubs and working at Amherst College and Smith College. She had recently moved to Florida to help take care of her mother and her grandmother. 23-year-old Stanley Almovidar, a pharmacy tech, spent his childhood in Springfield, Massachusetts. He came out of the bathroom at Pulse just as the bullets were flying. He pushed people out of harm's way as he was shot 3 times. A third Massachusetts native who survived the massacre was also shot 3 times. Angel Colon of Framingham, Massachusetts, was shot in the leg, the hand, and the hip. He is alive today, according to Colon, only because the gunman missed his head as he shot those who were lying on the floor to make sure they were dead. 37-year-old Jeffrey Rodriguez, raised in Leominster, remains in critical condition now. Rodriguez was shot 3 times. As of Tuesday, he had undergone 3 surgeries. His family is optimistic that he will pull through, and all of us from Massachusetts and all across the nation are rooting for him. You know, there are still things we don't know about the shooter. We don't know about his planning, his motives, things we may never know. But here's what we do know. We know that the shooter called 911 and pledged allegiance to ISIS, declaring his intention to be known in history as a terrorist. We know he carried an assault-style weapon that was designed for soldiers to carry in war. And we also know that hundreds of people in Orlando went to the Pulse nightclub to continue their celebration of Pride, and that the shooter targeted them to die. I woke up on Sunday morning still in the glow of the Boston Pride Parade. Boy, that ended fast. But I thought about the history of Pride. In the 1960s, the mere act of publicly associating with the LGBT community was considered radical. That was true even in places where the community came together to seek strength and protection, like New York's Greenwich Village. Greenwich Village's Stonewall Inn was one of the most popular gay bars in New York, and it was regularly raided by police officers who arrested patrons for any number of bureaucratic violations, obviously designed to harass, embarrass, and abuse people whose only crime was to want a place to be together. And one night, in late June of 1969, the bar's patrons fought back. The rioting continued intermittently for 5 nights, and it wasn't pretty. It reflected the demands of a group for equality, for the same chances that other Americans have to be themselves. A few months after that, LGBT activists began planning for the first Pride March. It was set for the following June to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising. The idea was to use that anniversary as an opportunity for the community to remind us all that they too are citizens. They too get to have some fun, and they too are entitled to the same dignity and respect as every other American. Over the years, the tradition expanded across this great nation, just as tolerance and acceptance expanded across this great nation. Pride both helped us move forward and showed us how far we have moved together. And when terrible things like the Orlando shooting happen, we face important choices as a country, as individuals, and as a community. When terrible things happen, we get to choose how we respond to them. And all of us will decide whether we are going to come together or splinter apart. We can become a country that is defined by fear and hate, fear of each other, hatred for anyone who is different from ourselves. In the America of fear and hate, we will alienate and isolate entire communities, creating even more fear and hate and threatening further violence. We will fracture as a people, splintering off into separate groups, each fearing others, each seeking to serve only themselves. Or we can make the choice to come together. We can choose that no community of immigrants, no community of Muslims, no community of young men is isolated in this country. We can do this knowing that when we embrace each other and build one people out of many, we become a stronger country. Stronger because of the bonds of community prevent alienation. Stronger because the bonds of community make it harder to turn against each other and break us apart. Stronger because the bonds of community mean people can get help before it's too late. We cannot ignore the fact that this massacre targeted an LGBT club, and we should learn from that and from the message of pride. In Orlando, an act of terrorism was also an act of hate, visited upon people who came together in friendship and celebration. But the patriots at Stonewall showed us the way. They gave birth to a movement that changed a nation. They beat back hate. They showed us that change is possible. Change for the better is possible. They showed everyone that love can triumph over fear and hate, that we can all come together. But boy, they showed us you've got to work for it. This is not an abstract idea. When it comes to our response to the tragedy in Orlando, we are already beginning to see the splintering of America. One side shouts, it was a gun that killed all those people. The other side shouts, it wasn't a gun, it was a terrorist that killed all those people. And through all of the shouting, we miss what should be obvious. It was a terrorist with a gun that killed all those people. A terrorist with hate in his heart and a gun in his hand that killed all those people. It is time for us to acknowledge all of these truths and to come together to address them. First, we must take the threat of terrorism seriously. We must continue to stop the flow of money to terrorist groups and to work with our allies to stop the movement of terrorists and disrupt hubs of radicalization abroad. And here at home, we need to make sure that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need, funding, training, equipment. But we also need to make sure we have the resources to analyze and counter radical propaganda. The war on terror is now fought online, and we need to put our best forces online to fight back. We need to work with people in our local communities, not isolate or demonize them, to stop radicalization before it starts and to prevent tragedies before they occur, and to show that nobody is kept out of the American family because of how they look or talk or pray. Second, we must take the threat from guns seriously. Our nation is awash in the weapons of murder, and there are many things we can do to address that. We can ban Rambo-style assault weapons. We can take these weapons of war off our streets. We can also close the terror gap. The FBI should have the authority to block gun sales to anyone they believe is a terrorist. If someone cannot get on an airplane because the FBI is concerned they might be plotting to do harm against Americans, then they shouldn't be able to walk into a store and buy a Rambo-style assault weapon. We believe we can close the background checks loophole. Anyone who cannot buy a gun because of a felony conviction or a mental illness should not be able to go to a gun show or go online and buy that same gun. We can act to make the next shooting less likely. We can act to reduce the likelihood that a disturbed individual, a criminal or a terrorist, is again able to kill dozens with a gun. And if we fail to act, the next time someone uses a gun to kill one of us, a gun that we could have kept out of the hands of a terrorist, then members of this Congress will have blood on our hands. But the truth is, this is not just about Congress. It is about all of us. We all have choices. We have choices about how we're going to treat our neighbors and our fellow citizens. Choices about what we do when someone is targeted at a coffee shop because of their background or their looks or their race. Choices about how we react when a friend or a coworker, a son or a daughter tells us the truth about who they love. Choices about how we treat our neighbors and fellow citizens who don't look or talk or pray like we do. It is a scary world out there. We all know that. Terrorism mutates into new and more dangerous forms. Terrorists have easy access to assault weapons that put us all at risk. And hate, plain, old-fashioned, naked, ugly hate, still lurks in dark corners. It is a scary world, but America is strongest when we work together, and all of us will decide whether we come together or splinter apart. We can keep weapons out of those who would do us harm. We can make it harder for terrorism to take root in this country. We can drive the forces of hate out of our nation. We can build a stronger, more united America. And we can begin right here in the United States Senate. We can begin right now. And with that, my question for the senator from Connecticut is this. Do you believe it is time for the Senate to act in the interests of the American people and finally pass these common sense, widely supported proposals to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people?
I thank the senator from Massachusetts for those incredibly powerful words, making clear what our moral obligation is. Our moral obligation is to witness a crisis happening at our feet and do something about it. Why have this job, one of the most powerful jobs in the world, if you're not going to exercise it, to try to protect Americans from harm? And so our choice, my choice, and the choice of Senator Blumenthal and Senator Booker, is to say enough. Enough of treating these mass shootings as if they are just part of the American fabric and landscape. Enough of accepting that 80 people will die every single day when there's no other country in the world in which this happens. Enough of pretending like there isn't anything that we can do about it. And Senator Warren, you have outlined some basic common sense bipartisan steps that we can take to make this better. And you are so right. This is our choice. There's only 100 of us. There's only 100 of us. We can make the collective decision to do something about it. Thank the senator, and I yield to the senator from Oregon for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I thank the senator from Connecticut for yielding for a question. Mr. President, I begin my question by noting that the senator from Connecticut and the senators from Oregon have a common thread that runs between our two states. That common thread that runs between Connecticut and Oregon is that our two states have been the sites of two very deadly school shootings. In Sandy Hook, Connecticut, it was in mid-December 2012 when a madman armed for a war zone stormed into Sandy Hook Elementary School and began a murderous rampage. A rampage that ended with the death of 6 school staff and 20 little boys and girls. And not even 3 years later, a nightmare came to Roseburg, Oregon. Roseburg is a quiet little town in southern Oregon. It's the town where I spent part of my childhood. It's the town where I went to first grade. It's the town where I learned to swim in the Umpqua River. And as I said last October, if this can happen in Roseburg, it can happen anywhere. But happen in Roseburg, it did. It was October 1st, 2015. It was a beautiful autumn morning in this small town there on the college campus. We heard the sound of gunfire. A disturbed individual charged into a classroom at Umpqua Community College with 6 guns, and in the space of just a couple minutes, took 9 lives, including his own. One of those lives he took was a cousin of mine, Rebecca Ann Carnes, 18 years old. She had just graduated from South Umpqua High School the previous June. She was an avid hunter. She was a lover of four-wheeling. And in the picture she posted online for graduation, she had a picture of her graduation cap, and she was holding it, and it said on it, "And so the adventure begins." She was ready for the adventure of adulthood. She was ready for the adventure of college. She was ready to explore the world. She was excited. She was a beautiful spirit. But her adventure ended so shortly after graduating from high school before she could really get started on the journey of the balance of life. Mr. President, our hearts break for Sandy Hook, and our hearts break for Roseburg, and our hearts break for all those who are afflicted day after day after day all across this country as victims of gun violence. And now our hearts break for Orlando, the latest name to be added to a list that no town or city ever wants to join. In that occasion, 49 innocent lives taken, 49 young Americans full of hope and promise, 49 individuals, each with their own story, cut down because simply of who they are, whom they loved, or whom they associated with. A hate-filled individual targeted a place that was a sanctuary for the LGBT community. He turned this place of solidarity and togetherness and love into a place of fear and divisiveness and hatred and bloodshed. This unthinkable carnage leaves Congress, all of us here in the Senate, with a choice. It's a simple choice. We have 2 basic options. One option is to take some action that might diminish the odds of the next Sandy Hook, or the next Umpqua, or the next Orlando, or the next assault, the type of assaults that take day in and day out across this nation. The second option is to do nothing. So that's where we are. Option one, take some action, take some reasonable action. There is no perfect answer, but there are substantial things that could make a difference. That won't make a difference in every case, it will make a difference in some cases. And isn't that the situation with every law we consider? That they'll make a difference at least part of the time to avert a tragedy. Now, I come from a gun state. I come from a state, the beautiful state of Oregon, the best state in the United States of America, where people love to hunt. They love to target practice. They believe powerfully in the individual rights of the Second Amendment. But Oregon is also a state where the citizens believe that we should not put guns into the hands of felons or those who are deeply mentally disturbed. And so it was in the year 2000 that Measure 5 was put on the ballot as a citizen initiative. And it passed overwhelmingly in the state of Oregon to expand background checks to gun shows. The citizens did that in an initiative at the ballot. It's a state where our legislature took action just last year in Senate Bill 941, the Oregon Firearms Safety Act, to close the Craigslist loophole. Why does this make so much sense? If you keep a terrorist from buying a gun at a gun shop, shouldn't you also keep that terrorist from buying a gun at a gun show? Shouldn't you also keep that terrorist from buying a gun out of the classifieds or the online classified, the Craigslist classifieds? Yes, of course, each piece of this makes sense to keep guns out of the hands of felons or those who are deeply mentally disturbed. In Oregon, folks believe that people should buy their guns legally with the background check, and that process shouldn't be averted through straw purchasers, subverting the law by putting a different name than the name of the person who's actually acquiring the weapon. Hunters and target shooters in Oregon know you don't need a military-grade, supersized magazine to go hunting, and that smaller magazine sizes may give an opportunity to interrupt a killer during a shooting spree. You know, when you hunt for ducks, you're allowed 3 shells in the gun, 1 in the chamber and 2 in the magazine. So my question for the senator from Connecticut is this: when will Congress finally say enough is enough? How many lives would have to be lost in one shooting for Congress to act? When will Congress join with responsible gun owners across this country and support common sense steps to prevent horrific tragedies? When will we close the terrorist gun loophole? When will we close the gun show loophole? When will we close the Craigslist loophole? Like we've seen in Sandy Hook, and like we've seen in Roseburg, and now with Orlando, we've seen that all too much tragedy has taken place. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. At this point, I would yield to the senator for Connecticut for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I want to thank all of our colleagues who have come today and thank my friend and teammate in this cause and so many other causes, Senator Murphy, and just bring us back to the issue of why we are here today, why we have come to the floor, Senator Murphy, myself, and Senator Booker of New Jersey. to make three essential points, and I'm going to ask my colleague from Connecticut whether I've hit these points, the reasons that have brought us here today. And so many eloquent colleagues, I might add, and I am deeply grateful to them. We are here debating an appropriations bill for commerce, justice, and science. But we're here really on a much larger issue. Why is this debate different? Why is this day different? Orlando has hopefully brought us to a tipping point, changed the dynamic, enabled us to break through the paralysis and the complicity by inaction that has characterized the United States Senate on the issue of stopping acts of terror and hatred in our country. And those acts may emanate from abroad. We have to fight that terrorism that is inspired or supported by our enemies abroad, as well as people who are motivated by the twisted, insidious ideology that may be inspired or supported abroad, the pernicious hatred and bigotry that may be exemplified by Orlando, and mental illness or whatever the cause. So there are three simple points, are there not? There will be no business as usual until there is action. Enough is enough. We're here to say the time for business as usual on a routine appropriations bill, CJS appropriation, that time is done. We're here to make a historic point and seek to change the dynamic and seize this moment of national tragedy and demand action. That's what the American people want, and that is the second point. There is a national consensus that it's not only our opportunity, but our obligation to protect the American people, to make our nation safer, to assure that whether it's twisted ideology, pernicious bigotry and hatred, mental illness, any other cause, we can and we will take steps to stop it. And third, closing the terrorist loophole must be accompanied by universal background checks. For someone to be too dangerous to board a plane and still be able to buy a gun makes no sense. But beyond the intellectual, nonsensical quality of it, there's the real practical safety implications. Somebody who is too dangerous to board a plane, to travel by air, should be deemed too dangerous to buy a gun. As dangerous as a convicted felon, already precluded by law from buying a gun. But that terrorist now, even if he were barred from buying a gun, could easily go to a gun show and buy a gun, because there's no check whatsoever at those gun shows. Not on the NICS system, let alone the terrorist watch list. So the two measures, closing the gun show loophole or the background check gap, and closing the terrorist gap or loophole, go hand in hand. They are a start, they're not a panacea, they are not a complete solution. We're going to be talking throughout the evening about other measures that can be taken. Those 3 points are essential. No business as usual, enough is enough. A national consensus in favor of common sense, sensible measures to make our nation safer from gun violence and from acts of terror and hate inspired and supported by forces of evil abroad and at home. And finally, combining these two measures, closing the terrorist gap loophole and also making sure there are background checks on all gun sales in the country. Are those not our essential points, Senator Murphy?
gentleman for distilling the reason for our presence on the floor down to those points. We see this as possible. We see it as possible to get a consensus between Democrats and Republicans to bring these two measures, closing the terrorist gap, expanding background checks, before the Senate floor this afternoon or tonight. We think that is possible, and we intend to hold the floor until we make significant progress on that front. With that,
I might just ask
yield to the
one
gentleman
last
for a question.
If the gentleman would yield just for a question without yielding the floor, those points really should be bipartisan. They should attract support from both sides of the aisle. There's nothing Republican or Democrat about any of these points, is there?
There's not, Senator Blumenthal, through the chair, and that's the reason why we've posited these two proposals as a means forward on this bill, because we know that they are non-controversial in the American public. They enjoy broad bipartisan support. I would yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Senator Menendez, for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for yielding for a question, and I want to thank him and my colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker, and also Senator Blumenthal, for galvanizing the sentiment that has existed for some time among many of us, that enough is enough, that it's outrageous that it took another mass shooting to bring us to this moment in the United States Senate. You know, on Sunday morning, I woke up, as did the nation, heartbroken by the news that 49 human beings were killed in another senseless act of violence. 49 people who were at a dance club celebrating Pride Week. By the way, most of them overwhelmingly Latino. 49 Americans celebrating in an environment that they felt safe, and in an instant, their lives were shattered and families were broken. So I believe this was an attack on all of us, and we need more than another moment of silence. Although we take a moment of silence to remember those lives who were lost, but we need more than another moment of silence. We need more. I'm tired of saying that our hearts and prayers go out to the families of those who lost a loved one who were injured. We need more than a vigil and a bouquet. We need action. We need common sense gun safety laws. We need to stand together with one voice, and I hope that we can prick the conscience of the Senate to finally act. I deeply appreciate my colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker, who has passionately described the ongoing threat of gun violence in our communities. We are galvanized in this moment because we had such a horrific act. But in many ways, those horrific acts take place every day in the streets and neighborhoods of our communities across the country. And while they may not add to so many lives lost at a single event, they add up to many lives lost, and they seem to go largely unreported. We have become desensitized to that reality. And he has seen the havoc that's wreaked by the nation's lax gun laws when he was the mayor of Newark. And I have seen it in the streets of our communities in New Jersey. The threat of those who are prone to violence, those looking to vent their anger or their prejudices, those who would act on their own worst instincts towards others, for whatever reason, have easy access to weapons of war. It isn't limited to Orlando. It isn't limited to Aurora. It isn't limited to Newtown. It isn't limited to any state or any city. People travel. Guns are trafficked. And the violence and the carnage they create in the wrong hands knows no borders. We need to act and say no more, no more. It's inexcusable in the midst of America's nonstop gun violence epidemic to not come together, to hold the common sense center and pass gun safety measures that we know are supported by a vast majority of the American people. How in God's name can a person on the terrorist watch list, unable to board a plane, so dangerous that they cannot fly, so dangerous that they are known to the FBI, how can they walk into a gun store and walk out with an automatic weapon and hundreds of rounds of ammunition and nothing is flagged? And what does it say that our nation's laws are so wildly misguided that a potential terrorist doesn't even have to go to a gun store? They can simply open up their computer and click with a mouse on a website, or they can go to a gun show and buy a deadly weapon, 2 deadly weapons, 4 military style designed for war, without even a cursory background check. Mr. President, that's unbelievable. It defies logic, and it's time to do something about it. Now, I don't believe that these are controversial proposals. A majority of Americans agree with universal background checks. Got nothing to hide. You can still have access to a weapon if you can pass those background checks. Even a majority of NRA members agree with universal background checks. It makes sense. It's a position upon which we should all be able to agree. It's a position that holds the center and can be a starting point for a larger discussion. And the fact that we haven't gotten to do this is, in my mind, a national disgrace. Frankly, it needed to have happened already. It should have happened after Aurora, when a madman ruined movie theaters for the rest of us. It should have happened after Virginia Tech, where gun violence invaded our colleges. It should have happened after Sandy Hook, where gun violence came to our elementary schools. So I'm reminded of that old Chinese proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Let's at least have the will and the resolve to do what's right now. Do you know how long it takes to get an AR-15, the weapon used in this horrific attack? Well, a Philadelphia Inquirer Daily News reporter decided to find out. The answer? 7 minutes. It took 7 minutes. That's all the time it took to get a weapon that has a frightening number of similarities to the M16 rifle used by the military. And it was pointed out in that article that it could take more time to read the names of the more than 100 people who were either killed or injured in Orlando than to buy the AR-15. Of course, that model is just the base model. Go to a gun store and you can buy a variety of add-ons to make the weapon kill that much more. Yes, kill. This isn't about hunting. If you need something that has hundreds of rounds in it to hunt a deer, my God, you're in trouble. The prime example is the bump fire stock, which increases the gun rate of fire up to 800 rounds per minute. 800 rounds per minute. That's more than 13 per second. Now, I know maybe the NRA will claim that these are cosmetic, but it insults intelligence if it's not completely absurd to claim that a modification that allows a gun to fire 800 rounds per minute is merely cosmetic. But apparently to the NRA, 800 rounds a minute is normal, covered by the founders' language in the Second Amendment, when no one could even imagine at that time of the Second Amendment that there be an instrument that could fire 800 rounds a minute. Mr. President, we've seen how our nation's laws hurt our families and hurt our communities again and again. Every day there are shootings that don't make the front pages of the newspapers, but they ruin lives, they tear families apart, they test the very fabric of our society. The Orlando shooting was one of 43 shootings on Sunday. 43. 43 shootings that resulted in 18 deaths, including 5 children. 5 children. We can honor the Constitution. We can honor the intent of our founders. But I don't think that I'm alone in believing that we can enact common sense, realistic gun safety laws that respect the Constitution, but also protect the lives of Americans. I've heard here many times of my colleagues, the government's #1 responsibility is the safety and security of its citizens. Well, you've abdicated that part in this regard. In the case of Orlando, the lives of those in the LGBT community that always had to live with the threat of violence hanging, and that 90% of the victims were Hispanic, is a horrible reminder that bigotry and hate are not dead, and that the forces of evil have no compulsion about using our nation's lax gun laws against us. Again, we need to come together and say no more. We need to hold the common sense center and pass realistic gun safety measures that can respect the Second Amendment but fully protect Americans from a Second Amendment that has no limits, no common sense, no realistic restrictions. So I ask my colleague from Connecticut, as you have helped us galvanize in this moment, isn't it possible to preserve those constitutional rights as were originally envisioned by the framers and protect our fellow Americans, which many of our colleagues have said is the #1 responsibility of the government?
I thank the senator for his passionate words and his advocacy on this issue, and I refer him to a conversation that Senator Manchin and I had earlier today in which we talked about the gun culture of West Virginia and how Senator Manchin hasn't run into anyone who is passionate about gun ownership that believes that people on the terrorist watch list should be able to buy guns, that believes that criminals should be able to buy guns. He argued passionately for this notion that you proffer, that there is no choice to be made between upholding the Second Amendment and protecting our citizens from attack. And Justice Scalia himself said in a very controversial decision that not everyone agrees with, that the Second Amendment is not absolute, that the Second Amendment, even in the minds of those that hold that it has a private right of gun ownership inherent to it, believe that all of the things that we are talking about, denying terrorists from getting guns, keeping dangerous assault weapons off the streets, recognizing that there's no place in civilized society for 100-round drums of ammunition, all of those restrictions are wholly in keeping with the Second Amendment. I thank the gentleman, and with that, I yield to the senator from New Hampshire for a question without losing my rights at the floor.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Connecticut. I'm here, like everyone else on the floor, in the wake of horrific mass shootings from Sandy Hook to Orlando, because Americans have come together united as a family to grieve for the dead and to comfort those left behind. But we haven't come together to do anything to stop the next shooting, to prevent the next series of funerals, to prevent future devastation. So that's why I want to thank Senators Murphy and Blumenthal, the senators from New Jersey and from Connecticut, and Senator Booker from New Jersey, for leading us here today to demand action. And let's be clear, tears are not enough. Expressions of outrage are not enough. After Columbine and Virginia Tech and Aurora and Newtown and Charleston and San Bernardino, and so many shootings that have happened with numbing regularity, moments of silence and expressions of sympathy are just not enough. This Senate, this Congress, needs to pass common sense gun safety legislation, legislation supported by 9 out of 10 Americans. It is inconceivable that Congress would fail to act in the wake of the Orlando tragedy. To do nothing would be an affront to all those Americans who have lost loved ones to senseless gun violence. The distinguished senators from Connecticut, the distinguished senator from New Jersey, have been outspoken advocates of common sense gun safety legislation. Senators Murphy and Blumenthal have wept with the families of the 20 school children massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary. And in the subsequent 3.5 years, working with the Sandy Hook families, they have advocated for legislation to address the menace of widely available automatic assault weapons, weapons that have only one purpose, and that purpose is to kill large numbers of people. So now we're here today to demand action on common sense measures to address gun violence. The first would be to deny guns to people on the FBI's no-fly list. Those people on the no-fly list, because of suspected ties to extremist organizations or ideologies, should not be allowed to fly, and they should not be allowed to buy a gun. It doesn't get more common sense than this. If a person is considered too dangerous to board an airplane, then that person is too dangerous to purchase a military-style assault weapon. Second, to ensure universal background checks for gun buyers, to keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of dangerous people. At least 9 out of 10 Americans support these measures. It's a no-brainer. Well, enough is enough. It is time for us to say enough is enough. We get a second chance to vote on this legislation, and this time we must come together on a bipartisan basis to pass common sense gun safety legislation to end the violence. Now, as we contemplate this legislation, let's remember the photographs. We've all seen them on television, in the newspapers, photographs of so many wonderful young people killed by gun violence. Now from Orlando. The Orlando shooting was both a crime of terror and a crime of hate. And now it's time for us to honor those who died, to honor our friends who are hurting in the LGBT community, to honor our friends in the Latino community, to honor all those Americans who we've lost to senseless gun violence. And to my friend from Connecticut, I would ask, isn't the best way to honor all those people we've lost to gun violence to act now to prevent future tragedies?
Thank the Senator for her question. And I think about the survivors. I think about the parents of those that were lost in Newtown. And I think about the additional layer of grief that we intentionally place upon their shoulders by our inaction. There is some solace, a small measure of solace, in knowing that the people that you voted to run your country care so deeply about your dead child that they're going to do something about it. But there is a next level of grief when you realize that they don't actually care enough to even have a debate to protect other children like them. This is our choice, Senator Shaheen, and you're very articulate in your challenge to us. I hope we respond to it. I would yield to the senator from New York for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to join my colleagues in questioning why this body, after so many horrific tragedies over the years, still refused to pass laws that would make us safer from massacres like what happened in Orlando. I want to thank my colleague from Connecticut for leading this charge on the Senate floor. He knows too well what it's like to have his state fall victim to a mass murder. He knows what it's like to have happy, innocent lives cut short by gun violence. The massacre at the elementary school in Newtown took place more than 3 years ago, but it still feels like it was yesterday. Sweet, smiling children slaughtered by someone so evil and so hateful who was allowed to have easy access to an assault weapon, a weapon of war. And then it happened again last year in Charleston. Churchgoers who were praying were slaughtered by someone so evil and so hateful who was allowed to have easy access to a deadly, powerful weapon. And then it happens again in San Bernardino. Colleagues in an office celebrating the end of a year, they were slaughtered by two people so evil, so hateful, who were allowed to have easy access to an assault weapon. A weapon of war. The list goes on. And after all of these mass shootings, Congress must do something, right? They must respond, right? No. Why doesn't Congress do anything? Why do they stand silent? Why do they not look those parents in the eye and say this will not happen again? After all of these mass shootings, in each and every case, someone with no business handling a powerful, deadly weapon has had easy access to that weapon and used it to kill people quickly. And now we have a new tragedy to add to this book. Like all of my colleagues here, I was devastated when I heard about the attack this past weekend in Orlando. And my heart goes out to everyone who was affected by this awful, hateful crime. Family, friends of 49 victims, the entire LGBT community, the entire Latino community. These were 49 happy people dancing together, laughing, celebrating who they are in the middle of Pride Month in a club that has always been a safe haven for them. But once again, an evil and hateful person, a citizen of this country who was angry, hateful, and radicalized was allowed by this Congress to have easy access to a deadly weapon of war. Now, let's be very clear about the kind of weapon this man used. The weapon is an AR-15. It was not designed to hunt deer. It was not designed for target practice. It was designed to kill large numbers of people quickly at war. This is not a weapon used in hunting. Why are we allowing private citizens to have such easy access to these weapons of war? And something has to change. No one outside of our military who are trained to use these weapons needs to have access to a weapon that can fire hundreds of bullets in a minute. Hundreds of bullets in a minute. The only people with the power to change this are the men and women who serve in this chamber, who serve in the Senate and House of Representatives. Is this slaughter not a wake-up call? Is it not enough to convince us to act? Where is our spine? The gun industry is a rich and powerful lobby in this country, but we weren't elected to protect the gun industry's profits. We were elected to protect America and its safety. We have to make it harder for hateful, angry, violent people to get a hand on a weapon of war that is designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. And the only way we change it, the only way, is if Congress fulfills its responsibility to protect the American people and passes new laws that keep us safe. The people of Orlando, San Bernardino, Charleston, Newtown, New York, the entire nation, none of them should have to go through their daily lives in fear of violence, in fear that an angry, radicalized citizen can buy and use a weapon of war against innocent Americans. Mr. President, we already have bipartisan reforms that are ready to go, that are overwhelmingly supported by the American people. Obviously, background checks that are more effective, so that a would-be terrorist could not buy a weapon of war. He won't be able to do this. The American people support that. Stop allowing would-be murderers to buy weapons of war like the AR-15 without scrutiny. Lift our national hold on the CDC and allow them actually to study the issue of gun deaths the way we are allowed to study any other cause of death in this country. The American people support this as well. So let's stop the people who have been deemed too dangerous to fly in an airplane from being allowed to buy guns. Let's stop tying the hands of law enforcement and preventing them from sharing crime data. And let's stop preventing ATF from requiring gun stores to conduct inventory and report any guns that have been lost or stolen. And let's stop blocking the ATF from preventing the dumping of non-sporting weapons into the American market from abroad. And let's finally crack down on gun trafficking and straw purchasing. These are all measures that the American people strongly support. My state of New York suffers deeply from gun violence. Our biggest problem is the amount of illegal weapons that flow into our state every single day from other states. The amount of guns, 90% used in crimes, come from out of state. 85% of them are illegal. These are weapons literally sold out of the back of a truck from someone in another state to a gang member. And how many innocent lives, like Nyasia Pryor-Yard, do we have to lose because a stray bullet hits her while she's out with her friends? It's unconscionable that this Congress stands and does nothing. I just want to thank my friend from Connecticut for yielding the floor to him, and I will ask him this final question. What do you propose we should do to protect Americans from this type of senseless violence? What should we do now as senators and as members of this body?
I thank the senator for her passion, and it's not a coincidence that sitting in this front row in this section of the Senate are three parents of young kids. We're friends, but we are also in common cause, and maybe we bring a little bit more of our gut to this question of what we do to protect children and adults because we think of our own children, think of how at risk they are. Senator Gillibrand, through the chair, we have proposed two simple measures to begin with. Let's bring to the floor a background checks bill that expands background checks to gun shows and internet sales where the majority or the lion's share of sales have migrated to. And let's make sure that terrorists can't buy guns, those that are on the terrorist watch list, the no-fly list. Let's start there. If we could get an agreement to bring those two pieces of legislation in a bipartisan way before the Senate, then we would pack up our stuff and go home gladly. But we need to have bipartisan consensus on those two votes to move forward. And that is our hope, and that's the reason why we are holding the floor here today. With that, I would yield to the senator from Missouri, great leader on this issue, without yield to her for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, I want to read out loud, verbatim, a voicemail that was left on my office phone this morning. I wish I could play it, because if you hear the voice, you will understand more completely why I believe this particular voicemail was compelling. I am 14 years old, from St. Louis, 63011, and I've been really looking a lot into the Orlando shootings and just really gun control in general. And I was kind of thinking, and I thought, like, I'll be a freshman this year, and I want to go to high school, and I want to drive a car, and I want to go to prom, and I want to graduate high school, and I want to go to college, and I want to graduate college, and I want to get a job, and I want to get married, and I want to have kids. But since Missouri voted on that those on terrorist watch list can purchase guns, I'm scared that I won't be able to do those things. I know that I'm young, and I don't really know what plays into your job at all. And I don't know all the arguments and all the factors, but at this point, I'm just really scared. And people are dying. And I think something needs to change. And so whatever that may take, please just take my feelings into consideration, and I would really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Bye. That's a 14-year-old girl from St. Louis. Now, she's a little confused about who has decided that people on the terrorist watch list can buy guns. It is, in fact, the United States Senate that made that decision in December on a vote that has been recounted over and over again, basically a party line vote, that we were not going to take the common sense step of saying that if the most trusted law enforcement professionals in the world, the most professional and highly trained, have put an individual on the terrorist watch list, that we should not let them buy guns in this country. Pretty common sense. And a 14-year-old knows it. And she's scared. One of the pieces of legislation that Senator Murphy is asking for bipartisan support for is the one that closes the gun show loophole and the online loophole when it comes to background checks. What are we afraid of? What are we afraid of with a background check?
Why should we have massive categories of gun purchases in this country without a background check? Why do we require a background check for a small business who's selling guns, but we don't for somebody who wants to operate online? And we know for a fact that there has been terrorist messaging sent to people in this country. You can weaponize yourself at gun shows, and with some pretty heavy artillery. We are, in fact, pointed out in the rest of the world as the place that it's easiest, with no questions asked, to obtain weapons that can kill and slaughter dozens and dozens of people in mere seconds. Why is this so hard? Where is the invisible hand that's stopping this? I don't want to be cynical about it. Is it the NRA? Is it the NRA that is single-handedly stopping this? Is everyone so afraid of the NRA? Why are they so afraid of the NRA? Do they not have faith in their constituents, that their constituents are right about this? Because there's no question the majority of constituents in this country want background checks. And the majority of constituents in this country want us to not sell guns to people on a terrorist watch list. Before I ask a question of Senator Murphy, I want to cover one more subject that's really bugging me as a former prosecutor. And that is the argument that has been presented, well, we want to make sure we don't somehow let the terrorists know that we're investigating them. So if we put them on a list and they can't get a gun and they go to buy a gun, then all of a sudden this terrorist is going to know we're on to him. That is such hogwash. And let me explain why. We have a no-fly list. We have other kinds of lists in this country. If the FBI is investigating, they have the discretion in this bill to remove someone from that list for purposes that would support pursuing that individual without him knowing that he was ever on the list. So all they would have to do is, if they are about to get intelligence, or they think they're about to get intelligence, or they think they are about to be able to uncover a larger plot, or even if they think they are about to arrest the terrorist in question, they are absolutely on top of it. And they can easily remove the name from the list and continue to pursue that individual, track that individual, and make sure that whatever gun that they might purchase is never used. This bill, when it comes to the terrorist watch list, gives the FBI that discretion. There is not going to be a terrorist that gets the heads up that's all of a sudden going to send them into hiding, or send them, unfortunately, unless we pass the bill, to the internet or to the nearest gun show. It amazes me the kind of trust that I hear mouthed about law enforcement on the other side of the aisle. But yet, they are not willing to trust the FBI with this serious decision as to whether or not an individual belongs on a terrorist watch list. And they are not willing to trust the FBI as to whether or not they do what they need to do to continue to pursue an investigation and arrest as it relates to this list. I think this is a gut check moment for this country. If you look at the graph of where we lie with how many mass shootings we have compared to all the other developed nations in the world, some of whom have lax gun laws like we do, maybe not quite to the extent that we do, we are way, way an outlier. That's not what we want to be an outlier on in the United States of America, mass shootings. And I think the American people are rising up and are saying enough is enough. And I would ask the senator from Connecticut if he agrees that the legislation that would restrict the ability of a identified terrorist to buy guns in this country contains the discretion necessary for the FBI to continue to protect America and continue to pursue investigations and continue to pursue arrests and intelligence because of the discretion we have given the FBI in that piece of legislation.
I thank the senator for the question, and the answer is yes, so long as you pair it with an expansion of background checks to make sure that they are seeing these purchases wherever they take place. That's why we have asked for this body to move forward on both of those pieces of legislation, because we cannot ask the FBI to protect this nation from terrorist attack if we don't give them the tools to keep firearms from those who threaten us. And before turning the floor over to the senator from Virginia, let me just underscore the last point that Senator McCaskill made. There is no other country in the world in which this happens. The rate of gun violence in this country is 20 times higher than the combined rates of our 22 countries that are our peers in wealth and population. 20 times higher. More people have died in this country in the first 15 years of this century than died in all of the wars in the last century combined. That is unique to the United States, and shame on us if we don't recognize that and do something about it. In the days after Sandy Hook, the senator from Virginia was one of the first to stand up intentionally on national media and say that something had to change. He was one of the early signals that this nation had woken up in the wake of Sandy Hook, and I'm glad to yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague, the friend, the senator from Connecticut, for yielding for a question, and I'm proud to join so many members of the Senate. I want to echo what my friend, the senator from Missouri, comments on one of her constituents. We're getting those same kind of calls, notes, questions. I want to acknowledge as well that there have been members of the House from Virginia and Louisiana who've come to show solidarity of the effort that's being led so ably by both senators from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey. I think we all are trying to wrap our heads, Mr. President, around how did it happen that a single lone gunman was able to extinguish the lives of 49 Americans at a gay nightclub in Orlando. When we get to this legislation, I think we also have to acknowledge that this was a crime of hate. A crime of hate that disproportionately targeted Latino community, in particular the LGBT community. And as the LGBT community grieves nationwide, we need to make clear that the long fight for equality includes not only marriage equality, but equal protection in terms of public safety and living in safe communities. Senator from Connecticut just made some of the comments about the number of deaths that take place in our country each year from gun violence, 30,000 a year. I think, just as Senator from Connecticut acknowledged in the aftermath of Newtown, how I rethought some of my positions on some of these issues, we all have to take a fresh look at the challenges our country faces in providing a reasonable framework of gun legislation that protects the rights as well of law-abiding gun owners. One of the things that troubles me is that I think virtually every member of this body has probably stated or tweeted out their thoughts and prayers for the victims in Orlando. What I think I'm hearing in the media from those victims and from Virginians across the board is they want to see more than thoughts and prayers. They actually want to see us act. There are a whole host of different proposals that we could look at to try to deal with gun violence. I believe the senator from Connecticut, though, has picked two that are frankly the most reasonable, the most common ground that we should take on. Because like the senator from Connecticut, I know what scourge of having a mass murder take place in your state. Until this terrible, terrible tragedy in Orlando, the deadliest mass shooting prior to last week was Virginia Tech in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where 32 lives were taken. I know how that community grieved, how Newtown grieved, how Aurora grieved, how Charleston grieved, and how now Orlando is grieving. And quite honestly, day in and day out, how many other communities are affected by this scourge of gun violence. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I know the challenges we face every day in dealing with the threat of violent terrorists determined to do our nation harm. But if we're going to talk about taking on terrorism, which we need to have a united effort on, shouldn't we take this reasonable step of abiding by the judgment of law enforcement and say, if you end up on a terrorist watch list, you should not be able to purchase a firearm? And we've seen in recent days statistics that show that more than 90% of known or suspected terrorists who attempted to buy weapons since 2004 have passed a background check and then have been able to purchase a firearm. To me, that is an internal contradiction that by taking action this week, we can change around. If you're too dangerous to get on an airplane, aren't you too dangerous as well from being able to purchase a firearm? The second solution that my friend, the senator from Connecticut, has put forward, take up and pass the bipartisan proposal that has overwhelming support of the general public to increase background checks. 90% of the public supports this effort. Over 70% of gun owners support this effort. And why? Because we know that background checks work. Since 1994, 2.6 million people who had either evidence of criminal background, mental illnesses, have been prevented from purchasing firearms. So, Mr. President, there are a host of other proposals I know the senator from Connecticut has put on his agenda, but what I want to do is thank the senator from Connecticut for putting forward two of the most basic proposals, two of the proposals that have the broadest bipartisan appeal. And I would ask the senator from Connecticut, with the overwhelming public support that Americans express for this kind of common sense legislation, and with, unfortunately, the sometimes low regard this body has held, does the senator from Connecticut believe that if we took up these actions and passed them, not only could we send a strong signal of making America safer, but we could once again show that we are fulfilling our constitutional duty?
I thank the senator for the question, and I really do think that that's at the essence of this debate. It's why we're on the floor today. It's why we're lodging this protest, is that, if you look at why the approval ratings of Congress are so low, it is in part because there are these enormous challenges that are confronting the nation that we're ignoring. People are upset that we're bickering and fighting all the time, but they are also deeply upset that there are these epidemics, that there are these public safety crises, and we're doing nothing. And so, I think that our ability to respond to this in a bipartisan way, to reflect the support of 90% of the American public, is about saving lives, but it's also about, as you said, fulfilling our constitutional responsibility. Why did you sign up for this job? Why did you decide to be a United States senator if you were going to ignore this epidemic of slaughter in this nation? There's nobody that disagrees with the fact that this is a major problem. It's on the headlines of every paper, almost every day, a weekly basis. Why do you want to be a United States senator if you want to ignore this one? So I thank the senator for his remarks and for his question. And I'm going to yield to the senator from Minnesota for a question without yielding the floor, who's been such a leader on this issue in general, but her focus on protecting victims of domestic violence is hopefully going to lead to one of the breakthroughs that we're seeking in the context of this debate. I yield to the senator from Minnesota for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to ask if the gentleman from Connecticut will yield for a question without yielding the floor.
I yield to the gentlelady for a question.
I want to thank, first of all, I want to thank my colleague from Connecticut for his work, along with the senator from New Jersey, Senator Booker, Senator Blumenthal, and many others, in bringing people together today to call for common sense action to make our communities safer. I know Senator Manchin was here earlier. He's been such a leader working on the bipartisan bill with Senator Toomey on background checks, and I appreciate their efforts. I want to extend my heartfelt condolences to all those families of those who were massacred in Orlando, also those laying injured, some very seriously, critically injured in hospital beds in Orlando today. My prayers are with the victims and their families. I look at this, first of all, and I look at the senator from Connecticut, and I think of the people from his own state who he knows so well, the parents of those young little children that were killed in Sandy Hook. I remember them coming to my office the day that the background check bill went down. And they came to my office, and a number of us were telling them that it was going to go down, that we didn't have enough votes to pass this common sense measure for background checks. And what I was struck with was that they knew that that particular measure wouldn't have saved their babies. They knew that it wouldn't have done it, but they were there because they had come to the conclusion that this was the best way to save other children, to save other people from dying. And as they told the story of how when her young son, who was autistic, left for school that day, he looked up at the refrigerator and pointed at the picture of his health aide. And it was someone that was with him all the time. He could barely speak, but he loved her, and he pointed up at that picture on the refrigerator in the morning. So as she sat in that firehouse with the other parents, waiting and waiting to see if her child would come back, it became very clear that some children were never coming back, and hers was one of them. And when they found that little boy, he was in the arms of that education aide, that health aide that he loved so much. And they were both shot, and they were both killed. And as she told me that story, I thought, these parents are so courageous that they are coming today to try to advocate for something that they knew. They had come to the grips with the fact that they wanted more, but they knew that the background check measure was the best they could do to save lives at that moment. They knew that the background check measure would especially help in cases of domestic violence and suicide, because they knew the statistics that in those states that had passed such measures, they'd seen improvements in the numbers for those kinds of deaths. So they were advocating for it. That was why they were there. And yet, this body didn't have the courage that those parents had to be there that day to pass that measure. And so here we are today. We are looking at, first of all, a dangerous loophole that allows terrorists to buy firearms here in the United States. In Minnesota, we have a little experience with this. We were the state that before 9/11, some citizens, flight instructors, were able to detect something was wrong with a man that cared about flying, Missouri, but not about landing. And so they turned him in, and no one was ever able to connect the dots. But there he was in a jail in Minnesota. I know a little bit about this as a former prosecutor, and I know a little bit about this because of the cases that we've had in our state. We've had dozens of indictments against people that have been trying to go to join al-Shabaab in Somalia or the terrorist group ISIS. We just had 3 convictions in U.S. federal court in just the last week. We know about this in our state and how close it hits to home. We love our Muslim community in our state. They are a part of the fabric of life. We have the biggest Somali community in the country. But we also know that we need to keep our community safe. And by working with that community, we have been able to bring these kinds of prosecutions. And so when it's that close, you know that you don't want people who are on the terrorist watch list to get guns. And incredibly, current U.S. law does not prevent individuals who are on the terror watch list from purchasing guns. A total of 2,233 people on the watch list tried to buy guns in our country between 2004 and 2014, and more than 2,000, or 91% of them, cleared a background check. And that's according to the Government Accountability Office. I'm a co-sponsor of Senator Feinstein's bill to close this loophole, and during last year's budget debate, I joined 25 of my Senate colleagues, including my colleague from Connecticut, in offering an amendment that also would have stopped these dangerous individuals from buying firearms and explosives. The background check bill. We know that this helps, and that's why two at the time A-rated NRA senators, Senator Manchin and Senator Toomey, joined together to try to put forward some common sense legislation. Sadly, that bill did not pass, and I believe that we should bring that bill up again for a vote. The third piece of legislation that I think is possible to pass, as I look at what has bipartisan support, what could make the biggest difference, is a bill it's a bipartisan bill with Senator Kirk. There's a House bill as well, and that bill focuses on victims of stalking, victims of domestic violence. As we look at some common sense measures, we know that not one bill is going to fix all of these cases. Not one bill is going to make the difference in every case, but combined, they make a major difference. So my question for the gentleman from Connecticut, my question for him is about an area where I believe we should be able to find consensus. And that is also, in addition to the important closure of the loophole from the terrorist watch list for people buying guns, the background check bill, that is this domestic violence area. Studies have shown that more than 3 women per day lose their lives at the hands of their partners, and more than half of those killed by their partners are shot with a gun. There's a simple bill that would, first of all, make sure that dating partners, it's the same rule that applies to those who are married, would apply to dating partners. Even the Republican witnesses at our hearing with Senator Leahy and Senator Grassley, they even embraced this portion of the bill, that if people are dating partners as opposed to married, it should make no difference in terms of how you look at this if they've committed an act of domestic violence and their ability to go in and buy a gun. The second piece of this bill is about stalking. If someone has been convicted of a stalking crime, that they shouldn't be able to go in and buy a gun. When I look at these types of common sense measures, I always think of my Uncle Dick. He loved to hunt, and he always would hunt deer. And I have to think to myself, would closing off the loophole in the terrorist watch list hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Not at all. Would putting the background check bills in place across the country, would that hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Not at all. And would closing these loopholes on stalking and on dating partners in any way hurt my Uncle Dick in his deer stand? Because our state loves hunting. We're a big hunting state. So I always have to do a gut check when I look at these bills to the senator from Connecticut. And I'd like you to answer that question of these common sense bills that we've been talking about today that could save hundreds, if not thousands of lives. Do you think that they would anyway hurt those in our states, in every state in this nation, that value their guns and value hunting, who are law-abiding citizens?
Well, I thank the senator for that question. And you just have to look to the data for the answer. We've had pretty robust survey data on the question of support for expanding background checks or support for denying people on the no-fly list access to guns. And it's universal. Everybody wants these changes. Republicans want them, Democrats want them, non-gun owners want them, gun owners want them. The vast majority of NRA members support the provisions that we are proposing for bipartisan action today. And I'd suggest the same thing is true with respect to protecting victims of domestic violence. This has nothing to do with being a Republican or a Democrat, a gun owner or a gun owner. When you tell people that somebody who has a restraining order lodged against them shouldn't get a gun, everybody nods their head. And so I thank Senator Klobuchar for being such a leader on that particular issue, because it is one of this basket of changes that we're requesting that is controversial only here. right? That it's controversial only in Washington, D.C. and in the political arenas of this country. It's not really controversial out in the broader American public. So I thank
Thank you for that. And I also want to note the members of the House here that Congresswoman Dingell is the lead sponsor of that bill in the House on the domestic violence. So we have 2 bipartisan bills in both chambers.
Would the gentlelady from Minnesota yield for a question?
I would yield to the gentlelady for a question without
going
my
through
right to the floor.
First of all, joining you as a social worker, my question is the gentlelady from Minnesota, with her vast experience as an attorney general, as well as her advocacy here in the Senate.
The senator, the question must be directed toward the senator from Connecticut.
To the senator from Connecticut, that the most of the victims of guns in a domestic violence are law enforcement officials responding to the aid of a domestic violence victim. In my own state, there have been wonderful men in blue that came to a home to rescue someone who was being held or something by their spouse, often off their meds, that when the police officer responded, because it was domestic violence, not responding as if it were an active scene, was also killed. Has that been your observation?
I thank the senator, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, for the question. That certainly is a big part of this storyline, this toxic mixture of guns and restraining orders. It puts everyone in jeopardy. It puts the individual who lodged the restraining order in jeopardy, and it puts the law enforcement officers who get in the middle of that conflict in jeopardy. It is hard enough for law enforcement officers to try to enforce a restraining order. This is a spouse who is angry, who is at the peak of their fury often, and you add a gun into that mix, everyone's life is in danger. I thank the senator, and I would yield to the gentleman from Ohio for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, thank you, and my friend from Connecticut, thank you. And I so admire how, when you came to the Senate, it was right after the perhaps most tragic 2 hours in our recent nation's existence, with what happened to those kids, those children in your congressional district. How do we, Senator Murphy, how do we go home? I mean, I just hear this. I watch what happened at Sandy Hook. I watch what happened in Colorado. I watch what happened in California. Now we see what happened in Orlando to those 49 mostly young men and women, mostly of Hispanic descent, mostly gay, we think. What happened to them? How do we go home and face people when this body fails year after year after year to do the right thing? And I admire so much what Senator Murphy did when he came here and just got in the face of so many members of the Senate and said, you got to do the right thing. And my question for Senator Murphy is, how do we go home and look people in the eye and say we failed again? I mean, I think this body should stay in session until we do a number of things, from confirming a Supreme Court justice to taking care of the mine workers' pension to this legislation. But how do I go back to Cleveland and say, well, you know, we tried again, we didn't do it. It's not that big a deal. If people can't fly on an airplane, they still ought to be able to get a gun. How do we possibly look people in the eye and answer that question?
I thank the senator for a question that's unanswerable. I mean, the answer is we can't. And as you know, there is a very real, palpable fear out there today. I mean, there's no way to look at what happened in San Bernardino, to look at what happened in Orlando and not be scared. Yes, it's an attack that's designed to elicit a fear that is disproportional to the actual threat. That's what terrorism is. But people's fear is elevated when they don't see us taking action. Senator Casey, I think, earlier today made this point. He said, can you imagine after September 11th doing nothing? Can you imagine if our response after that tragedy was to do nothing, to just move on to the next piece of legislation as if it didn't occur? Well, that was 3,000 people whose lives were taken. There are 30,000 people a year who are killed by guns. And if you add up those that have been killed in mass shootings, the numbers approach that of September 11th. And so this is a moment in which I think it's impossible for us to go back home and once again say that we haven't done anything. And I guess that's the reason that we're here. I mean, I know this is uncomfortable to stop the CJS process, to force and ask staff to stay beyond regular hours. But for many of us, and I think you're amongst this group, Senator Brown, through the chair, we just couldn't pretend that this is business as usual again. We just couldn't go through another one of these shootings, this one the worst in the history of this country, and just go back to our regular business. That's why we're here today, to suggest that this time it has to be different. And I yield the floor for a question.
Friend from Connecticut, yield again through the chair. I was at a meeting yesterday with a group of Democratic senators, and I heard two of the youngest members of our caucus and two of the most impressive members of our caucus, Senator Booker and you, Senator Murphy, talk about the number of gun deaths in this country. My wife and I live in the city of Cleveland. We live in the zip code in Cleveland in 2007 that had more foreclosures than any zip code in the United States of America. We live in a nice neighborhood of about 250 homes. Most of the rest of the neighborhood has suffered, some in our neighborhood, much outside that neighborhood, of foreclosure after foreclosure and urban blight. And many nights we hear gunshots and then we hear police sirens. And I know that Senator Booker said, and I think my friend from Connecticut heard him talk about what he sees in Newark. And what we see, and we had a terrible, terrible number of deaths in southern, very rural Appalachia, southern Ohio, just 3 weeks ago, where apparently one family member killed a whole bunch of others with a gun. And I got a letter yesterday, from a man in Toledo. I'm a gay man living in Toledo. I've never been to a gay pride event. This was going to be my year, and I'm scared, just like you talked about the fear. The fear that, I mean, I don't live in fear, but when I hear a gunshot and I hear fire, I hear sirens in my neighborhood, or not that far away from my direct neighborhood. I have grandchildren. I've not heard those gunshots and fire and police sirens when my daughters or grandchildren have been there. But you think about that. I mean, the question is, why is it harder to obtain a driver's license than it is to buy a gun? Why do we not have the political courage to pass reasonable laws? I mean, I've been in public office a long time, and I have seen so many of my colleagues, mostly Republicans, just cower when the NRA calls, or cower when they think about the whole idea of passing gun laws. I heard yesterday, a reporter told me that Republican senators won't talk to her right now about any issue because they're afraid they might ask about the NRA and the campaign dollars they've gotten from the NRA. What is it? Why fundamentally is it harder to obtain a driver's license than it is to buy a gun?
Thank the Senator for the question. I just want to acknowledge that we've had a number of House members come down to the floor of the Senate today to support our efforts. Senator Congressman Richmond, a good friend of myself, and Senator Booker, who's witnessed this just ongoing slaughter in New Orleans, unabated because of inaction from this Congress, has joined us. I've seen a number of other members from the House join us as well. I thank them, and I thank in particular my friend Representative Richmond for being here. I think that's a great question, Senator Brown, especially in the context of the history of the NRA's advocacy in this body. It used to be that the NRA actually supported expanding background checks. In the wake of the Columbine massacre, it was the NRA that was arguing to close the loopholes in our background check system. And so as a means of answering why we can't get agreement, you have to ask yourself and answer the question as to what's happened to the gun lobby. The gun lobby used to actually come here. It originated, of course, as just a gun safety organization. It morphed into much more of an advocacy organization. But even as late as the Columbine massacre, they were still arguing for changes in our laws to better protect individuals. Today, they are an absolutist organization. Today, they brook no compromise. And unfortunately, there is a large percentage of this body, enough to block common sense legislation, that follows their lead. But there has been a transformation in the advocacy of that organization. And, you know, many of us are still hopeful that the gun owners who are members of the NRA, who support what we're talking about here today, right? Polls tell you that NRA members support expanding background checks to cover more sales and stopping people on the no-fly list from getting guns. We hope that they might prevail upon their association to be more constructive. Yeah,
one more question.
Yield for another question.
I'll turn it back maybe to Senator Stabenow. I know some questions for Senator Murphy. I wanted to share a letter I got from a woman in Columbus. She said, "I'm devastated by the events this weekend in Orlando. I've had to personally be re-triggered with every mass shooting that's occurred in the past 3 years. My tragedy occurred 3 years ago this July. The love of my life, best friend, man I was going to marry, was murdered. He was shot to death by a prior felon. Can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime, any reason. Change is needed now. We can't keep waiting. Please do something, anything. Saving one person from feeling the hell I've felt these past 3 years is worth it. My heart hurts for the loved ones affected by this weekend because I know this pain." I guess just the question, maybe there is no answer, but why when so many in our country have felt this pain? And, you know, certainly the pain is felt more among poorer people and people of color because they've been the victims far too often, and are in the great majority of cases are totally innocent. And far too many of them are children, whether it's Sandy Hook or whether it's a random shooting in Cleveland or Newark or Hartford or Detroit or New Haven. What do I tell this woman from Cincinnati, there from Columbus, that tells me, can't you do something? Why should more people have the pain that she's felt?
Senator Brown, I think we have to look at ourselves sometimes and ask, have we fought as hard as we possibly could to galvanize the American public around these changes? The reality is, and I said this earlier on the floor, that the small handful of individuals in this country who oppose these changes are calling our offices sometimes with more frequency than the large majority of Americans that support these changes. And they take cues from us. And so that's why we're here. We were about to come back to the Senate and just proceed with business as usual. As if Orlando didn't happen, we were going to just start debating amendments to the Commerce, Justice, and Science Act. And those of us who are on the floor today, and certainly in particular myself and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, said enough. Enough. We've got to show a signal to the American public that we care so deeply about the consequences of inaction that we are at the very least going to stop this process from moving forward until we can't stand any longer. Now, that's a tiny sacrifice, but at least it shows that we are willing to put something behind the passion that that letter writer and many others have. So I think there's a variety of answers to your question, Senator Brown: the strength of the gun lobby, the misunderstanding about the nature of the Second Amendment, the data that we have not done a good enough job of getting out there talking about the efficacy of stronger gun laws. But this exercise today on the floor is also part of changing that reality. With that, I would yield for a question without losing my right to the floor to just a great champion on this issue, the senator from Michigan.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the senator, a junior senator from Connecticut, yielding for a question. And I first want to thank him and the senior senator from Connecticut and the senator from New Jersey and so many others who have been on the floor. Our Democratic caucus is united in saying enough is enough. And I'm very grateful to our senators from Connecticut and New Jersey who've come to the floor to lead us in that stand of saying enough is enough. And so I do have a question, but let me first indicate that when we look at this situation, whether it's Orlando or Sandy Hook or Tucson or Columbine or on and on and on, or every day on the streets of our cities and communities across the country, it's time to stop just putting out statements. I don't know about my colleagues on the floor, but I'm sure they share with me this sense of frustration, of constantly having to put out statements saying our thoughts and prayers are with the families. Because of course our thoughts and prayers are with the families, but our actions should be with the families. That's what we're here today to focus on. It's not enough to have words. They expect us to act and to make it different. I am so grateful for so many Americans from all walks of life and all religions who have joined together. I'm so proud of the powerful statements coming from the Muslim community, standing in partnership and friendship with the LGBT community and with the Jewish and Christian community at large, and all of those who said, enough is enough. Hate crime, act of terror, enough is enough. And I want to just lift up, before asking my question, 2 young people from Michigan who were part of the horror 4 days ago. A 25-year-old who's been living in Saginaw, Michigan, who was killed in the Orlando terrorist hate crime attack. And by all accounts, he was a wonderful young man. He owned his own business, loved his family, recently attended his niece's graduation. His friends said, quote, no one can say a bad word about him. He always had a smile on his face, and he always loved to laugh. Additionally, a Detroit native was also killed in the attack. He worked as a mental health counselor, and he had won awards for his work in the LGBT community. You know, to my colleagues, we in Michigan have a long tradition of enjoying hunting and fishing and outdoors. And I grew up in northern Michigan. My family are very involved in hunting and legal and safe gun ownership. But that's not what this debate's about. My family, my brothers, my son, my nieces, nephews, others look at me and go, what is going on here? This is not about whether or not we can enjoy hunting or legal gun ownership. And when my family's saying to me, wait a minute, let me get this straight. There's a terror watch list, you can't fly, but you can buy a gun. What's that? And they go into a gun shop, they get a background check, but you can go to a gun show or on the internet and not? So I would ask my colleague and great leader on this issue. I think it's important now to explain a little bit more about these 2 things we want to accomplish. What are the 2 things that we want to accomplish? Going through all of this, stopping the regular business of the Senate, and saying we have to act. We have to begin to address what we can do for these horrors. What are the 2 things that we are asking for?
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. And I think this is important sometimes to reset the floor and talk about what we're asking for, because they're pretty simple and they're bipartisan and they're non-controversial outside of this body. One, we want a version of the Feinstein bill, which prohibits individuals on the no-fly list from getting a gun, to come before the Senate for a vote. Second, in order to make that bill effective, we want a version of the Manchin-Toomey compromise to expand background checks to gun shows and internet sales to come before the Senate for a vote. Both of those measures are supported broadly by 80 to 90% of the American public, and both of them are necessary in order to protect Americans from terrorist attack. Why? Because we know last year, 90% of individuals who are on the no-fly list who tried to buy a gun were successful in buying one. And the only reason that 10% weren't is because they were on some other list of prohibited individuals. So we know every year there are individuals on the no-fly list who are trying to buy guns and they're getting them. And we know that, unfortunately, the individual, the shooter in Orlando, was, at least for a period of time, on those lists. He went and bought a gun. In order to make it effective, you also have to make sure that you're capturing gun sales that happen online and at gun shows. And what we think we're asking for is pretty simple. Both of those proposals have drawn bipartisan support. Neither of them are controversial outside of this body. And, frankly, it's about the lowest hanging fruit that we could imagine in order to get this body on record as trying to stop the carnage in this country. And I yield for a question.
Thank you very much. I wonder if I might just ask, in addition to that, I understand that our distinguished leader on appropriations, Senator Mikulski, and Senator Nelson as well, have an amendment that would give law enforcement resources necessary to combat terrorism. We certainly came from a very important briefing today, and we're discussing how terrorism certainly is an all-hands-on-deck operation, but without adequate resources, other things may not receive the resources they need as well in terms of law enforcement. But I wonder if you might just talk about the importance of resources for law enforcement as well, and how it's our job in the context of this appropriations to make sure that we are prioritizing the fighting of terrorism as well as gun violence.
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Stabenow. We're asking the FBI to do more and more to protect us from an increasingly complex array of threats, and we're not giving them enough resources to do the job. And, you know, the alternative that's been proposed to Senator Feinstein's legislation is laughable in that it would require the FBI and for law enforcement to go to court every single time they want to stop someone on the no-fly list from getting a weapon. That it wouldn't be automatic. Instead, they would have 3 days to scurry into a court, file a motion, deny the weapon, have a hearing. I mean, first of all, there's no way that all of that could happen in 3 days, but it certainly can't happen with the resources that we provide them. So they don't have the resources that they need right now in order to protect us from this myriad of threats that are posed, from this desire of ISIS and others to inspire lone wolf attacks. But the alternative to the proposal we have proposed just is unworkable on its face, especially given the resources that the FBI has.
And if I might just clarify again with the distinguished senator, so we're all clear. Right now, you can be stopped from getting on an airplane because you're on a terror watch list. But you can choose, rather than getting on that plane, to go buy a gun and go into a nightclub in Orlando and have carnage and terrorism occur. Is that basically what's happening now that Republican colleagues are saying should continue by not that they want the violence to continue, but they're not willing to act to stop people from getting a gun who are on the terrorist no-fly list?
And that is correct. And I'm still waiting for one of our Republican colleagues to come down to the floor and suggest that the individuals on the no-fly list have their right to fly restored. Because if you are so worried about the wrong people being on that list, then you should come down to the floor and propose that those individuals be able to get on a plane. But no one's proposing that, because you would be tarred and feathered by your constituents if you proposed that people who have had intersections with terrorist groups be able to get on a plane at your local airport. And thus, it is, you know, I think hard to understand why there is a belief that none of these people should fly, but all of these people should be able to buy assault weapons.
And I think the American people are scratching their heads at this moment. Hopefully enough colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us to close this incredible loophole.
I thank the gentlewoman and my friend from Massachusetts, who was so eloquent earlier, is on the floor, and I'd yield to Senator Markey for a question without losing my right to the floor.
And I thank the gentleman. And again, I ask the gentleman, why won't the Republicans allow for a debate and a vote on whether or not individuals on a terrorist target list should be able to get a gun anywhere in America? And the answer to that question has not been forthcoming from the Republican Party, because the NRA, the National Rifle Association, does not have a good answer to it, except that they don't want any exceptions to the rule that anybody should be able to buy a gun at any time, even if they're on a terrorist target list in the United States. And so that's going to be our big challenge out here. What are the limits to the power of the National Rifle Association over the Republican Party, and as a result, over the United States Senate. Because the American people don't think that we have to accept this epidemic of gun violence in our country. The American people do not believe that it is preordained. They believe that it is preventable. But every week, 56 children die from gun violence. That's nearly 3 Newtown massacres every single week. 30,000 Americans shot and killed each year is not inevitable. It is unacceptable, and it is immoral. We cannot wait any longer to put these common sense gun laws on the books. We can't wait any longer to make our streets safer. I believe assault weapons belong in combat, not in our communities. We need a ban on these military-style assault weapons. We need to eliminate the trafficking of guns into our communities across our nation. We need to ban high-capacity magazine clips that turns guns into weapons of war. There is no reason for an ordinary American to have this in our neighborhoods, on our streets, or near our schools. We need background checks on all gun sales, including private sales and purchases made online and at gun shows. We need to crack down on straw purchasing. We need to ban gun sales on sites on the internet like Facebook and Instagram. Right now, anyone can do a search for AK-47 or AR-15 or even guns for sale on Instagram and find guns for sale. Could you be under 18? Yes. Could you get a gun without a background check? Yes. We should not allow Instagram to be used as Instagun, enabling the sale and purchase of deadly weapons in possible violation of state and federal law. We can do something here. We don't have to do all of this week, but the least that we should be able to do is what the senator from Connecticut just outlined. 2 steps. 1, if you're on a terrorist watch list, you can't buy a gun in the United States. 2, you can't go around the background check. If you go to a gun show or you go to Instagram, you have to go through a background check. Leave all the rest of it off the table. Banning assault weapons, all the rest of it. We won't do that. How about just debating and doing those 2 things, which overwhelmingly the American people want us to do? Now, back on September 11th, 2001, Mohammed Atta and 9 others boarded 2 planes in Logan Airport. They hijacked those planes using box cutters to kill the flight attendants, to kill the pilots. We do not allow box cutters into the passenger section of a plane any longer. We don't allow knives in the passenger section of planes any longer. But believe it or not, we actually had a debate at the time as to whether or not every bag that goes on to a passenger plane should be screened. We had a debate that lasted for 4 years as to whether or not the cargo, which goes into the bottom of a plane, should be screened. 4 years. The cargo industry did not want it. The airline industry said it would be too much of an inconvenience. Who in America wanted to fly on a plane that had cargo underneath their feet that had not been screened after 9/11, after Mohammed Atta? Well, we finally won that issue, and everyone accepts the wisdom of ensuring that that screening takes place on every single passenger flight in America, because otherwise, that's where the new Mohammed Atta would find the aperture to create the disaster in the air. They are smart people. They're cunning people. They're trying to find the opening. They're trying to find the weakness. They're trying to find the Achilles heel in our system so they can kill Americans. Well, that's what's happening here. There's another Achilles heel. And that Achilles heel is the fact that the NRA has a vice-like grip on the United States Senate and the United States Congress. They will not let it go. They will not make it possible for us to have a straight up and down vote on whether or not this latter-day Muhammad Atta on a terror target list can buy a gun, buy an assault weapon in the United States. Whether or not this new Muhammad Atta, this new terrorist group, can buy assault weapons at gun shows without any background checks whatsoever, and to then use those weapons to kill innocent American citizens. How can the NRA align itself with latter-day Muhammad Attas, with the latter-day Tsarnaev brothers? How can the NRA do that? How can the Republican Party align themselves with the NRA if that's their agenda? These are the votes which we should be having. It's very simple. If you cannot fly, you should not be allowed to buy a weapon in America. If you're a terrorist and you're not permitted to fly in our country, how can we have a system that allows you simultaneously to buy an assault weapon that could kill dozens of people or more? So we know what's at the top of the terrorist target list in our country. We know what they're trying to do. They try to bring down planes. They try to find ways in which they can terrorize otherwise innocent communities in our country to spread the terror. And we know where the Achilles heels are. We shut it down when it came to airlines. We can shut it down here when it comes to the purchase of weapons if you've already been identified as being on a terror target list, the watch list. The FBI is looking at you, but you can still buy an assault weapon. It makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. How many times do we have to learn the lesson until we finally act? Is this not enough? Is what happened in Orlando not enough? 49 people dead, gay, 44 out of 49 names Latino, a hate crime, a terror attack, all of it. Do we really need more? Do we need another and another and another? Because we know the day is coming when this law is going to change. The test of us is that we do it before more innocent lives are lost. That we have these two bills that Senator Murphy referred to brought out here onto the floor. That we block this open door for terrorists to be able to kill in our country, to be able to purchase these weapons of mass destruction that kill at a level that is almost unimaginable. So I thank my friend once again, and I ask the question of the Republican leadership: why can't we have this debate? Why can't we have these votes? Now, I know the answer. It's that the NRA, the National Rifle Association, does not want those votes. But our job as elected officials is to ensure that NRA stands for not relevant anymore in American politics after Orlando, after this massacre. That's our historic challenge out here today. And so I thank the senator from Connecticut, the senator from New Jersey, the senator from Connecticut's colleague, Senator Blumenthal, and for all the members who are participating in this debate, discussion, filibuster. This is the issue. This is the time. This is the place. We are the people. who have to resolve this issue. People will look back and they will ask, did we try? Did we really try to put a ban on the purchase of these weapons by these terror target list people in our own country? That's going to be a test for us. We can't fight the battles over in Aleppo. We can't fight the battles over in Fallujah. But we can fight this battle here on the streets of America. We know what has to be done. This body just has to have the courage to say to the NRA, no, it's too much. Our country is bleeding. Families are hurting. We don't want to see it happen again. This is going to be the challenge of this week and next week and every week until we have these votes and until we close these loopholes. And I thank the gentleman, again, from Connecticut, for conducting this very important discussion, and I yield back to you.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and I thank him for his focus on assault weapons. We're asking for two different proposals here to come before the Senate, not one on banning assault weapons, but it remains a passion of many of us. And one of the most gruesome facts from the Newtown killings is that there were 20 kids who were shot with that weapon, and not one of them survived. All 20 of them died. And that speaks to the epic, life-ending power of an exceptional weapon. I would yield to the ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, Senator from Delaware, for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I want to thank our colleagues from Connecticut for inviting us here and encouraging us to have this conversation. I've just come, as many of our colleagues have just come, Senator Murphy, from a briefing by three of the top officials in this country who deal with Homeland Security and law enforcement. And one of the questions that was asked deals with the ability of someone who's on a terrorist watch list to be denied the opportunity to fly in an airplane, and then whether or not that same person on a terrorist watch list can be denied the opportunity to buy, for example, an assault weapon. And the answer is I think, shocking and disappointing. A person who is on a terrorist watch list can and will be denied the opportunity to fly in an airplane with other people. That makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is that same person who's denied the ability to fly in an airplane because he or she's on a terrorist watch list can go into a gun show or a gun store and buy a weapon, including an assault weapon. That just makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me. And I would add maybe two other quick points, if I may, and I'll stop and yield to others, including the senator from Wisconsin who was kind enough to allow me to say a few words. Thank you. But the number of people who want to leave this country and go to link up with ISIS and be a fighter, that number has dropped and continues to drop dramatically, down to 1 per month now, from the U.S. down to 1 per month. And one of the reasons why that number continues to drop and drop dramatically is because ISIS is on the run. ISIS, I think, earlier on regarded as a winning team, no more. They're being regarded, I think, appropriately as a losing team. And we asked a question of the Secretary of Homeland Security, is it true that since 9/11, every American who's died in this country at the hands of a jihadi terrorist, have they died at the hands of someone who's from another country and has come here, slipped in somehow secretly or covertly? And the answer is, every person who's died in this country since 9/11, American citizens, have been killed by someone who is a U.S. citizen or someone who is a legal resident here. And the Secretary of Homeland Security is pleading with us to give his department the ability to create countering violent extremism capability within that department, to improve it rather, that would enable us to establish partnerships with the Muslim community, with faith organizations and other organizations, to be able to reach out, to work with them, to reduce the likelihood that folks that are already here that could be radicalized will not be radicalized. I just appreciate very much the chance to share a couple of those takeaways from what I thought was a very important briefing. And I want to say again my thanks to Senator from Wisconsin for allowing me to slip in at this point in the discussion. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Delaware, and we talked about that earlier on the floor, this notion that ISIS is on retreat inside the Middle East, and they've got only a handful of motivations remaining for people to join their movement. No longer is the inevitable geographic expansion of the caliphate available to them as a reason for recruitment. But the belief, the argument that the East is at war with the West certainly is still available to them, especially if we react the wrong way to the threat that's presented to us. And so we have not, frankly, gotten into a discussion thus far on this floor about what one of the presidential candidates is proposing. But part of the reason why we are demanding a vote on these measures is because this is the right way to respond. There is a latent fear in the American public that is understandable. There is a wrong way to respond to that will frankly make us less safe. There's a right way to respond. And I think the American public gets that because of the 90% approval ratings of the things that we're proposing. So I thank the senator, and I yield to the senator from Wisconsin for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Through the chair, I would like to ask a question about the tragic massacre in Orlando. But I wanted to lead into that by, first of all, thanking and deeply appreciating the work and efforts of my colleague from Connecticut, who has come to the floor so many times to talk about the lives and the identities and the legacies of the people who have lost their lives to gun violence, and the families that are there to remember them. And, you know, I remember so profoundly the massacre at Newtown. Senator Murphy brought photographs of all of the victims, their families, told their stories at length on this Senate floor. As weeks and months persisted here in the United States Senate and no action was taken to do common sense things to make access to these weapons more difficult, the senator from Connecticut started coming to the floor and talking about some of the people that we don't read about because the media doesn't rush to the scene when somebody dies in a drive-by shooting or in a place that doesn't garner the attention and the spotlight like the massacre and tragedy in Orlando has garnered by the national media. So I thank the gentleman from Connecticut for his perseverance, and I am just so proud to join him this afternoon in this insistence for action. You know, I am in such strong agreement with the senator from Connecticut about the need to close what we call the terror gap and strengthen our background check laws. Because what we've seen over the last weeks, and certainly on Sunday early morning, is the nexus of hate and terror and easy access to weapons of war by people who should not have them. And I can't tell you how many times I have penned the words, "You are in my thoughts and prayers." And I have spoken the words, "You are in my heart, in my thoughts, in my prayers." I can't tell you how many times I've joined, either in my former service in the House of Representatives or here in the United States Senate, and joined my colleagues for a moment of silence Silence is not enough. Thoughts and prayers are important, but they are not enough. We have to act. And so I join many of my colleagues here tonight in the effort towards securing a vote. Securing a vote by this Senate on making it harder, just a little bit harder, for people who hate people involved in terrorism to get a hold of weapons of war. And we have an opportunity because we have a bill before us. It's the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. I have the honor of serving on the Senate Appropriations Committee and being a member of the subcommittee. This is the moment. This is the bill, and this is our opportunity. Now, I'm not saying had this been in law a year ago, a month ago, a week ago, that this wouldn't have happened. But our silence is unacceptable, and we must act. We are better than this as a country. Can't tell you how many times I've woken up or heard midday of another mass killing. Crowd around the television set, hungry for news, wanting to know about who perished, who's in the hospital, and when is it enough? When are we going to act? We also, in the political world, so regrettably fall into our, I don't know what to call it, comfort zones. Let's only talk about this as a terrorist incident, or let's only talk about this as a hate crime, or let's only talk about this in terms of gun violence. This is all of the above, and we have to come together. We have to be united. We have to be strong in order to respond. I also have to speak as a member of the LGBTQ community. On Friday, this last Friday, I had the honor of going to the opening ceremonies at Milwaukee, Wisconsin's Pride Fest. They were celebrating their 30th year of Pride Fest. In preparing for what I was going to say at that opening ceremony, I reflected on how different things were 30 years ago in 1986. That was actually the year I was first elected to local office. And I didn't have a lot of colleagues who were in the LGBT community in America, let alone the world at that point in time. Boy, we've changed, we've seen such progress. But after celebrating the opening of Pride Fest in Milwaukee, I woke up on Sunday morning, as we all did, to this horrific tragedy in Orlando. A hate crime is a crime that targets a particular audience, a particular group, in order to send terror throughout that community, not just the victims, but all who share characteristics with the victims. And in a month, June, which is Pride Month, to usually celebrate how far we have come over oppression, over discrimination, over hate crimes, to wake up and see this was truly unspeakable. And back to the legislating we do on the Senate floor, I will be supporting a number of amendments on this appropriations bill, the one that I came to ask Senator Murphy about, but additionally, an amendment that would add resources to the Department of Justice to help both prevent and investigate and enforce our nation's hate crimes laws. And I hope those will earn votes also. I will be supporting the amendment of a colleague, Senator Casey from Pennsylvania, relating to including misdemeanor hate crimes in the list of offenses that should prohibit individuals from being able to acquire, possess weapons of war. But back to our focus right now. Our focus right now is on getting a vote on closing the terror gap, getting a vote on making sure that background checks occur with regard to every purchase, so that you can't be rejected from purchasing a weapon and then run to the internet and purchase a weapon that way, or run to a gun show and purchase a weapon that way outside of the background check system. One of the things that is so important, as I started by mentioning, was when the senator from Connecticut came to the floor and showed the faces and read the names and told the stories of the victims of gun violence, massacres in Connecticut and in locations all over the United States. And I have been so moved as I've had the opportunity to see the media begin to share with us information about the names and the lives of the 49 victims of this hateful attack. And through the chair, I want to ask Senator Murphy a question about these 49 victims of this tragedy. Luis Daniel Conde, 39 years old, and Juan P. Rivera Velasquez, 37 years old. Luis, originally from San Lorenzo, Puerto Rico, was with his loving partner, Juan P. Rivera Velasquez, at Pulse. Both men were killed in the shooting. Luis was known by his loved ones as a fun-loving person with a great sense of humor. Juan, also originally from Puerto Rico, was the owner of the Magazine Salon and Spa in Kissimmee, Florida. Simon Andrew Carrillo Fernandez was 31, and Oscar A. Montero was 26. Simon was a manager at McDonald's who was well-loved. He was known for bringing in cakes to celebrate birthdays of each and every employee. Simon and his partner Oscar were killed just after returning home from vacation in Niagara Falls. Christopher Andrew Leinonen, 32 years old, and Juan Ramon Guerrero, 22 years old. Christopher Andrew, who went by Drew, was with his partner, Juan Ramon, at the time of the shooting. Both men died. Drew had a bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Central Florida and founded a gay-straight alliance in his high school. Akira Monet Murray. Akira was 18 and a recent graduate of West Catholic Preparatory High School in Philadelphia, where she was a top student and a top athlete on the women's basketball team. She had recently signed to play at Mercyhurst College in Pennsylvania. Jean Carlos Mendez Perez was 35, and Luis Daniel Wilson Leon was 37. Jean and Luis were loving partners. Both men were killed in the shooting. The families of both men took to Facebook to share their love and sadness. Edward Sotomayor Jr. was 34. Edward handled brand management for Al and Chuck Travel, an agency that plans vacations for the LGBTQ community. On hearing the news of Edward's death, his boss, Al Ferguson, spent time with Edward's family at the hospital. He died while urging his partner to exit the club doors to get to safety. Leroy Valentin Fernandez. Leroy was 25 years old. He was a leasing agent at an Orlando apartment complex and a vibrant performer who loved Beyonce, Adele, and Jennifer Lopez. His friend described her grief. It just feels very quiet now. Rodolfo Ayala, 33. Rodolfo was a biologics assistant at the One Blood Donation Center, a donation center that has been working to supply blood to the survivors of the shooting. His friend described him as compassionate and said that he loved his career. Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, 49 years old. Brenda was a two-time cancer survivor and real estate agent. She was a mother of 11 and was at Pulse with one of her sons for a night of dancing. Angel Luis Candelario Padro. Angel was 28. He moved to Orlando from Chicago and started a job as an ophthalmic technician only 4 days before the shooting. He's from Puerto Rico and described himself online as adventurous, easygoing, and responsible. Antonio Davon Brown. Antonio was a captain in the U.S. Army Reserve. He had previously been a member of the Army Officers Training Corps at Florida A&M University. He was 29. Stanley Almodovar III, age 23. Originally from Massachusetts, Stanley worked as a pharmacy technician in Claremont, Florida. Friends have been taking to social media to comment on his bubbly and down-to-earth personality. Amanda Alvear. Amanda was 25. Amanda was a beloved sister and godmother. Before the shooting, Amanda posted videos to Snapchat showing herself and a friend, Mercedes Flores, dancing and enjoying themselves at Pulse. Mercedes was another victim of the shooting. Darrell Roman Burt II, age 29. Darrell was a financial aid officer at Kaiser University and a passionate volunteer. The president of the Jacksonville JCs, which Darrell was a member of, described him as always interested in a positive impact on people's lives in the community. Juan Chavez Martinez, 25 years old. Juan, a Davenport resident, was known by his colleagues as a kind and loving person. Facebook lists his hometown as Huichapan, Mexico. Corey James Connell. Corey was 21 and well-loved. His teachers described him as their all-time favorite student. His brother took to Facebook to share his grief. The world lost an amazing soul today. God just got one of the best angels. Anthony Luis Disla. Anthony was 25. He was a graduate of the University of the Sacred Heart in Puerto Rico, Santurce, where he studied education. He was also a well-known drag artist in Orlando, performing as Alanis Laurel. Deonka Deirdre Drayton, age 32. Deonka was known as Dee Dee and was working at Pulse when the massacre occurred, according to a family member. Senseless, her aunt wrote on Facebook. Rest in peace, Dee Dee. Know this, Auntie will miss you. Mercedes Marisol Flores. She was age 26. Mercedes was at Pulse with her friend, Amanda Alvear, when the shooting occurred. She was a student at Valencia Community College and worked at the local Target. Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz. Peter was 22. Peter worked at UPS and spent his high school years in New Jersey. On Facebook, his mother thanked everyone for reaching out and expressed deep and immense pain at the loss of her son. Miguel Angel Honorato. Miguel was 30, a resident of Apopka, Florida. Miguel worked for Fajita Mex Mexican Catering. On Facebook, his brother wrote, I can't face the fact that my blood brother is gone. May your soul rest in peace, brother. I love you so much. Javier Jorge Reyes was age 40. Javier of Orlando worked as a supervisor at Gucci. He was originally from Guayama, Puerto Rico, and studied at the Universidad del Sagrado Corazón. Said one Facebook friend, "Your energy and love of life and of all things beautiful was infectious. You were one of a kind," end quote. Jason Benjamin Josaphat. Jason was 19 and an ambitious young man with many passions: computers, athletics, and photography. Jason's uncle described him as very excited about his journey. Eddie Justice. Eddie Justice was 30 years old. He was an accountant and loved to make other people smile. He was able to text his mother right before he died on Sunday, saying that he loved her and to call the police. Alejandro Barrios Martinez, age 21. A Cuban news source identified Alejandro and spoke with his family and friends, who described him as always very positive. He was able to contact his family at Pulse before he died. Gilberto Ramon Silva Menendez, age 25. Gilberto studied healthcare management at Ana G. Mendez University and worked as a sales associate at Speedway. He was originally from Manatí, Puerto Rico. KJ Morris. KJ was 37 years old. KJ was a bouncer at Pulse, known for her excellent dancing and amazing smile that could light up a room. She previously lived in Massachusetts. Luis Omar Ocasio Capo. Omar, age 20, loved to dance and dreamed of becoming a performer. He grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and worked at a local Target and Starbucks. Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, age 36. Originally from Puerto Rico, Eric worked at a Party City and Sunglasses Hut. He had been married about a year, and on Sunday morning, his husband frantically called friends and family when he couldn't connect with Eric. Joel Rayon Panangua. Joel was 32 years old, loved dancing, and is remembered as humble and cheerful. He was also a religious man and attended church in Winter Gardens. Enrico L. Rios, Jr., age 25. Enrique was from Brooklyn, New York, and he was vacationing in Orlando at the time of the attack. He'd been working as a coordinator at True Care Home Health Care and studied social work at St. Francis College. His mother and her family has been torn apart. Javier Emmanuel Serrano Rosado. Javier was 35 years old. He was the father of a young son and worked as an entertainer at Splash Bar in Panama City Beach, Florida. He was a mentor to many of his coworkers, who described him as quick with a smile. Shane Evan Tomlinson, age 33. Shane was a gifted singer who performed as the frontman for the band Frequency. He had a vibrant and charismatic stage presence and was at Pulse following a performance at a local club. Martin Benitez Torres. Martin was 33 years old and from San Juan, Puerto Rico, where he studied at the Ana G. Mendez University system. He was in Orlando visiting family. Frankie Jimmy de Jesus Velasquez, age 50. Frankie was a visual merchandiser at Forever 21 and studied at Inter-American University in Puerto Rico. His family took to Facebook to share their love of Frankie, saying, "What happened in Orlando affects all of us because it is an act of hate against the freedom to be who you are." Luis S. Vielma. Luis was 22, a student at Seminole State College, and worked as an operator for Universal Studios, Harry Potter, and the Forbidden Journey ride. Gerald Arthur Wright. Gerald was 31 and was employed at Walt Disney World and was well loved by both of his families, his biological one and his Disney family. He was at Pulse to celebrate a friend's birthday. Tevin Eugene Crosby. Tevin was a Michigan native and 25 years old. He was the ambitious owner of Total Entrepreneurs Concepts. He was visiting Orlando after traveling to watch his nieces and nephews graduate. Jonathan Antonio Camoy Vega. Jonathan was 24 and worked for a Spanish TV network as a producer of a popular children's talent competition. He was a member of the National Association of Hispanic Journalists in Puerto Rico before he moved to Florida. Jean Carlos Nieves Rodriguez was 27, a manager at a local McDonald's. He was known for being incredibly dependable. His closest friends describe him as just a caring, loving guy, just like a big teddy bear. Yilmari Rodriguez Sullivan, age 24. Yilmari was a wife, a sister, and mother of two sons, Yariel and Sergio. Her sister described her as the most loving and caring person you could ever meet, saying her smile lit up the room and her laughter brought a smile to your heart. Frankie Hernandez Escalante. Frankie was a loving big brother who taught his little sisters how to walk in heels and do their hair and makeup. Frankie has a tattoo on his upper right arm reading, "Love has no gender." And Frankie moved to Orlando from Louisiana. Enrique L. Rios Jr., age 25. Enrique from Brooklyn, New York, was vacationing in Orlando at the time of the attack. He'd been working as a coordinator at True Care Home Health Care and studied social work at St. Francis College. His mother describes that their family has been torn apart. There are 3 more names that I will read and tell you just a little bit about, who lost their lives in that massacre on early Sunday morning in Orlando. Paul Terrell Henry was 41, and Paul was planning to return to college. He was a Chicago native and loved dancing and playing pool. He had 2 children, including a daughter who had just graduated from high school. Christopher Joseph Sanfilez, 24. Christopher worked at a local bank and was known for having a positive outlook on life. He was very close to his family and told family members earlier in the weekend that he planned to go to Pulse with Friends. Geraldo A. Ortiz Jimenez, age 25. Geraldo, known as Drake Ortiz to his closest friend, was originally from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic and studied law at the Universidad del Este in Carolina. Now, through the chair, I'd like to ask Senator Murphy a question about the 45 victims of this tragedy. Senator, as someone who has come to this floor, read the names, shared the images, and told the stories of so many in our country who have lost their lives to gun violence, you agree that the time to act is now, and our thoughts and prayers for their deaths are important, but not enough?
I thank the senator for the time she's taken to talk about each of these beautiful individuals, these young men and women who went to a dance club to celebrate their lives and their friends and Pride Month, and who will never, ever walk the face of this earth again. Their friends and family will never get to celebrate these individuals' lives. And it's a reminder, as you talk about who these people are individually, that as much as we talk about statistics, the 30,000 who die every year, the 80 a day, this is about these lives. And that you could tell the story for each one of them of 20 other people whose lives will never be the same because of this tragedy. And you could put nearly 2 of those charts up every single day. And that's what's so scary, Senator Baldwin, is that we are fixated on this tragedy because of its uniqueness and its horrificness. But you could put up that chart every other day. And it's important to tell their stories, to tell who they were, because hopefully that's part of the imperative for us to act. Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Senator Udall has been patient and on the floor, and I know we have others that are waiting to speak, so let me yield for a question to Senator Udall, who's been a great friend in this issue, without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, and I really appreciate your leadership and your effort to see that the United States Senate addresses common sense gun legislation. And probably, you know, it's around the hour when people are getting home and they're wondering why we're here, why the senators choosing to hold the floor in this extended debate. And people should know our nation has seen a string of gun tragedies. The senator's home state of Connecticut saw the horrific Sandy Hook shooting of young children. In San Bernardino, we saw an ISIL-inspired terrorist attack. This terrorist slaughtered his former co-workers and innocent people. In Orlando, a disturbed man, perhaps inspired by ISIL, murdered 49 people in cold blood. This was an assault on the LGBT community, a hate crime. And in the last week in my home state of New Mexico, we've seen some terrible gun tragedies. A man is now accused of murdering his wife and 4 children in Roswell, New Mexico. There are so many tragedies, they all have different reasons. But one thing that almost all of us agree on is that we must do more to keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of people who mean harm to others or to themselves. You should have to pass a background check to buy a gun. And if you are a risk to others because of a history of making threats or because you may be affiliated with a known terrorist organization, law enforcement should be able to step in and prevent you from buying weapons. So the senator, the first thing I wanted to ask for people who are just tuning in right now, what are the 2 amendments that you're seeking to vote on today, and how would they help stem this tide of horrific violence that we're seeing across the country and, as you have continually pointed out, happens every day?
I thank the senator for the question. It's simple. We're asking for the 2 sides of the aisle here to come together and bring us votes on a bill that would prevent individuals who are on the terrorist watch list, the no-fly list, to prevent them from being able to purchase firearms. And then second, to expand out those purchases that are covered by background checks to the places where gun sales have migrated, which is largely gun shows and internet sales. These are both measures that are supported broadly by the American public. And to the senator from New Mexico, we're asking, for more than just votes on these measures. We think there's common ground that can be achieved. I mean, we don't think there's any excuse why we can't come together and figure out a way to get these passed. We've taken votes in the past, and votes are important, and a vote would be important if we took it. But what would be more important is to bridge our differences. There are plenty of people who aren't on the floor today who can make that happen so that we can pass legislation rather than just debate and vote on it. I yield to the senator for an additional question.
Does the senator, and I would ask this through the chair, my offices in New Mexico today have received many calls asking why Democrats are on the floor debating the Second Amendment. And I'd like to ask the senator from Connecticut if this is an accurate assessment of today's debate. It's my understanding, and I believe most of my colleagues would agree, that the Supreme Court has settled this issue. Congress can't take away that right. President Obama can't take away that right. What we're doing here today is taking steps to ensure that dangerous people are not able to buy a gun. Is that the senator's understanding?
I thank the senator for this clarification. I, in fact, don't think there's anything about this debate that we're having that's as they would describe it, a debate about the Second Amendment. There's no dispute that the Second Amendment now, in the wake of the Heller decision, guarantees the right of an individual to own a firearm. That is the law of the land. But that same decision very explicitly makes it clear that it is within the right of Congress to put parameters around that right to make sure, for instance, that criminals or would-be criminals don't get access to firearms. And so this certainly is not a debate about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is clear. Right now, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, it guarantees an individual's right to a firearm with reasonable conditions placed upon it by Congress. And so we are simply debating the extension of a widely accepted condition on the Second Amendment, which is the inability of criminals, and as we are debating today, individuals on the terrorist watch list to own a gun.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. And
yield to the senator for a question.
I would ask an additional question here. Last week, several of us announced the We the People Government Reform Package, and I plan to introduce that bill tomorrow. That bill includes several pieces. It has Senator Whitehouse's Disclose Act, which would require mandatory disclosure of all special interest campaign donations. It also includes my good friend Senator Bennett's legislation to strengthen lobbying laws. And I bring this up because I think it highlights the reason for Congress's inaction on gun violence. We've been here before after the tragedy in your state, Senator Murphy, of Sandy Hook. We stood here and debated many of the same issues: expanding background checks, closing the gun show loophole, limiting the capacity of magazines, things that should have been passed but weren't. And I'd like to ask my friend from Connecticut, do you think our inability to pass common sense gun safety legislation is in any way connected to the flood of money in our campaigns from special interests?
I thank the senator for the question. I think the flood of special interest money into politics is the answer for why lots of things don't happen here. Frankly, it's also the answer for why a lot of things do happen here. And so I think you are spot on through the chair to Senator Udall that part and parcel of this conversation is a conversation about reforming the way in which influence is exerted in this place. Something's wrong when 90% of the American public say that they want expanded background checks. Something wrong when 75% of the American public say that they want people on the no-fly list to be prohibited from buying guns, and we don't act on it. I can't give you specific diagnosis as to why that is, but it certainly speaks to the need for the reform that you're talking about.
Senator, I would ask just one additional question through the chair. Many New Mexicans live in very rural areas near the border with Mexico. Carrying a gun isn't unusual in these areas. It's a different way of life than in Connecticut or anywhere on the East Coast. For example, the entire state of Connecticut is about 5,500 square miles with a population of 3.5 million. Hidalgo County, one of our 33 counties in southwest New Mexico, is almost 3,500 square miles and has a population of less than 5,000. Many of the ranches there are tens of thousands of acres. They're in the remote Boot Heel area of the state, a region that is divided by mountain ranges and borders on Mexico on two sides. So I understand why many New Mexicans feel safer carrying a firearm. They might be miles from the closest help. It might take law enforcement a significant time to reach them. So I certainly don't want to do anything to infringe on their right to protect themselves with a firearm. But I would ask my friend from Connecticut, who's worked on this issue so long and understands this so well, would any of the proposals we're asking to get a vote on take away their rights to purchase or own a firearm?
I thank the senator for the question. I'll forgive the disparagement of Connecticut's small size, but the answer, of course, is no. The only limitation would be that if any of those individuals were not permitted to fly because they were on the terrorist watch list, they would not be able to purchase a gun. But in 2015, there were only 200 some odd individuals who were on the no-fly list that attempted to buy a gun. Other than that limitation, and I imagine there are very few ranchers, I imagine there are no ranchers that are on that list, there are no limitations.
Appreciate that answer and yield the floor.
Thank you very much. I yield to my good friend, Senator from Colorado, for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Thank you. And I asked the senator from Connecticut, though it's tempting to disparage the size of Connecticut from being from Colorado, I certainly won't do that. But I'd ask through the chair, Senator, what is the biggest concern you've heard about requiring universal background checks on gun sales?
I thank the senator for that question. I talked with Senator Manchin about this earlier today. Much of the concern is that I hear from individuals is that it is somehow a slippery slope that eventually leads to the government confiscating weapons. And that is a mythology that has been created out of whole cloth by individuals that have something to gain from selling a story of perpetual fear of the government. And of course, there's no evidence over the history of the National Criminal Instant Background Check System that that is the case. And so I think that the root of people's opposition is in a fear about a hidden agenda from the government, which, as you and I know, is simply not the truth. All the criminal background check system is there to do is to protect the public by keeping guns out of the hands of violent criminals. I yield for another question.
I appreciate the answer to that question. I come to the floor today to share some of the experience in Colorado and to ask the senator from Connecticut a question or two. I want to say first how sorry I am to the people of Orlando and the people of Florida for the tragedy that has befallen them. And on Sunday morning when I got up and opened the paper on my device and saw at that time that 20 people had been killed, and then quickly it grew to 50. I could only remember the shock when we had the shootings in the Aurora movie theater, and I know the senator from Connecticut had the tremendous shock of the killings of these elementary school children in Newtown, Connecticut. And I thought, as I always do when this happens, that my brother or sister could have been in there, my mother or father could have been in there, my son, actually my daughters, one of my daughters could have been in there, and the feeling that somebody must have when they know they're never going to see their loved one again. And I was fortunate, obviously, not to be in that circumstance, but on Sunday morning, Susan, my wife, and I were meant to take my 11-year-old daughter, our youngest daughter, to camp. And the only thing I was trying to do before we got her there was make sure she didn't see the news, make sure she didn't hear about what happened, make sure that she didn't leave her parents feeling the anxiety that they felt after Newtown happened, the horror that they felt after Aurora happened, the knowledge that they're growing up in a country unlike the country we grew up in, where children have a reasonable fear that something like this could happen to them. And our experience in Colorado, as the senator knows, on July 20th, 2012, a gunman walked into a crowded theater in Aurora, people that are there just to watch the show, and killed 12 innocent people, just like the innocent people who were killed on Sunday morning, or the children killed at Newtown. 58 wounded from the gunfire. We lost 12 lives, people full of life and aspirations, loved by family and friends. I've read their names on this floor. I've talked about who they were on this floor. But unlike Washington, in Colorado, our legislators actually rose to the occasion to take some tough decisions, which is why I'm asking this line of questions to the senator from Connecticut. They got together and they actually strengthened our background check system. Colorado's legislature closed the gun show loophole and the internet loophole and required a background check for every gun sale. What's happened? Let me give you an example. In 2015, the stronger background check system blocked 7,000, I want to be precise about this, 7,714 people from buying guns. That may sound like a lot. 350,000 people applied for guns in Colorado in 2015. That's just over 2% of the people that applied for guns. 98% of the people that applied got their guns. By the way, Mr. President, I have in my report a report from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation that on a monthly basis publishes all of this data, so everybody in Connecticut, in Colorado, can see what's going on. And it has, among other things, the average wait time, the average time it takes over the internet to get this check done. It's 9 minutes in Colorado. It's 9 minutes to get that background check. And more important than the percentage, which of course is a low percentage, is who's in the percentage. We have murderers who have been denied guns. We have rapists who have been denied guns. We have domestic abusers in that 2% who have been denied guns. We have kidnappers who have been denied guns. Is there anybody who's going to come to the floor of the United States Senate and say that Colorado is worse off because we've kept guns out of the hands of murderers? or kidnappers or rapists. And this isn't mythical. This is the actual fact of what's going on in a Western state that has background checks. Nobody here can come here and argue that we're not safer because these people who shouldn't have had a gun don't have a gun, this 2%. But in stark contrast, this is why I came to the floor tonight, in stark contrast to what the Colorado legislature did after the Aurora shooting, this Congress has done nothing after Newtown, after Aurora, after Orlando, done nothing. Time and again, we return to this shooter after a mass shooting, yet are unable to do the simple things, like close the gun show loophole once and for all. That's not about taking guns away from people who already have guns. That's about keeping guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have guns. And if your state's like my state, that's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2% of the people who came to get a gun permit or applied for a gun permit. And the least we can do is close the terrorism loophole that allows terrorists on the watch list, or people that are on the watch list, to buy a weapon. That makes no sense at all, and I think the American people clearly agree with that. The American people clearly support background checks. 90% of the American people believe we should strengthen the background checks we have. So I would simply close by thanking my colleagues who are here today. It's a particular privilege to be here with my two colleagues from New Mexico, and thank the senator from Connecticut for his leadership, and I will yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator from Colorado. I thank him for his passion on this issue and for, again, reminding us how personal this is when we think about, especially those of us with children. I would now yield for a question without losing my right to the floor to the senator from, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry if I could, one thing.
Please, Senator from Colorado, yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's Pride Month, and we have our Pride Parade this Sunday in Denver. And for the last 10 years, that's how we've celebrated Father's Day. Father's Day coincides with Denver's Pride Parade, and my wife and Susan and the girls all go. This Sunday, in the middle of the day, my phone rang. My daughter, my oldest daughter, was on a civil rights tour of the South with her choir. And we started talking about this. And she reminded me that we missed last year's Pride Parade because we were at the AME Shorter Church in Denver worshiping with that congregation in the wake of the shootings in Charleston. She was the one that had to remind me of that, but once she did, you know, it was another reminder of how searing these experiences are for the next generation of Americans. So I thank my colleagues. I yield the floor.
I thank my colleague, and he's right. Charleston was almost a year to the day, but it's hard to keep track of when these year anniversaries occur because we're now having year and 2 year and 3 year and 4 year anniversaries of major epidemic mass shootings almost every month. We're coming up on 4 years in Sandy Hook this December. I thank the senator. I now yield for a question to the senator from Hawaii without losing my right to the floor.
I thank the senator from Connecticut for yielding his time for a question without yielding the floor. And I want to join all of the people of Hawaii in expressing our deep sadness and condolences to the family and friends of all those who lost their lives and who were injured in this tragedy in Orlando. Our entire country shares in your grief. Like everyone who has spoken today, I'm saddened and outraged by what occurred in Orlando this past weekend. One of the victims, Kimberly KJ Morris, moved to Orlando from Hawaii just 2 months ago to take care of her mother and grandmother in Florida. KJ's grandmother, Emma Johnson, said, quote, knowing her, she would be trying to help everybody get out instead of running for her life. That's the type of person she is, end quote. The lives of KJ and others led were cut tragically short. Meanwhile, Congress has been unwilling to act to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. I want to commend my colleague from Connecticut for his leadership on this important issue. He has been on the floor of the Senate week after week, month after month, calling on us to enact sensible gun legislation to keep our communities safe and to save lives. I shared a transition office with Senator Murphy in the days following the Newtown attack, and I saw his dedication and passion on this issue firsthand. In his first speech on the Senate floor, the senator from Connecticut said, quote, "I never imagined that my maiden speech would be about guns or gun violence. Just like I could never imagine I'd be standing here in the wake of 20 little kids having died in Sandy Hook or 6 adults who protected them, but sometimes issues find you," end quote. We all share his heartbreak that of all issues, this is the one that found him. But I'm proud to stand with him and with all of my colleagues and with all the children, families, and communities affected by the gun violence epidemic in our country. I agree with my colleagues wholeheartedly when they say that it is no longer the time for thoughts, for prayers, for reflection. It is a time for action. In Hawaii, we have one of the lowest firearm death rates in the entire country. This is not an accident. Our elected leaders in Hawaii and community have recognized that our laws should balance the interests of responsible gun owners with the interests of public safety. And of course, we need to do more, so much more, on the federal level. I supported the Manchin-Toomey bill to close the gaping loopholes in our background check system before guns can be purchased. And I also strongly support Senator Feinstein's bill to prevent people on the terror watch list from purchasing a gun. Now is the time for action on these measures today, on this bill before us. Otherwise, the carnage in our country will continue. This year alone, 6,093 people have been killed by guns in our country. This includes 125 people who were killed by guns in the 3.5 days since Orlando. 125 more people have died since Orlando. If we stood here and provided 6,093 victims a minute of silence, we'd be standing here for 4 days, 5 hours, and 33 minutes. Moments of silence are not enough. I would like to ask my colleague from Connecticut a question. What kind of message are we sending to communities around the country if we once again do nothing to make our country safer?
I thank the senator for the question. I think it's a very dangerous message. I think it's a message about the complete inability of this body to deal with big, important questions of the day. There's no doubt we have disagreements. There's no doubt that there's a different approach on this side of the aisle than there is on the other side of the aisle. Now, we've proffered the 2 policy proposals that are the easiest to find common ground on. But there's a host of other things that we would like that we know that it's going to be much more difficult to get consensus on the other side. What is so damaging about not doing anything, and frankly, what's so offensive about not even scheduling a debate, is that we are admitting that this place doesn't have the capacity and the ability to deal with the big questions that are on people's minds. People are scared right now. They're scared, having watched what happened in Orlando and what happened in San Bernardino. You heard the letter or the voicemail that Senator McCaskill transcribed for us about a 14-year-old girl who didn't know whether she was going to be able to live out her dreams because she thought that gun violence was going to sweep over her community. And so it is so damaging to this country to leave people exposed to this potential terror, but it is also damaging to the reputation of this body, which is about as low as you can get already if we don't act. And I yield back for any other questions.
For your response, what could be more fundamental a job for government than to keep our people and our communities safe. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I thank you for yielding back, and I thank you for the questions. I'm thankful that my friend from New Mexico, Senator Heinrich, has joined us, and I would yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
I have several questions that I'd like to ask Senator Murphy through the chair today, but I want to start by thanking my friend Chris Murphy. I'm really proud to call him a colleague. I am proud of seeing him take this stand. I'm proud that he is forcing us to have this conversation. You know, we all get sent here by our constituents to make tough decisions and to find the truth and to find a path forward. And I'm really proud of him for not letting this go quietly with just another moment of silence and no action. I think since Sunday, most of us have been walking around feeling literally sick to our stomachs with a sickness that's not going away. I know our whole country is just so weary of seeing shooting after shooting and not seeing action and change and something meaningful from all of us. You know, I was really proud to see my constituents fill Morningside Park and Albuquerque and Pioneer Women's Park in Las Cruces and the Plaza in Santa Fe, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church in Roswell, Orchard Park in Farmington, all to remember the victims in Orlando and to say to their families, we are not going to forget them, and to say that to that entire community that when the LGBT community is attacked, really all of us are attacked. And so I came down here because I can't believe that we're going to let this happen again and not change something. And that goes to what I want to ask the senator from Connecticut about. I'm here because I know that we can take tangible steps to make our country safer again. Steps that are not a burden to gun owners like me. And Senator Murphy and I have talked about this at length. We're friends, our families are friends, our kids are friends. This is not about creating a burden for law-abiding gun owners. It's not about a threat to the Second Amendment. What has become clear is that there are simply critical junctures where we have to be able to identify those who would do us harm. You know, whether it's a young person drastically losing their way or a potential terrorist who is intent on doing harm to others, there are times when we have to be able to step in. Now, it is no secret that I have always believed that law-abiding citizens should be able to own firearms for sport, for self-defense. A lot of New Mexicans do just that and do it with incredible responsibility, but I simply can't stand by and let this pass with just another moment of silence. It's personal. You know, as a parent of a 13-year-old, as a parent of a 9-year-old, and watching what happened at Sandy Hook in Senator Murphy's home state, without believing there must be something more that we can do, I find it so frustrating that kids today in elementary school and middle school have to do things that we never had to do when we were growing up. Practice sheltering in place and what happens in an active shooter situation. Our kids simply shouldn't have to do that. So I think we owe it to the American people to take real action, to reduce the violence in our communities. And I truly believe that keeping guns out of the hands of people who are frankly legally prohibited from having them is just such common sense. The fact that we're arguing about this is a little bit unfathomable. But that's all we're talking about with background checks. That's what background checks do. That's what closing the terror gap would do. You know, I can't tell you how many times I have been through the background check process. And I want to ask Senator Murphy through the chair, If I have to pass a background check to buy a deer rifle, why shouldn't firearm sales made on the internet or at a gun show require such a simple procedure that makes sure that law-abiding people have access to firearms and make sure that people who aren't law-abiding, who have been convicted of a felony, who are on the, potentially could be on the terrorist watch list, and we're going to talk a little bit about closing that gap. Why shouldn't we make sure that all of our firearms sales cut a clear and decisive line between the law-abiding and those who have lost their rights through the actions that they have taken?
I thank the senator for his question, and I really appreciate him outlining at the beginning of his question that not only is the senator from New Mexico a gun owner, but he's a proud gunner. He's an active hunter and somebody who cares very deeply about Second Amendment rights. And his question is spot on. Why would you have a system that requires Senator Martin Heinrich to go get a background check when you buy a gun at a gun store, but not require an individual to get a background check when they buy a gun at a gun show? And the reality is that when this law was passed, the intention was for the background check to cover almost all commercial sales in the country. But it was passed at a time when almost all commercial sales were being done in gun stores. What has happened is since that law was passed, gun sales have migrated, for reasons that you can understand, away from bricks and mortar stores onto internet sales and to these gun shows. And so really all we're asking, I guess, is for the text of the law to basically re-up on the original law's intent. The Manchin Toomey bill, for instance, still doesn't contemplate, a sale of a gun from a father to a son or from a neighbor to a neighbor to be subject to a background check. But if you are advertising your gun on the internet or you are going to an organized marketed gun sale, then you should go through that background check. And I saw you nodding when Senator Bennett mentioned that the average background check takes under 10 minutes. And so some people say, oh, we can't have background checks, it's so onerous. No, everybody that's gone through a background check, can tell you that you are by and large in and out of there in a very short amount of time. And frankly, the people who aren't in and out of there in a short amount of time, sometimes that's for a reason. And that's important to remember. So I yield for additional questions.
Well, I want to get to a second question, but I want to say that's absolutely accurate. I can tell you that I don't think it's ever taken me more than 15 minutes to go through that process. And as a law-abiding gun owner, as somebody who's taught my kids how to be responsible with firearms, I don't want criminals to be in possession of firearms. I don't want someone who has been convicted of domestic violence to be in possession of firearms. This is about separating the law-abiding from terrorists and criminals. What could be more common sense? So if you look at federal law, it literally identifies 10 categories of individuals who today are prohibited from shipping or transporting or receiving firearms or even ammunition because we have made the judgment through our judicial system and through our laws that they present a threat to public safety. I mean, this list includes convicted felons, as it should. It includes fugitives. It includes drug addicts, people who are committed to mental health institutions. It includes undocumented immigrants. It includes anyone who's received a dishonorable discharge from the military, someone who has renounced their U.S. citizenship, or someone with a restraining order for domestic violence or misdemeanor convictions for domestic violence. And finally, it includes anyone who's under a felony indictment. And to me, the Second Amendment that Senator Murphy was speaking of, the Second Amendment not to the Constitution, but the Second Amendment to this bill, it speaks to whether it shouldn't be true that someone who is suspected of terrorism should not be considered as unfit to own and use a firearm legally as someone who has been dishonorably discharged or has renounced their U.S. citizenship. And we're talking about people who have gotten on the no-fly list, for example, for some very real reasons. So I want to ask Senator Murphy, through the chair, that if the FBI or our intelligence community believes that someone is such an imminent threat, that they are so dangerous that we cannot allow them to board a commercial airliner, shouldn't they also be prohibited from buying a gun? Or shouldn't we at least let the Attorney General flag that sale and do something about it?
I thank the Senator for the question. The amendment that's been filed by Senator Feinstein is pretty plain in its wording. It says that the Attorney General can deny the transfer of a firearm based on the totality of circumstances, that the transferee represents a direct threat to public safety based on a reasonable suspicion that the transferee is engaged or has been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism, or provided material support or resources thereof. There's not a single member coming down to this floor and suggesting that people that are on the no-fly list today should be taken off of it because their right to fly has been abridged, or that there are names on the list that shouldn't be. That would be ludicrous. No one is going to suggest that we should allow people who meet that criteria be allowed to fly in this country. And so why on earth would we allow them to purchase a gun? I would hope that our colleagues would take a close look at this language that Senator Feinstein has filed. It's different from her initial amendment. It's very clear and straightforward that if you are deemed to be a potential threat to the United States because of connections to terrorists, you probably shouldn't be buying dangerous assault weapons. I yield for a question.
And isn't it true, to Senator Murphy through the chair, that there are due process protections in this amendment, so that if someone were to find themselves on a list, that there is a right to redress, so that we ensure not only that terrorists can't simply walk into a gun store or go online and buy firearms, but also so that there is due process.
And I thank the senator for that question, because that's kind of the red herring that gets thrown into this mix, is that, yes, we all agree that we don't think that people who are on the no-fly list should get guns, but it's about the mistakes that are made there. No, there is, in Senator Feinstein's amendment, I know she'll speak to it over the course of the debate, there is a process for individuals to remedy any erroneous denial of a firearm. So there is going to be an explicit process set up with which to do that. I think Senator McCaskill said this earlier. She, remarked at the bipartisan reverence that is showered upon law enforcement. And that's wonderful that we support our members of law enforcement. But then why don't we trust them to make decisions about when they have information that would make them very worried about a specific individual buying a firearm? Why don't we trust them to make that decision if we all agree that we trust them to make other decisions to keep us safe? Yielding for additional questions.
I was looking at updated data from the Government Accountability Office that sort of leads to my next question, and it shows that known or suspected terrorists pass a background check to purchase a firearm or to purchase explosives 91% of the time. The terrorists themselves have actually identified this weakness. They know it exists. We see this, I sit on the Intel Committee, and we look at what they communicate to each other so that we can learn how to make our country safer. There was an Al-Qaeda video in 2011 that literally instructs potential terrorists to take advantage of our incomplete background check system. There have been a number of terrorist attacks in recent years where giving the Attorney General the authority to prohibit a suspected terrorist from purchasing a firearm could have at least thrown up meaningful barriers. And I think most notable was the horrendous Fort Hood shooting in 2009, where Major Nidal Hassan was able to pass a background check and buy a handgun, even though he was under an active FBI investigation for links to terrorism. He went on to shoot and kill 13 people. He wounded 30 others. So if we're saying that whole categories of other people present such a public safety threat and shouldn't have access to firearms, I just can't believe that we shouldn't at least give the Attorney General the ability to put terrorists on the same do not buy list. Why wouldn't we do that, Senator Murphy?
Thank you, Senator Heinrich. It's hard to understand why we wouldn't do that, especially when, as you noted, when people on that list go in and buy a gun, they are almost universally successful in walking away with that weapon. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, let's be realistic about what the numbers are. I think I read them earlier, and there were, from 2004 to 2014, 2,233 instances where suspected terrorists attempted to purchase a gun. And as you said, 91% of those incidents, they were successful. So, you're only talking about 200 or so incidences a year. Now, of course, those are the only ones we know about because those are the ones that actually went through a background check. We don't actually know about all the people on the no-fly list who tried to buy a weapon successfully online or at a gun show. We know about these that rated about 200 a year. But the reality is that terrorists today who are trying to perpetrate attacks on American citizens, lately they have not been using a bomb or an explosive device to carry out that attack. They have been using weapons, in the latest attack, an assault weapon. And so, we should just wake up to the weapon of choice of terrorist attackers and adopt this common sense measure. Yield for a question.
Well, I have one last question for my colleague from Connecticut, and this one's probably the hardest one, is simply why? Why is this so hard? And, I stand here as a gun owner. I have looked at each of these amendments through the lens of what it means to be a law-abiding gun owner in this country with both rights and responsibilities. That's why we have hunter safety before we ever go out into the field as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. And I just don't see anything in these two amendments that is an unreasonable burden to someone like myself. So why is it so hard to even have this conversation on the floor of the Senate? Why is it so hard to get a vote? And more importantly, why is it so hard to change these policies and these laws to try to make our country just a little bit safer?
I guess, Senator Heinrich, if I had the 100% correct answer to that question, we probably wouldn't be sitting here because we would have probably figured out how to solve it. And it's just such a unique issue in the American public sphere today, where 90% of the American public wants something to happen, and this body won't do it. It's only controversial in the United States Congress. It's not controversial in people's living rooms. It's frankly not controversial in gun clubs, right? I mean, you sit in a gun club and talk about whether a person who's been suspected of ties to terrorists should be able to buy a gun. There's a consensus there, too. So we talked about the sort of cornucopia of reasons why this doesn't happen. It's part a story of influence of the gun lobby. It's part a misinterpretation of the nature of the Second Amendment. It's part a belief that, more guns make people safer, which the data does not show you. It's part an answer in how voters prioritize the things they care about, that the 10% that doesn't agree is calling into people's offices at a level that the 90% aren't. And lastly, in part, it's an indictment of us. It's an indictment of those of us who have just let business as usual run on this floor, mass shooting after mass shooting. And the reason why we have chosen to do something exceptional, which is to hold up work on the CJS appropriations bill until we get an agreement to move forward on these two issues is because we have something to answer for here as well. Maybe we haven't fought as hard as we should in order to get this done. This may not get us there. I mean, we still need votes from Republicans. We can call for a vote, but we ultimately need them to vote yes on that. But at least we are showing the American public that we care as deeply as we should about ending this slaughter, and I'd be happy to yield for
I want to thank Senator Murphy for everything you've done on this issue and for not taking no for an answer, and I would yield back to Senator Murphy the rest of my time.
Thank you to the Senator, and I'm so glad to have my neighbor, Senator Whitehouse, joining us on the floor, and I would yield to him for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Here, and before I ask my question, I just want to thank you for what you're doing, and I guess my first question would be, how are you doing? You've been on the floor for quite a while now, and I really appreciate it, and how do you feel?
Senator Whitehouse, when I was in my early 20s, I actually ruptured 2 discs in my back. So I spent a lot of time reworking my back in my later 20s to make sure that that wouldn't happen again. And that rigorous back work to repair my broken discs is paying off, I would say. I would yield to the gentleman from New Jersey for a question.
You were not asserting that you're still in your 20s, were you, sir?
I am no longer in my 20s, but I'm saying that early preventative work has paid off in the long run.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you very much.
Yield back to the senator from Rhode Island for a question.
We have some obligations here that we ought to meet, and that the American people would support us in meeting. And my question is that, do those obligations include not only strengthening our gun laws to make sure that certain individuals who should not purchase firearms are legally prevented from purchasing firearms? For instance, people convicted of violent hate crimes. I think Americans agree that that's not a class of people whose defense of their right to purchase firearms we should be rushing to defend. Those who are suspected terrorists on the no-fly list, on the terrorist watch list, that seems to be a very reasonable group of people to take out of the list of folks who are allowed to purchase firearms. But if we just do those 2 things and we don't beef up the background checks, so that even if we do create a law that protects people who've committed violent hate crimes from being able to buy a firearm, and even if we do pass a law that prevents people from the terrorist watch list or the no-fly list from being able to buy a firearm, even if those laws are in place, is it not true that if all they have to do is go online to buy a gun, if all they have to do is to go to a gun show to buy a gun, that we have failed in our responsibility to protect the American people?
The gentleman is correct. Today, the estimates are that 40% of all gun sales happen outside of bricks and mortar stores. And the secret's out, that if you can't get a gun because of your criminal record, or in this case, because of your inclusion on the no-fly list, then just circle back and find another way. All it takes is a quick internet search. All it takes is to plug in armslist.com, and you can get a weapon delivered to you in short order. If we don't close that loophole, that internet and gun show loophole, then simply denying terrorist guns at gun stores is a half measure.
And if Senator Murphy would yield for a question. That problem applies to a convicted felon who can right now get around the restriction and go and buy a gun through either of those loopholes, from online or from a gun show. It applies to a domestic violence abuser who is ordinarily prohibited but can easily get around it by going to a gun show or buying a gun online. It applies to someone who has been determined by a court to be dangerously mentally ill. So right now we have a system, as I understand it, where if you have been determined by a court to be dangerously mentally ill, if you go to a gun shop and go through the regular procedure, then your purchase of the gun will be interrupted. But all you have to do is go to a gun show, or all you have to do is go online, and you get around the restriction. Isn't that the state of play right now, even for convicted felons, domestic violence abusers, and people who have been adjudicated to be seriously mentally ill?
That is the state of play, Senator Whitehouse, and we had Senator Durbin on the floor earlier today telling the horrific tales of Chicago, in which the strong background checks laws in Illinois make almost no difference on the streets of Chicago because the weak background checks laws of Indiana allow for individuals to go there and buy guns online or at gun shows and then ferry them back into the streets of Chicago. And so without that federal law that creates a uniform standard that you need to go through a background check through whatever commercial means that you attempt to buy a gun, then there are criminals every single day who are getting their hands on weapons, separate and aside, as you said, from this question of terrorist access.
So if the senator would yield for another question.
I would.
I have some statistics here that I find a little surprising, and I'd love to ask you about your explanation of them. And the statistics that I have are that 76% of gun owners and 71% of National Rifle Association members support prohibiting people on the terror watch list from purchasing guns. And yet, despite the fact that 76% of gun owners support putting people on the terror watch list on the list that doesn't allow them to buy firearms, and despite the fact that 71% of NRA members support putting terror watch list folks onto the ban list for buying firearms, that nevertheless the NRA has repeatedly opposed and attempted to block legislation that attempts to close the terrorist watch list gap. Do you have an explanation or a thought about why it is that when 3/4 of gun owners and nearly 3/4 of NRA members take one position, the organization is taking a completely different position from what their members support and from what gun owners support across America?
Senator Whitehouse, you've asked the $64,000 question in a way, and I can hazard a guess. And my guess would be this, that the nature of gun ownership has changed over the years. It used to be that over 50% of Americans own guns, and most of them only own one gun, but the majority of Americans actually own guns some 30 years ago. Today, that number is rapidly decreasing. Now, 30-some-odd% of Americans own guns, and it means the nature of the industry is changing. It means that the industry now has to sell a smaller number of individuals a larger number of weapons. And so part of the marketing technique by the industry, and the industry is essentially equated to the NRA, it is the industry that funds the NRA in substantial part. Part of the marketing necessity of the industry is to create this belief in the government any day approaching your house to confiscate your weapons. And so every initiative to just try to enact common sense gun laws is distorted by the industry as just another attempt to get closer to the day in which black helicopters swoop down on your house and steal away all of your weapons. And of course, that's not what we're going at here. That has nothing to do with our agenda. We simply want people who are on the terrorist watch list to not be able to buy guns and for criminals to not be able to buy guns. But because the industry needs this perpetual fear of government in order to sell more weapons, I think that there has been a desire upon the NRA to not listen to its membership and instead listen to its industry members and feed this sense of dread about the secret intentions of the federal government.
And if the senator would yield for another question, it's my understanding that this position that the NRA takes against any and every, even very reasonable gun safety measure, and very likely, I suspect, for the reasons that you have identified, it's a marketing ploy on behalf of the big industry that pays them to do this. But it's my understanding that that applies to a variety of other issues as well. And the issue I'd want to ask you about is the issue of high-capacity magazines. Now, I'm a gun owner myself, and I belong to a gun club in Rhode Island. And in order to get access to the range, I had to have a safety briefing by the gun club saying what I could and could not do on the range, saying what the range rules are. And one of the range rules that was imparted to me in the safety briefing is that they don't allow high-capacity magazines on the range. They don't allow them for safety reasons. So if you have gun clubs around the country, I doubt this is the only one, if you have gun clubs around the country that won't allow high-capacity magazines on the range for safety reasons, at the range itself, and yet here's the NRA wildly opposing any effort to limit any high-capacity magazine restriction of any kind. Does that follow as part of that same argument? Is the industry as determined not only to sell more and more guns to a smaller number of people by creating fear that some imaginary black helicopter is going to come and take their guns away, but also restricting the limits on high-capacity magazines?
The margins involved for the industry in these very powerful weapons and these large capacity magazines are big. And so when you are attempting to put together a portfolio in which you are going to make a substantial profit in return for your investors, you've got to double down on things like 100-round drums and AR-15 style weapons. Now, I don't know every hunter in my state, but I have still yet to talk to one who feels like they need a 30-round clip in order to go into the woods and hunt. It's just not something that hunters need. And the design of all of these weapons and the high-capacity magazines that we're referring to are originally for one purpose and one purpose only: to kill as many human beings as quickly as possible. They are military in nature and design. And thus the reason why many gun clubs around the country deny access to this kind of ammunition. It certainly stands to reason that the rationale for continuing to sell this is monetary in nature.
And does the senator recall that years ago there was an effort to prevent armor-piercing ammunition from being sold? Because our police officers who wear body protection to protect them against armed assailants were very concerned that selling people armor-piercing ammunition would make them more effective at killing police officers, whereas it would make no difference in hunting deer or elk or anything else. They customarily, as I understand it, don't wear armor, but police officers do. Police officers have to go into dangerous situations with armed individuals, and therefore there is considerable pressure to protect our law enforcement officers to try to put limits on the amount of armor-piercing ammunition that people could buy. And my recollection, if the senator would confirm it, that would be my question, is that at the time, the NRA opposed any limit on armor-piercing ammunition and opposed the law enforcement forces, the local police chiefs and police officers who come to these crisis situations in their desire to be safe, in their desire to be able to tell their families, it's going to be okay, honey, I've got protective armor, it's going to help make me safe, and there isn't armor-piercing ammunition that people are allowed to shoot at me, that they took all that away. And this was an argument that they made and that they've succeeded. And right now, armor-piercing ammunition is available as a result of NRA lobbying.
That's certainly how I remember the events as well. And I would note, I will remember one of the many chilling conversations I had in the 24 hours after the shooting in Newtown, one with a police officer who remarked that it was a good thing that Adam Lanza killed himself and didn't engage in a shootout with police, because they were not confident that they would be able to survive a shootout with an individual who had that much ammunition and that kind of high-powered capacity in a firearm. Separate and aside from the question of armor-piercing bullets, law enforcement has stood with us in our calls to restrict the sale of assault-style weapons and high-capacity ammunition, because even that, without the armor-piercing bullets, puts them at risk.
Would the senator yield for one more question before I see my senior senator, Jack Reed, who is here on the floor, and I'm sure he wants to engage in a question and answer with Senator Murphy. But before that, may I ask one additional question?
I yield to the gentleman for question.
The other question I wanted to ask is that in response to our effort to put people who are on the terrorist watch list into a category where they're not able to go and buy firearms in order to commit the acts of terror for which they are on the watch list, that our friends on the other side of the aisle have suddenly come up with a new piece of legislation that they say is designed to address this problem. My question is, do we know if this piece of legislation has ever been seen before? Do we know if it has been brought up in committee and given any kind of a review? Have they built a track record of interest and concern about this issue and built a legislative record to support their bill? Or does this appear to be something that they whipped out of their pocket at the last minute to try to fend off the sensible provisions that we have long fought for to keep people on the terror watch list from being able to go out and buy high-powered firearms?
It would shock and surprise you to know, Senator Whitehouse, that it appears to be the latter. We had one of our colleagues come down to the floor and suggest that there is a way out of this, that we can come together and work on a compromise. And I think all of us, myself and Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal, were happy to take him up on that effort. But I noted that we've had 6 months since the failure of the last measure to prevent terrorists or suspected terrorists from buying weapons to work on this. And no one in the Republican caucus has approached us about trying to find common ground. It wasn't until we took the floor this morning and shut down the process on this appropriations bill that we started to see movement on the Republican side about coming up with an alternative. Now, they did pose an alternative back in December, but it was a miserable alternative that would require law enforcement to go to court in order to stop someone who's on these lists from getting a weapon and cap them at 72 hours to complete that whole process. It was ridiculous and ludicrous. They are probably going to present another alternative, but it is important to note, Senator Whitehouse, that none of that happened until we took the floor here, and we have had 6 months since the last vote, and frankly, 3 days since the shooting in which we could have been trying to work that out.
To the point the senator just made, if you yield for one final question, when the government would have to go into court within 72 hours in order to try to interrupt the sale, presumably that would give the person on the terrorist watch list all sorts of notice about the government's investigative activities and an opportunity in court to do further inquiry into the government's investigative activities, and in fact allow somebody who was on the terrorist watch list to have a window into the government investigation that he or she might be the subject of. Is that not the way that that would play out? It doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
It doesn't seem to make much sense, and I think for the question, I mean, we can only imagine what that court process looks like. Who knows what rules apply? Who know what rights to discovery are involved? There's no model for it, and we have hamstrung the FBI and the Attorney General by asking them to do more and more with the same amount of resources, to ask them to go through dozens upon dozens of court processes. Remember, there were 240 people on these lists that tried to get guns last year. So you're talking about a lot of court processes that they would have to undertake. It's just totally unrealistic, totally unprecedented. It makes no sense at all. Thank you, Senator. I thank you to the senator from Rhode Island. I'm very glad to be joined by Senator Reid. And I yield for a question without losing my right to the floor.
Would the senator yield for a question?
I would.
Thank you, Senator. First, let me commend you for this extraordinary and principled discussion that you have led along with Senator Blumenthal and Senator Booker. And I do have a question, and it stems really from some of the comments that I've received from the Superintendent of State Police in the state of Rhode Island, Colonel Stephen O'Donnell, a skilled professional. And what Colonel O'Donnell said, and it goes to one of the issues that Senator Whitehouse discussed, the access to high-capacity magazines for these assault weapons. Colonel O'Donnell said, I've yet to hear a viable argument of high-capacity magazines, what the purpose is. I have friends that are hunters. They use high-capacity weapons, but not magazines. You know, they have weapons that can, fire semi-automatically, but they don't need these magazines. They use several rounds to hunt, but they don't need 15, 30, and 45-round clips to hurt an animal. And is that the response that you're getting from some of your law enforcement professionals who deal every day with firearms and with are real experts?
Yeah, that's the same response that we get, and I just reflect on one of my earlier responses to Senator Whitehouse that I've also heard fear in the wake of Sandy Hook from law enforcement about their ability to combat an individual who is staked out in a school or in a workplace that doesn't engage in a suicide mission, but then tries to confront and take on police, that if you magazines, 100-round drums, that is very difficult to match from law enforcement's perspective. Yielding for additional questions.
Well, Senator, you continually reference military-styled assault weapons, and frankly, I had the privilege of commanding paratroopers, and we were armed with M16s, which are AR-15 variants, military variants, and it was clear to us, and this was 30 years ago, these were military weapons. These were weapons that had were designed to mass fire, rapid fire, even in semi-automatic mode. These were not designed as other weapons for hunting. In fact, back in those days, we replaced the M14, which didn't have the same capabilities, much more accurate, because what they were looking for was just a sheer volume of fire that can inflict the most casualties possible, particularly in confined spaces, and either because of woods, because of jungle, or because you're in a building. And I think your points about military assault weapons are exactly the right point. And you've, again, like me, have heard this not only from law enforcement professionals, but also from military personnel about the nature of this weapon.
And I think it's tragically instructive, Senator Reid, to think about what happened inside that school in Sandy Hook. There were 20 kids hit and 20 kids died. Right? These are powerful weapons with the capacity not only to discharge an enormous amount of ammunition in a short period of time, but the force of it is unprecedented in the firearms world, and there's a reason why not a single child survived. These are powerful killing machines that, as you said, were not designed for hunting. They were designed to kill as many people as possible, and that's why you see this epic rate of slaughter when they are used inside schools, inside nightclubs, inside churches.
And the senator also, I think, has commented, and I just want to reconfirm it, that it is that one of the characteristics of these weapons is even in a semi-automatic mode, there is a high rate of fire, and the velocity of the rounds as such is that they inflict extreme damage. And so even if it's in a semi-automatic mode, you have the ability to deliver devastating fire, and coupled with a large magazine, you can keep this fire up. The other point I just recollection is that changing a magazine in one of these weapons is a matter of seconds. It is not a laborious task where you have to individually load rounds into the weapon. And that, too, I think, increases the lethality. And if, again, if the senator would comment and concur, the essence, the transition of this weapon, by the adoption by the military, had a logical military purpose: increase the lethality of the weapons that we are giving to the soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen of the United States. That's not, I don't think, what you and I would like to see in our civilian population, weapons that have a major rationale of increased lethality, not accuracy necessarily, not for skill in terms of marksmanship, but simply increased lethality. Is that the sense that you have of the?
It is, Senator Reid, and you think about what we are doing today. These individuals who are contemplating lone wolf attacks, they are not building IEDs in their basement any longer. They're going to the store and buying assault weapons. And so we essentially are selling weapons to the enemy. We are selling weapons to the enemy, powerful military-style weapons. We're advertising them, and individuals who are contemplating these lone wolf attacks are buying them. And in fact, I've read quotes earlier today on the floor from terrorist operatives where they are calling on Americans to go purchase these weapons and turn them on civilians because it is so easy to get access to them. So this is a very deliberate tactic on behalf of these very dangerous international terrorist organizations. And that's one of the reasons why we think we have to wake up to the new reality of the threat of lone wolf attacks and change our laws.
With the Senator yield again, so essentially what our adversaries are doing is exploiting loopholes in our law. And they're doing it very deliberately, very consciously. And we're, to date, standing by and letting them do that. They know where the weak points are. And the weak points are, not only can you get these assault weapons, but another point, if I could ask, you made the statement, is a significant number of weapons, these weapons are sold without even a background check, because they can be done through the internet, through gun show sales, et cetera. And we've taken this issue on before, and we've failed to address those issues too.
Yeah, had we had in place a ban on individuals that were on the terrorist watch list to buy a weapon, it only would have applied to bricks and mortar stores. So even if Omar Mateen was on one of those lists, and even if we had passed a law saying that prohibited him buying a weapon, he would have gone into that store, be told that he couldn't buy a weapon, and then he could have walked right back to his house and gone online and bought one there, or waited for the next weekend's gun show, of which there are many in Florida, and bought one there. We don't know how it would have played out, but without appending an expansion of background checks to people on the no-fly list being prohibited to buy guns, it's a half measure. And of course, again, I reiterate, these are the two things we're asking for. To have consensus on these two issues, because they're the right thing to do, as we're discussing, but they also have the support of the American public.
Well, the final question, Senator, is that it would seem to me that this would essentially deny our fiercest adversaries, those Islamic jihadists who are using the internet to radicalize people, but not only to radicalize them, but without directly controlling their conduct, suggesting to them the ways they can get assault weapons legally in the United States. They can arm themselves. And if we take steps, as you would suggest, we can deny our fiercest adversaries of the moment, not only we hope that they're proxies here, but certainly the arms for these individuals they hope to recruit and to unleash on the country.
It stands to reason that in the wake of this latest attack, we should wake up to the new tactics of our enemy. And this is the new tactic of our enemy, to go buy these weapons and to use them against civilians. And the genius of what we're proposing is that it keeps weapons out of the hands of would-be terrorists without affecting the Second Amendment rights of anyone else. We're talking about such a small number of sales. Over the course of the year, we're talking about 200 some odd sales. Think about that. 200 some odd sales that would be affected, that would force someone to be denied a purchase of a weapon because they were on the terrorist watch list. And it stands to reason that we should accept the new tactics of these groups and amend our laws.
I believe the senator from New Jersey.
Thank you. Senator from New Jersey, we've had such a long run of colleagues coming to the floor that we haven't gotten to hear from the senator from New Jersey and Connecticut, and so I would yield to the senator from New Jersey for a question without yielding control of the floor.
Well, I appreciate you yielding the question, and I have a number of questions for you, Senator Murphy, but I think you bring up a good point. We have now been at this for about 8.5 hours, and we have seen colleague after colleague after colleague. We've worked now through more than the majority of the Democrats in this caucus who have stood up and asked Senator Murphy question after question after question. I want to start, before I even give a question, just giving my respect and gratitude to Senator Murphy. In Isaiah, it talks about those who wait on the Lord, running and not getting weary, walking and not being faint. And I just see the consistency of his efforts, which is not just manifest during this filibuster, which he has been on his feet now for 8.5 hours. It's just not today, but Senator Murphy, in his maiden speech here in the Senate, stood right there. I know this because at that time I was still mayor of the city of Newark, and gave, still to this day, for me, of all the Senate speeches I've heard, probably one of the most eloquent, moving, factual, compelling speeches on gun violence that I have heard. I am grateful today because just yesterday in a caucus meeting that I think my colleagues that are here will agree got very heated, very emotional, in which he spoke with passion, as did other colleagues, that he and I began talking about making sure that this was not business as usual, that we didn't go through the same routines in this body every single time there's a mass shooting. And there are mass shootings with greater and greater routine. And you've heard it from my colleagues. It is an insufficient response that our elected leaders should simply pray and share condolences. To paraphrase one of my heroes whose picture stands on my wall, Frederick Douglass, who said, "I prayed for years for my freedom, but I was still a slave. It wasn't until I prayed with my hands and prayed with my feet that I found my salvation." Faith without works is dead. Prayer is not enough. And so I stand here first and foremost to Senator Murphy and just express my gratitude. We talked during the day, we talked into the night, and chose to be here. I'm grateful for his senior senator who has been here for the entire duration. These two partners from Connecticut who went through the unimaginable when they shared the grief of a community where child after child after child, 20 children gunned down and murdered. These two men have been dedicated and determined, not yielding, not giving up, not surrendering to cynicism about government or this body, but continuing to fight and fight and fight so that we would do something about this problem. And so the first question I have for Senator Murphy, this idea that is deep within the history of our nation, that when there is injustice, and there is no greater injustice than the savage murder of our fellow citizens, of murder of innocence. I've seen you time and time again, and today is a model of courage as well as a model of endurance. To take a Senate that was prepared to move on, a Senate that was prepared to go on with business after the greatest, largest mass killing in this nation's history We were going to go on with business as usual. So my conversations into the night last night, where I saw the determination of Senator Murphy not to let the business as usual go on in this Senate. So I have a number of questions for you, but the first one, Senator Murphy, is there are a lot of people who are surrendering to cynicism about government, a lot of people who are showing frustration. But yet you're still going on this in a way that reflects those people who didn't give up on the idea of civil rights in the 1940s and the 1950s and kept pushing legislation before the 1965 Voting Rights Act, before the 1964 Civil Rights Act, before the consciousness of the country caught up. But this must be frustrating to you. I've been here for 2.5 years. You've been here longer. And so we came here today for a reason. I say today because we're approaching the 9th hour, about a half hour away from the 9th hour. Can you just frame one more time why you are expending your energy doing this now, here, in the Senate, especially because I know that perhaps there are people talking about, hey, well, they don't have a shot, they don't have a chance. There are cynics, there are critics, there are pundits probably saying, hey, they may not get a vote. People putting forth that, hey, the majority of Americans, majority gun owners, majority NRA members might agree with Senator Murphy, but hey, the NRA has too much of a hold on the United States Senate. Why are you here right now doing this on this day?
I thank the Senator, and I want to thank Senator Booker and Senator Blumenthal for being here from the very beginning. I mean, this has been miraculous in its own regard, not just being able to spend this time with the two of you, but to have had the majority of our caucus come down to this floor and express their support for our determination to move forward this debate, to at the very least get votes, but really try to bring consensus around this issue. And Senator Booker, I don't think I'm breaking confidences to share that both he and I spoke at our meeting yesterday of Democrats, in which Senator Booker shared just an immensely powerful series of stories about his experience as mayor of a grief-torn city, his direct personal intersection with friends, with neighbors who had lost their life. I know how deeply personally affected he has been. And I guess I tell you why I'm doing this as maybe a means of telling you why Senator Blumenthal and I are doing this. And I tell it through the prism of a story from that just awful, awful series of days following the shooting in Sandy Hook. Senator Blumenthal and I went to the first of what were umpteen wakes and funerals. And we were standing in line at the first wake about to talk to the first set of parents who had lost, in this case, their young daughter. And I remember being so uncertain about what we were supposed to say to these parents. I mean, not just what you were supposed to say to provide some measure of condolence, but we were their elected representatives. We had some additional obligation to show them that we were ready to act, but was it too soon to make that offer, right? Was it not the right moment to suggest that there was a public policy response to the slaughter of their children? It was Senator Blumenthal that very gently and appropriately said to the mother and father as we walked by the closed casket, that said to the mother and father, whenever you're ready, we'll be there to fight. And the father said, we're ready now. We're ready now. This was probably not 48 hours after the death of their 6 or 7-year-old daughter. And so we've been thinking about this necessity, this imperative of action since that moment. And it gets harder and harder to look into the eyes of those parents, of those surviving children, and explain to them why this body has not acted. It gets harder and harder to defend the complete silence from this institution in the face of murder after murder. You know, Franklin Delano Roosevelt wasn't confident that everything that he proposed was going to solve the economic crisis of the 1930s and 1940s, but he was damned if he wasn't going to try something. He and his aides talked unabashedly and unapologetically about trial and error. We try one thing, if it doesn't work, we'll try something else. Why don't we do that? Why don't we try one thing, and if it doesn't stem the violence, try something else? But doing nothing is an abomination, and it makes it impossible for those of us who have lived through these tragedies to look these families in the eye. I remember that it took 10 years from the attempted assassination of President Reagan and the maiming of his press secretary, James Brady, for the Brady handgun bill to be signed into law. It took a decade of political action, and it took probably many nights like this, when legislators or advocates stood out at a rally, maybe stood on the floor of the Senate or the House and argued until they had no more energy left, knowing that they weren't going to get the victory the next day. And as I've said to my friends in the movement back in Connecticut and throughout the country, and as I know as you've said versions of this as well, every great change movement is defined by the moments of failure, not the moments of success. Right? Every great change movement in this country is defined by the fact that there were times at which you could have given up, you could have hung it up, and you didn't. You persisted. The changes that never happened are the ones where the movement, once they hit that brick wall, said it's too hard, enough, and they went home. And so, Senator Booker, that's the reason why we're here, and I think I'm speaking for, in some way, shape, or form, for the three of us, that we want to get votes on these measures. And we'll stand here until we get those votes. But even if we don't, it's important to continue to engage in the fight.
And so that's the first part of the framing that is very important. This determination that we will not do business as usual, that this fight will not stop. We will take this fight to the Senate floor. We will take this fight to legislatures. We will take this fight to neighborhoods and communities, and it's not a physical fight. It is a fight, in my opinion, of love. It is a fight that says we can be a country that affirms people's right to own weapons. We heard from one of our closest friends in the Senate, Senator Murphy, Senator Heinrich, who is an ardent gun owner. He's a hunter. Sometimes as a vegan, I got to watch his pictures of the things he's shot and killed. And he takes great pride and joy. What we are talking about, and this gets to be the next area of questioning, is nothing about hunters. It's nothing about people who want guns for self-defense. This is not about people who want guns because they love the sport. Senator Bennett took me out skeet shooting when I was in Colorado. It's not about folks who want those guns for that. This is about something very narrow. And that's the question I have, which is the second part of this framing, because while I've heard tonight some people talk about this in partisan terms, the truth of the matter is, while that may be partisanship in Washington speak, when I go back to New Jersey, I go to communities like the ones I grew up in, a majority Republican community, communities like the one I live in Newark, majority Democrat, and I hear the same thing from people on both sides of the aisle. There is a lack of understanding in this country how we can be at this point where we have a nation that is at war with terrorists, where you have our enemy in places like Iraq and Syria literally saying, go to America, trying to egg on, trying to radicalize young people, instructing them, Al-Qaeda and others, instructing them that this is the country to go to buy guns. Because it's so easy to circumvent the law, not circumvent the law, but it's so easy to get access to guns because of these massive loopholes. And that's the point that brings us here, is you and I probably share beliefs about gun safety that are not shared by maybe the majority of gun owners. And there are things I've heard brought up tonight, frankly, that, hey, I might like. There's people talked about magazines. People talked about research on this. I've heard a lot of subjects brought up, but what brought you to the floor, what brought Senator Blumenthal to the floor tonight, for the whole day, Senator Blumenthal has been here, almost 9 hours, what's had me standing with you this entire time is because it's this narrow look to say, hey, we as Americans can agree that terrorists, someone who is a suspected terrorist that's under investigation, that might be on a no-fly list, that person should not be able to buy not just a weapon or a handgun, but an assault rifle. And when you look at this issue, it is not controversial with America. This is not controversial with Republicans. This is not controversial with NRA members because the overwhelming majority of them agree that we should not be a country where a person can't get on a plane in Newark, New Jersey, but they can drive to a private seller or a gun show or go on the internet and buy a gun. The second of the three questions I have, sir, is this is not a radical thing that you're asking for. You're not calling for something that is controversial. This is something that at this point, it's common sense, and it is agreed upon by over 70% of gun owners. I'm not sure if there is an elected official in the Senate that has a 70+% approval rating. Rarely do you see people agree that greatly. So to me, could you please explain why you're taking a stand on this issue right now and what it is you think we should be able to achieve on this common ground for the common good?
I appreciate the senator talking about what a limited ask we are making here. Let's talk about the scope of the limitation on gun ownership. We are asking that for people that are on a terrorist watch list, people that are on the no-fly list, that they be added to those that are prohibited from buying guns. Now, we have data that tells us how many of those individuals are buying guns every year because we can match one list to the other, even though they don't intersect in a way that prohibits the purchase. And what we know is that there's only about 200 sales at gun stores every year from people that are on those lists. So we are talking about a minuscule limitation on the right, which is to take a small handful of individuals who have been placed on a terror no-fly list and saying that they shouldn't be able to get a weapon, and building into it a process to grieve that limitation so that if there is a mistake that's made, that you can have your right restored. But we're talking about a few hundred sales a year. Now, you can say, oh, it's a few hundred sales, well, why does that matter? Well, you get it wrong once, and it's mass slaughter. So it's a small number of sales, a minuscule limitation, with potentially enormous reward when it comes to public safety.
And I said one more question, but I'd like to do two more questions, because this is a sort of progression here. You're here today because of a commitment you have made from your maiden speech here in the United States Senate, Senator Murphy, a consistent belief that you will never give up until we have common sense gun safety in America. And that after a grievous act like we saw in Florida, where 49 innocent people were slaughtered, you, Senator Blumenthal, myself, and countless senators, at least half of our caucus who've come down here have said the same thing. Enough is enough. We can't let business as usual happen. Number two, what's being asked for, ultimately, the reason why you stood up and have been holding the floor for 9.5 hours is in order to say, hey, the terrorist loophole should be closed. But there's one more element to this progression. An indefatigable senator, a non-controversial element, and now in terms of the terrorist loophole, but now this other piece, which is just common sense, and I want to take that one step and ask you to go a little deeper with it. And that last step is that in order, if you just have the terrorist loophole closed, but you don't have universal background checks, in other words, if you close the terrorist loophole so that anybody goes through to a federal firearm licensed dealer and goes to a NICS check, that stops that terrorist. But if you still have these internet sales and still have these private sales, that terrorist, who probably won't even go to that federal firearm licensee, they're going to go to the back doors that are still wide open for people to get guns. And so what you're saying is, I'm not giving up. Number two, 70+% of NRA members agree with me on what I'm asking for. And this last step, where still the majority of gun owners in America agree, why is it important also to make sure that if we want to stop terrorists from doing what they did in Orlando, which if we do nothing, it will happen, God forbid, but it may happen again. Why is this universal background check element the second thing that you are standing up for today, along with your colleagues?
When I go to bed at night, Senator Booker, I lock the front door and I lock the back door, right? It doesn't do much good to only lock the back door and leave the front door open, or vice versa, right? And so that's what we're proposing, is to make sure that if we believe in a commitment to stop individuals who are associated with terrorists from buying guns, then you have to lock both doors. You have to stop them from buying guns when they walk into a bricks and mortar store, but then you have to acknowledge that it is frankly easier for individuals to just type in one of the main online arms sellers and buy a weapon that way, because it's faster, it can get delivered right to your door, and you don't have to go through a background check. And so if you really want to make a commitment to preventing terrorists from getting guns, then you've got to do both. You've got to put them on the list, and then you have got to reconcile the fact that 40% of sales today are happening outside of that pathway. And by the way, the added benefit of that is that you are shutting down the pathway that criminals have been using for a decade in order to get these weapons. And you will have a dramatic effect on the slaughter that's happening in our cities as well by limiting the flow of illegal arms into those cities.
So if you'll pause for the last question, and I know that your senior senator would like to have a question, but this is where I have to say it becomes deeply personal to me. Because what you're talking about there, your persistent, unyielding fight for common sense gun legislation from the second you walked into the United States Senate, to the non-controversial idea that terrorists in America, people that are suspected of terrorists, should not be allowed to buy assault weapons, period. And your comment that affects a very small universe of people, that in order to make that ironclad, again, nothing's ironclad, nothing's going to stop everybody, but this is doing something that will constrict access of terrorists. You got to do a universal background check, so you close the back door, as you're saying. Now, this is what gets personal to me, even more so than all of this, because it's more than this, so it's more personal. When you do that, you are not affecting sports people. You're not affecting Second Amendment right believers who believe that I need to have my right to bear arms. You're not affecting folks that are worried about self-defense and want to have a gun to defend themselves. Who you are affecting when you do that is not just terrorists, but you actually have a collateral benefit when you tighten up the system, that you then stop criminals of all categories from getting guns. We live in a nation where women are victims of violence at astonishing rates. You close down that system for terrorists, you're going to make it much harder for someone who seeks to engage in domestic violence with a firearm. You're going to shut down their access. You're going to shut down criminals from getting guns. And this is what really I experienced as a United States mayor. I looked at all of my shootings and murders as too many in Newark when I was mayor. And I could only find one case where a law-abiding citizen used a gun in the kind of violence. What the problem we saw overwhelmingly in our city was that criminals who should have been stopped were using these loopholes to buy lots of weapons and engage in criminal activity. That so much of the carnage in our communities is happening when criminals can easily get access to guns. And so you and I have had this conversation privately so many times. I've sat with you in Connecticut cities. We've seen the impact and the pain and the agony of murder after murder after murder after murder in our cities. And this common sense terrorist loophole closing, would you please explain how that will also constrict the ability for all criminals committing murders at rates not seen anywhere on the planet Earth, because someone who has restrictions on them for buying guns, for being domestic violence, stalking, threatening a woman can go get a gun. Somebody who is an ex-con for a violent crime can still get a gun. Why is this important? Also because of the collateral benefits that would come about from this common sense constricting and closing of the terrorist loophole.
So, Senator Booker, there's nobody better than you than making people understand the human consequences of inaction and the potential for human benefit of action. So I'm not going to try to compete. Let me give you the statistics. Let me tell you what happens in states that impose rigorous systems of background checks. There are 64% fewer guns trafficked out of state. There are 48% fewer firearm suicides. There are 48% fewer police killed by handguns. There are 46% fewer women who are shot to death by intimate partners. And there are 17% fewer aggravated assaults with guns. And those numbers would be even better if there was a national commitment to the same concept, because as Senator Durbin has told us, as tough as Illinois' laws are, all it takes is for a criminal to go across the border into Indiana and buy up guns at a gun show, or buy them online, or get them from an unregulated dealer and bring them back into Chicago. And what every police chief will tell you is that the fewer illegal guns on the street, the fewer crimes there are. The harder you make it for an individual at a moment of passion or a moment of frustration or whatever that moment may be to get a gun, the less likely you are to have a homicide. And so, you know, Senator Blumenthal and I went to a meeting of activists on this issue in Hartford, Connecticut, about a few weeks after the Newtown shooting. And they were furious. They were furious that the world had woken up to gun violence because of Newtown, after it had been a reality for them for so long. And so that is the genius of what we're proposing. Without taking away any Second Amendment rights, Senator Booker, we are able, with this proposal, to both extend protections to Americans that might be the victim of a terror attack, but also individuals who right now are living with the everyday slaughter that happens in our cities. I'd be happy to yield to my friend from Connecticut for a question without relinquishing the floor.
Senator Murphy's very eloquent reference to the family whom we met just a day or so after the loss of their child brings back a memory that always evokes an almost indescribable emotion for me. My heart goes to my throat whenever I think of that couple saying to me, "We're ready now, ready to help, ready to take action." And that has been the story of the Newtown and Sandy Hook families that lived through that loss. They came here and told their story to our colleagues, nearly achieved or helped us achieve a victory. We came within 4 or 5 votes of that outcome. And from the gallery of the chamber, when we failed, came the cry, shame. And it was indeed shameful that the Senate failed to move forward. My colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker, has described the real-world impact in such graphic, powerful terms that I hesitate to follow him. But I want to make 2 points and ask my colleague from Connecticut whether he agrees with them. The first is that those families from Connecticut, in a sense, represented the community as a whole. And the Newtown community, the Connecticut community, through organizations like Sandy Hook Promise and the Newtown Action Alliance and others around the country, Everytown, Moms Demand Action, Americans for a Responsible Solution, they are doing what opponents of sensible common sense measures have done for much longer, which is to organize and to galvanize and educate and raise awareness. And that, in the end, will be the way we win. I pay tribute to them tonight. I thank them and the families for their courage and strength again. And I want to bring this issue home to Connecticut, where my friend and colleague, Senator Murphy, and I live, and where we went through the searing experience of the Newtown tragedy. I had been involved for 2 decades in gun violence prevention, helping to advocate and then to defend in court our ban on assault weapons, one of the first state laws in the country. But that experience transformed many of us in our state, and it impacted people of all ages to be more vigorous advocates and more articulate advocates. I want to read a letter from a young man who lives in Danbury, Connecticut. I am a constituent of yours, and I became a victim of gun violence when my 7-year-old cousin, Daniel Barton, was murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. I am no longer, quote, saddened, end quote, by recent mass shooting. I am instead angry and frustrated by the inaction of this nation's leaders to implement obvious and basic safeguards to gun ownership, such as universal background checks, CDC research into gun violence, limiting magazine capacity, restriction of gun ownership to domestic abusers and people on terrorist watch lists, to name a few. One of the most infuriating aspects of the continued mass shootings in this country is that they are so eminently preventable. We can't do much about earthquakes or hurricanes, but it is pretty simple to just not sell military-grade weapons to civilians, or just not sell AR-15s to domestic abusers who have been investigated by the FBI for terrorist connections and threats. I am furious and feel powerless. I beg you to stand up for me, my family, everyone who has ever lost family or friends to senseless gun violence, and for our society as a whole, which we are currently failing to protect. Enough is enough. That is from a young person who lives in Danbury, Connecticut. And it summarizes the feeling of powerlessness and helplessness and fury that Americans all across the country feel. Just to give you one example, I understand that in the last 96 hours, 500,000 people have signed a petition in favor of banning assault weapons. 500,000 people just in 96 hours in a petition circulated by MoveOn.org. Assault weapons are designed for one purpose: to kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. They are combat hardened and tested and used. They are military-style assault weapons, AR-15. And as some of our colleagues have said, most hunters would not use them to shoot deer or other animals. And yet they are sold freely. Our request, our ask, is a much more limited one than even assault weapons, as much as they need to be banned in terms of new sales. We're simply saying, don't sell those weapons to somebody who is on a terrorist watch list, somebody who is under investigation for potentially being supported and funded and maybe educated and trained by one of our adversaries or enemies abroad, like ISIS. And don't sell those kinds of weapons or any others to anyone without a background check, because they may fit that category or the other prohibited categories that are already in the law. Simply a means of enforcing the law. These proposals are really relatively modest, and so are the others that this young person has advocated that we adopt. Obvious and basic safeguards, to quote him or her, obvious and basic safeguards to gun ownership, such as universal background checks, CDC research into gun violence, limiting magazine capacity, restriction of gun ownership to domestic abusers and people on terrorist watch lists, to name a few. All of them should be adopted. We're asking for 2. We're asking for votes. We're asking for action. And we're saying no more business as usual. Connecticut also had a connection to Orlando. A 37-year-old young woman named Kimberly Morris, educated in Torrington, Connecticut at the Torrington High School, and then at Post University in Waterbury, Connecticut. Kimberly Morris was known as a, quote, scrappy player, end quote, according to Charlie McSpirit, the Torrington High School's former athletic director. He can still remember Morris because she, quote, played the game to her fullest. She was, quote, a tenacious, end quote, small forward on the basketball team as well at Post University in Waterbury. Her near teammate Norval Benning, who played for the men's team, said, quote, she didn't let nobody push her around. Mr. Benning said, she was 37 years old. She's among the older of the victims who were killed in Orlando. What is so striking about the biographies of these young men and women is how young they are, how much of their lives they had ahead. Not as young as the 6-year-olds gunned down in Sandy Hook, those 20 beautiful children. But Kimberly, like those children, had her whole life ahead. So my question to my colleague is whether Connecticut still feels the impact, and whether Connecticut wants us to act at a national level as well as the nation.
Thank the senator for the question. Connecticut is still reeling to this day. Newtown is a community that has not recovered. And Connecticut wants us to act not just because they don't understand the inaction of this place, but because they've seen the benefit of stronger gun laws. Connecticut's legislature responded in a bipartisan way. Republicans and Democrats came together and passed legislation that banned dangerous assault weapons, that extended out background checks to more sales. And we've seen an immediate diminution in the number of gun crimes in our state. We've seen an immediate impact on the safety of residents. And so people in Connecticut want us to act because they acted like grown-ups in Connecticut. The minority leader of the state Senate, who wanted to run for governor, put his political future in peril by sitting down at the table and negotiating a compromise. And he stands by it today because that compromise saved lives. And so the people of Connecticut want us to act, Senator Blumenthal, and that's the reason that we're here today. Senator Blumenthal, if I could, I would just note for a moment before I hand it over to Senator Casey, when one of our colleagues had a moment to hold the floor for an extended period of time, he read a story to his kids who were at home. I actually didn't know this was going to occur, but my oldest little boy just showed up in the gallery. You're supposed to be in bed. B, I'm sorry that I missed pizza night. And C, I hope that you'll understand someday why we're doing this, why we have been standing here for 8 hours trying to fight to make our country a safer and better place, and why sometimes, even if you don't get everything that you want, trying hard, trying and trying and trying to do the right thing is ultimately just as important as getting the outcome in the end. So go to bed. But this is, for those of us who are parents, deeply, deeply personal. This is about protecting not just every kid in this country, but our kids personally. Senator Casey, I yield to you for a question without yielding control of the floor.
I want to thank Senator Murphy, and I'll extend that gratitude in a moment, but
too, so I shouldn't, he didn't come alone, by the way, so.
I want to thank anyone within the sound of my voice related to Senator Murphy. But my question is a basic one, but I think it's fundamental to his efforts. I'll address Senator Murphy and say your efforts and the efforts of those you've worked with, not only today, but on a lot of other days. Senator Blumenthal, who's with you today and working so hard on these issues, and Senator Booker, the three of you have been, if there's a way to express inspiration beyond just using that terminology, I'd like to hear it, because it's been an inspiration. My basic question is this, and I'll ask you to hold your answer for just a couple of minutes. My question is, how do you stay focused? How do you stay inspired to continue this fight, which for you has been not just hours long or days long or weeks, it's literally been years. But I'll ask forbearance for just a couple of minutes to give you a sense of part of the motivation that I have. I'm holding here, this is it'll be difficult to see from far away, but this is a one-page tear sheet from the Wall Street Journal dated Monday, December 17th, 2012. It says at the top, Connecticut school shooting, and then the headline below that, but in larger letters, is Shattered Lives. I obviously won't read it all, but this has been on my desk since that week. And you can see it's a bit yellowed, and every story here has an element of inspiration that is almost unimaginable. And I mention that because I'm from Pennsylvania. I don't represent the state of Connecticut, but this tragedy in Connecticut, Newtown, Sandy Hook Elementary School, stays with all of us for different reasons. Maybe because some of us are parents, maybe because we were struck by the gravity, the enormity, and the brutality of that crime on what so many of us have called that awful day. But I'll tell you, I don't think I've been as affected by a news event other than 9/11 in my life, and certainly not one never affected in the way that it had a connection to what I would do and how I would vote. So this tragedy in Newtown in 2012 directly affected the way I would vote, changed my thinking in so many different ways, which I won't walk through all of that tonight. But as much as these stories of these children inspired me then and continue to inspire me, I don't want to add another set of stories to my desk or keep adding to the chronicle of suffering and the chronicle of murder and destruction that gun violence will leave us with. Today, the Washington Post, and I'll just open this up for for illustrative purposes, had one page and then another page, and they needed 2 pages, obviously, because of the number of victims. I didn't count, but if that's not 49, it's close to 49, and each of them has a story as well. So just as the children whose stories were summarized in the Wall Street Journal in 2012, today's Washington Post, and I'm sure many other papers have these stories. And we don't have time to go through every story, but I was inspired by the lives of those children, what they meant to their families, what their life meant to their community, how they, even in their very young lives, had already begun to achieve significant things in their life, either by making their sisters and brothers happier or comforting their sisters and brothers and family and friends. And I'm sure the same will be said of those who lost their lives in Orlando. Let me just give you 2 examples in the interest of time. This is on page A11 of the Washington Post today, one of the many vignettes. I mentioned earlier today Akira Monet Murray, 18 years old. She happened to be from Philadelphia. I talked about her earlier today. 3rd in her class, on her way to a basketball scholarship, just happened to be in Orlando, Florida. She was killed. A remarkable young woman. I wish I knew her, but she's had just graduated from West Catholic in Philadelphia. But here's someone as well who died in Orlando, Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, 49 years old, one of the oldest on these 2 pages. Many of them listed, as many people here know, were 25 and 21 and 18 and 24 and 22 and on and on. But here's what the first 2 lines of this vignette about Brenda Lee Marquez McCool, a 2-time cancer survivor. McCool was first diagnosed with cancer about 8 years ago. And this is her ex-husband, Robert Presley, said, quote, "The doctor gave her a year to live. She lived 8 until this nonsense," unquote. She lived 8 years after a diagnosis of cancer. So that, her life and her fight to overcome cancer should be a reminder of us that this is a long fight. And she lost her life ultimately, but she beat cancer for a long time, even though she lost her life this weekend. Give you one more, and there's so many more, and we just don't have time tonight to go through all. Shane Evan Tomlinson, 33. He was working that night, playing in a band, and then he left there to go to the club and to be able to relax a little bit after working. But he was a member of an all-male gospel choir at House of Blues in Orlando. Again, 33 years old. So I don't want to keep adding to this chronicle. No, none of us want. We all want to figure out a way to make progress on this issue, to finally say to ourselves that as Americans, we can come together and take even incremental steps, but I think for this week would be significant, as both all 3 senators, Senator Murphy, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Booker, have reminded us. What we're asking for here is a model of reasonableness. We're asking for a simple solution to a very discreet but horrific problem. If you're too dangerous to go out and get on an airplane, if we've made that determination, why would you be allowed to have a firearm? Why would a terrorist or potential terrorist be allowed to have a firearm? Let's solve that one problem. And then, of course, a problem that we tried to solve in 2013, background checks, which at last count is about a 90-10 issue in the United States of America. So this is a reasonable and sensible set of requests, just 2 in number. I could go on with others, but I won't. Let me just conclude with Sandy Hook for a moment. We all know the horror of what happened there and the impact it had on all of our lives. But Senator Booker reminded us yesterday that in so many communities, so many inner cities in America, they have large numbers of gun deaths every single week, and in some communities almost every single day. I won't mention a list of cities or communities because it would not be exhaustive, but I think people know that. And we've got to figure out a way to stay focused on those communities, even as we focus on the horror and the gravity and the dimensions of what happened in Orlando or Newtown or so many other places. But let's think about this just for a moment before I, at long last, ask my question or ask it to be answered for Senator Murphy about how about school shootings since Sandy Hook? What do we find there? Since Sandy Hook, a gun has been fired on school grounds nearly once a week, for a total of 188 school shootings, including several in my home state of Pennsylvania, according to data compiled by Everytown for Gun Safety. So this is happening weekly since Newtown. It's not as if we have these events and we focus on them and then the problem recedes as we recede in our actions or lack of actions, in our focus, in our determination, in our sense of urgency. The problem does not go away. The problem is not going away. If anything, it's growing in dimension. Just look at the data on how this problem has grown since the 1960s and 70s. It just didn't happen in those days. Didn't even happen much in the 80s. But you look at 1990 forward, and you see incident after incident. In 2000 and forward, it goes on and on. So if anything, it's accelerating at a pace that no one in this body should be content about. So that means that every week, every single week, there's some either school child or school student, and this goes all the way to, obviously, to colleges and universities. So every single week, some group of Americans who happen to be children or young adults are in a school setting of one kind or another. And they're either the direct victim or the victim who lives through that horror and has the imprint of that horror for the rest of their lives. So that's the reality. So anyone who thinks that this is just a random occurrence, go to a school in a lot of places and talk to people in schools and go to our cities, and I think we could all learn a lot. I want to just mention a few more statistics because we were talking about children. Numbers don't ever paint the right picture, but they're instructive on a night like tonight. I live in a state which has a proud tradition of support for the Second Amendment, and I mean really strong, like maybe no other state in the country, maybe one or two others, but not many. A strong tradition of hunting and in sport. And hunting is almost a part of not just the culture of our state, but part of a family life. Fathers and sons, fathers and sons go out and hunt, and I'm sure fathers and daughters or mothers and daughters. It's part of growing up in some communities. And they go out and hunt, and they participate in a tradition. They work to do it safely. They do a lot of training. They pass on from one generation to another, not just the experience, but the rules and the way to do things. We have as strong a tradition as any in the country. By some estimates, we have about 1 million gun owners. I don't know where that puts us in the rankings, but it's no lower than second or third or fourth in the country. So we have a lot of people in our state that not only value the Second Amendment, but the benefits of that amendment for their lives are significant because they get to own a gun to hunt. In some cases, obviously, for many people, to to protect themselves or their families. Here's what the numbers tell us about just gun violence in a state like Pennsylvania as it relates to children, only. According to the Pennsylvania Trauma Systems Foundation, every year about 400 children, meaning individuals under the age of 20, that's the cutoff, they don't say under 18 here, this is under 20, so children and I guess you could say young adults, 400 are treated for firearm injuries in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This number does not count the children who die at the scene like most firearm suicide victims. So it doesn't even count some young people. In 2013, there were 1,378 firearm-related injuries in Pennsylvania. Almost half of these were persons under the age of 25 years old. In that same year, 2013, the same year as Newtown, 1,670 children under 18 died by gunshot, and an additional 9,718 were injured. So in just 1 year, in one state, 1,670 children died by gunshot, 9,718 injured. That's the reality. So when we consider the gravity of this problem in our cities, in communities of all kinds, and most tragically in Orlando, Florida, we know it's a problem of great significance and dimension and complexity. We know this is not easy to solve, but we know our country has faced huge challenges in the past. We're the country that won World War II. Without our participation, the Allies could never have won. That's who America is. That was a pretty tough problem, trying to defeat the Axis powers and take on these powerful military machines. But we figured out a way to do that as a nation. We all came together. We all came together after 9/11. Complicated problem involving rights, having to stand in line and say, you know, I'm going to participate in this process to make our airlines safe, so we don't have airplanes flying into buildings. That was a big problem. But we did not surrender to the terrorists after 9/11. We came together and figured out a solution to a problem. We haven't solved the terrorism problem. We've certainly solved the problem of preventing terrorists from taking an airplane and flying it into a building, not only to kill thousands of people, but to create untold kinds of fear. So where does that leave us with the children of Sandy Hook? Well, I'll take another day to read some of the stories. But let me just leave you with one thought, and I want to ask Senator Murphy a question after I read this. One of the children killed that day, and every child's story is worthy of mention, but in the interest of time, I'll just highlight, and it will be a highlight of one. Caroline Praviti. Caroline was 6 when she lost her life at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Among other things, they wrote that, quote, Caroline loved to draw and dance. Her smile brought happiness to everyone she touched. That's what her obituary read at the age of 6. She'll be remembered for accompanying a nervous kindergartner on the school bus. Caroline, a first grader, sat with Karen Dreyer's son, Logan, on the bus each day. Quote, this is what Mrs. Dreyer said about Caroline. She sat with her son, Logan, so that he wasn't scared, unquote. That's what a grateful mother said about little Caroline and about what she did before she died. Now what does that mean for tonight? Well, if little Caroline at the age of 6 could comfort someone younger than she was on the bus every day, knowing he was afraid, knowing he was scared or worried about what was happening in his life, a kindergartner on a bus. If Caroline could do that and show not just a measure of of courage, but really a measure of responsibility. She took responsibility in her young life to help solve the one problem that one of her classmates, or almost classmates, one of her friends was having. I think we should take inspiration from Caroline's sense of responsibility. She thought apparently it was her duty to help someone younger than she was and to give them comfort, to give a measure of security. In her young life, in that little world that she was, she figured out a way to be responsible. I hope that people across this chamber will do more than just kind of casually review these amendments and casually think about this issue and just stay in your lane, which the lane is, for a number of people here, the usual response, which is no laws will change this. I'm glad we didn't say that after 9/11, by the way. Good thing we didn't do that as a nation. No laws will change this, no policy will change this. But I hope, in light of what Caroline has taught us, that we will all be responsible and serious and sober about what we're trying to do here. And we'll examine our conscience, to use an old expression. Is there something that you can do with your vote this week, next month, or next year that will help solve a part of this problem? Because this is a big problem which is not going away, and every one of our lives is going to be affected by it in some way or another going forward. Many of us have seen too much of this in our states and in our communities. So finally, Senator Murphy, I will ask you this question. I won't guess at the answer, but in light of some of those stories, and you know the stories, that you know the families personally, I do not. How do you stay focused on a goal, the goal that you're pursuing and we're talking about tonight, and how do you stay inspired in the midst of and in the absence of significant progress?
I thank you, Senator Casey, for that question, and I thank you for how you've conducted yourself since the shooting in Sandy Hook. I was remarking to Senator Warner on the same topic, but it was really you and Senator Warner who, in the days following the shooting, came out and said, we need to engage, we need to change something, and we're willing to change our minds or our level of advocacy. You were one of the most persuasive voices on behalf of the families of Sandy Hook in the days and weeks following, and you've been so generous to meet with them, as have many of my colleagues when they come here. And in answer to your question, I go back to those families. So probably the worst day that I've had legislatively while I've been here was the day in which that background checks bill failed. Now remember, it didn't really fail. It got the majority of this Senate to vote for it, but it failed because of a Republican-led filibuster. And I want to thank Representative Swalwell and Representative Gabbard for joining us on the floor today. I really appreciate our friends from the House being here. And I remember standing with them after that bill failed, and they whispered to me some version of a very simple idea. They said, we aren't advocates for 4 months. We're advocates for 40 years, right? A tragedy like Sandy Hook or like Orlando or like Aurora, it fundamentally reorders the lives of those who are affected. And the reason why I think this Congress has been focused on this question perpetually since Sandy Hook is because those families continue to come here, continue to show up at our doors, continue to press. And the simple answer to your question is, as long as those families aren't going to give up, then we're not going to give up. And there's no more articulate spokesman in the Senate for children than you, Senator Casey. And I have a feeling that so long as children's lives are at risk because we are choosing to allow for dangerous criminals and potential terrorists to get weapons, that you're not going to stop either. And I appreciate your being a big part of our effort on the floor today. With that, I would yield the floor for a question without relinquishing control of it to Senator King.
Senator, I have a series of questions and some comments. First, I come from a predominantly rural state. A very high number of gun owners, a very low rate of gun crime.